50 per day, mainly as a result of air attacks, but some 3 times that number were succumbing to disease or starvation. Tanaka's mid-November resupply effort had been a debacle. He had lost 11 valuable transports in 3 days. From the 4 ships he had sacrificed by running them aground on the beaches, he had disembarked just 2,000 troops, 360 cases of ammunition for field guns, and 1,500 bales of rice. By consuming so many scarce cargo ships, the fight for Guadalcanal threatened to cripple the entire Japanese war economy, which could not function without raw materials imported into the home islands. A new supply tactic was urgently needed. Tanaka's hard-run destroyers would again be deployed as transports, this time using the drum method. Empty fuel drums were sterilized and filled with ammunition and provisions. The drums, linked together by ropes, were secured to the outboard railings of the destroyers. A column of destroyers would approach the island at high speed and cast away the drums, which would be retrieved by small craft, or even swimmers, and towed or hauled ashore. All supply drops would be attempted at night, as Tanaka dared not expose his ships to air attack. The first run was attempted on November 30th, 1942. Shortly after 10 that evening, a single column of 8 destroyers roared into Iron Bottom Sound at nearly 30 knots. Admiral Tanaka knew that his ships had been spotted from the air, but hoped to launch the drums and withdraw up the slot before daybreak. The weather was fair, with a gentle breeze and good visibility at the surface. 6 of the 8 ships were loaded with between 200 and 240 supply drums each. To offset the added weight topside, those 6 ships had sailed with only 8 torpedoes, 1 per tube, and half their usual supply of main battery ammunition. American search flights had tracked Tanaka's movements carefully. He had staged through Rabaul and the Buin and Shortland harbors, where a large increase in shipping during the last week of the month had clearly signaled another supply run. To counter it, Halsey dispatched Rear Admiral Carlton H. Wright with a cruiser-destroyer force, Task Force 67, from Espiritu Santo. Wright passed through Lengo Channel at 9:45 p.m., and arrived in the waters north of Tasafaranga Point just as Tanaka closed from the north. At 11:06 p.m., SG radar on the flagship cruiser Minneapolis discovered 2 ships at a distance of 23,000 yards. The blips gradually resolved into 7 or 8 ships on a southeasterly course. At about the same time, Japanese lookouts noted flares dropped from cruiser planes overhead, and obtained a visual fix on what appeared to be enemy ships bearing 100 degrees. Without waiting for Tanaka's order, the lead destroyer Takanami launched torpedoes and opened fire. The Americans had brought superior firepower into the action. 5 cruisers and 6 destroyers matched against Tanaka's 8 destroyers, 6 of which were short of munitions and heavily loaded with supplies. But Wright was slow to give the order to open fire, and the delay mattered. The American torpedoes were fired at an awkward angle, and none struck home. Their 8 and 5-inch projectiles were better aimed, but they were concentrated on the lead ship Takanami, which was quickly set ablaze all along her length and began going down by the head. Takanami's sacrifice effectively decided the action in favor of the Japanese, because she absorbed all the American gunners had to offer, while her explosions and fires screened her 7 sisters. No other Japanese ship suffered a direct hit in the battle, or even a destructive near miss. Tanaka ordered a hard port turn to take his column on a course parallel to that of Wright's. As they rotated their broadsides toward the enemy, the undamaged Japanese destroyers launched their deadly spreads. The Long Lance torpedoes ran true. Beginning at about 11:27, as the warheads connected with their targets, the big cruisers at the heart of Wright's column lurched upward and erupted in flames. The Minneapolis took 2 crippling blows on her port side. The first tore off the ship's bow and ignited gasoline storage tanks. The second struck amidships and flooded her engineering spaces. Less than a minute later, the New Orleans was hit on her port bow. The explosion detonated her magazines, tore off a large section of her bow, and killed the entire crew of Turret 2. The Pensacola's fuel tanks were ignited by a torpedo hit. She would burn through the night. The venerable Northampton, the last cruiser in Wright's column, gave chase to the retreating Japanese ships and sent several 8-inch salvos after them. For that, she was rewarded with 2 devastating torpedo hits that put an end to her. She was abandoned and sank early the next morning. Not for the first time, the U.S. Navy had suffered a dreadful beating in a night torpedo action. In 15 minutes, and at a cost of 1 destroyer, Tanaka had sent 1 heavy cruiser into the abyss and critically damaged 3 more. The naval historian Samuel Eliot Morison, a free-handed critic but a miser with praise, rated Tanaka's performance superb. Admiral Nimitz ruefully observed that, "We are made painfully aware of the Japanese skill, both in night and day action, in the use of guns and torpedoes. To date, there has been no reason to doubt his energy, persistence, and courage." Wright estimated that his force had sunk 4 Japanese destroyers and damaged 2 more. That rosy claim was viewed with suspicion even by the crews of his own ships, especially when dawn revealed no sign of enemy wreckage. If there was anything to console the Americans, it was the exceptional valor and skill of the damage control parties that saved the Minneapolis, New Orleans, and Pensacola. The action had left the 3 cruisers ablaze and in near-sinking condition, but all somehow managed to quell the fires and hobble into Tulagi Harbor. And all would be returned to service later in the war. Tanaka chose to withdraw to Shortland without attempting the supply drop. His reasons were sensible enough. His destroyers had expended all torpedoes, and he could expect attack from the air if he did not get well away to the west before morning. But the decision exacerbated the privations of the army on Guadalcanal, and apparently angered his superiors at Rabaul and Truk. He must try again, without delay. On the night of December 3rd, 10 destroyers managed to drop 1,500 supply drums off Cape Esperance. But only a fraction, perhaps 1/5 of the drums, reached the Japanese army. The units assigned to recover them had been undermanned and physically exhausted. The following morning, American fighters flying from Henderson Field strafed and destroyed several hundred drums found drifting in Iron Bottom Sound. Tanaka tried another run on December 7th, but his ships were harried by bombers and fighters, then attacked and driven away by 6 PT boats west of Savo Island. Even in their anchorage at Shortland, the Japanese could not rest. B-17s and fighters raided the area every day. On December 10th, 2 fuel tankers were struck and set afire, with heavy damage. Tanaka sortied with 9 destroyers the following afternoon, and managed to drop 1,200 supply drums. American PT boats swarmed out of Tulagi Harbor and launched torpedoes, one of which struck Tanaka's flagship, the recently commissioned Teruzuki. The ship caught fire and became unnavigable almost at once, he wrote. Leaking fuel was set ablaze, turning the sea into a mass of flames. When fire reached the after powder magazine, there was a huge explosion, and the ship began to sink. She was scuttled at 4 o'clock the next morning. More than half her crew went down with her. The 8 surviving destroyers withdrew to Shortland. Tanaka, injured in the action and confined to a hospital at Buin, was disgusted to learn that only 220 of the 1,200 drums launched that night had been recovered by the Army. With the moon waxing, the PT boat attacks were growing more deadly every night, and Admiral Mikawa ordered a temporary halt to the supply runs. Tanaka privately advised him that the game was up. Guadalcanal must be abandoned. For his trouble, Tanaka received orders transferring him to an administrative post in Singapore. This talented officer, who had done his best to supply Guadalcanal with the limited tools at hand, and who had scored a mighty naval victory less than a month earlier, would never command at sea again. Talk of pulling out of Guadalcanal was strictly taboo. The Japanese Army, even more than the Navy, had staked its honor and reputation on the recapture of Henderson Field. Lieutenant General Hitoshi Imamura recently arrived at Rabaul to assume command of 8th Area Army, intended to summon the 6th and 51st Divisions from China and put them ashore on Guadalcanal by the end of the year. Senior naval commanders thought the plan absurd, but were reluctant to say so. Even if 50,000 more troops could somehow be transported to the island, an unlikely prospect in light of November's events, how could they be supported? If 30,000 men currently on the island were starving, how could 80,000 be fed? In the privacy of his diary, Admiral Ugaki contemplated the inevitable. The inter-service politics were extremely delicate, and considerations of face would certainly come into play. But it would not do to persist in a futile campaign for the sake of maintaining cordial relations between the Army and the Navy. On December 7th he wrote, "Deeming wrong as wrong and impossible as impossible, and without being obstinate because of face savings or without coaxing others, we should deal with this important matter with the utmost frankness." The Army would have to arrive at the conclusion independently. It is essential to let them realize its inevitability by themselves. At any event, the question was out of his hands. Such a momentous change in policy could be decided only by the High Command in Tokyo. In Japan and other points west of the international dateline, the 8th day of December marked the first anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor. The date was feted with the usual self-congratulatory bunkum. The Imperial Navy headquarters released a grossly inflated tally of enemy ships sunk in the first year of the Greater East Asia War. 11 aircraft carriers, 11 battleships, 46 cruisers, 48 destroyers, and 93 submarines. More accurately, it also reported a cumulative total of Japanese officers and sailors killed in action: 14,802. Newspapers and magazines published annual retrospectives highlighting the notable victories achieved by Japanese forces. Kokusai Shashin Joho, the international graphic magazine, published gun camera photos depicting burning enemy ships and aircraft. In a speech carried over the airwaves, Foreign Minister Masayuki Tani declared that American leaders are truly running their nation in a laughable manner. They may be high in producing capacity, but without the more essential qualities, such as lofty war ideals, America cannot win over us. Japanese servicemen returning from the South Pacific were confounded by the elation they found at home. No one in Tokyo seemed to grasp how precarious Japan's position had become. There might be some compelling purpose in firing up the spirits of the public, but the boundaries dividing fact and fantasy were blurred even in the inner councils of power. Prime Minister Hideki Tojo, in a December 8th speech to military leaders at the War Ministry, declared that the Allies want obstinately to continue their counterattack, but making use of our great material resources, we are ready to annihilate them at any moment, at any point on the globe. That very week, as Tojo undoubtedly knew, the Imperial General Staff had begun a joint Army-Navy strategic review with an eye toward cutting losses and pulling out of Guadalcanal. In Truk, Admiral Ugaki judged that a visiting delegation of Army staff officers didn't seem to have enough knowledge of the fervent fighting spirit of the American forces. Neither did they show much interest in comparative strength, theirs and ours. Captain Tameichi Hara, who had returned to Japan for repairs to his ship, dined with a group of naval staff officers in mid-December. "I don't know how you who are stationed here view things from the homeland, but it is hell at the front," he told them. "As professionals, you all know better than to base your judgments on the official bravado announced by headquarters in Tokyo. We have had some tactical victories, but we are suffering a strategic defeat." The mood grew tense, and one of the others told Hara that it was a social occasion, and he ought to lighten up. In mid-December, Colonel Joichiro Sanada of the Imperial Headquarters Staff was dispatched on a fact-finding mission to the South Pacific. At Truk and Rabaul, he solicited and recorded the views of senior officers of both the Army and the Navy. Even accounting for what is lost in translation, one is struck by the temporizing, evasive, and subtext-laden character of the answers given. More than one officer remarked that recapturing the island is difficult. Several kicked responsibility up to the ultimate authorities. All were preoccupied with Army-Navy sensitivities. The Army called for more ships. The Navy called for more Army air power. Neither was willing to be the first to advocate giving up Guadalcanal, but neither was keen to commit its strength to a renewed offensive. "If the Army can undertake it with confidence," said a senior member of Yamamoto's staff, in a typical reply, "the Navy will pitch in too." General Imamura, who had recently spoken of landing 2 fresh divisions on Guadalcanal, offered Sanada this master stroke of equivocation. "At present, we are searching for a plan to lead us out of the difficulty, but we alone cannot say that the operational policy be changed. I hope that the central authorities will make a decision from the overall viewpoint after deliberating on the relationship with the Navy." In conferences at the Imperial General Headquarters, it was customary for officers of the 2 services to sit on opposite sides of the table, an arrangement that could only dramatize the rift between them. Recriminations proceeded until all arguments were exhausted. The Army blamed the Navy for failing to maintain adequate supply lines. The Navy criticized the ground tactics employed on Guadalcanal and demanded more Army air support. General Kenryo Sato recalled heated discussions exchanging clenched fists over the table between the Army and Navy. Neither side could afford an impasse, however, and not only because both services were suffering ruinous losses in the Solomons. The Emperor had lost patience with the sniping between his 2 military branches and had issued stern warnings against disharmony. The generals and admirals had no choice but to grapple towards some sort of face-saving consensus. Gradually, it became clear that everyone was looking for a way out of Guadalcanal. As one conference followed another, and the regime stumbled toward a new accord, about 200 Japanese soldiers on the island perished each day. Colonel Sanada reported to Tojo upon his return to the capital on December 29th. His formal recommendation, couched in terms only slightly less paralytic than those he had heard in Rabaul and Truk, was that It is not advisable to hurry the recapture of Guadalcanal Island. He had expected a furious rebuke, but was relieved to learn that Tojo had apparently reached the same conclusion. Sanada's report and recommendation were adopted much more readily than I had feared. According to Ugaki, an understanding had been reached between the services on December 16, 1942, but another 2 weeks passed before the issue was put to the Emperor. At a conference at the Imperial Palace on the last day of the year, the High Command offered a unanimous recommendation that Guadalcanal be abandoned. The Navy would attempt to evacuate as many of the surviving Army troops as possible. The Emperor was displeased, and he questioned Admiral Nagano closely concerning the laggardly pace of new airfield construction in the South Pacific. Hirohito gave his approval to the recommendation, as he always did when his advisers were unanimous, but added that it was unacceptable to pull out of Guadalcanal without simultaneously mounting a new offensive in New Guinea. Japan's forces must not be seen to shift to a merely defensive posture. Some days later, the man-god conveyed an imperial message to the High Command, transmitted through his chief aide-de-camp. The evacuation from Guadalcanal Island was regrettable. Further cooperation between the Army and Navy is requested hereafter for the attainment of operational objectives. Disguised though it was, the new policy called for a retreat to a new defensive line running north and south through the Central Solomons. The Army would fortify and garrison islands north of New Georgia and Santa Isabel. The Navy would accelerate work on the new airstrip at Munda on New Georgia, making it the region's principal forward fighter base. As for the remnants of the Army on Guadalcanal, the Navy would continue supply runs, but these would be little more than missions of mercy. There would be no further offensives against the American lines. Admiral Tomiji Koyanagi, with 10 cruisers under his command, made supply drops on January 2nd and January 10th, 1943. As in the prior month, provisions were crammed into fuel drums that were dropped into the sea off Tasafaranga Point. More than half of these drums were apparently recovered, providing life-saving relief to the Japanese forces on the island, whose number had diminished to fewer than 15,000. Operation K.E. was the name given to the evacuation and the covering operations that disguised it. On January 14th, a fresh infantry and artillery battalion, the Yano Battalion, was landed on the island to act as a rear guard. Naval and air forces moved down the Solomons in strength. These were discovered, as the Japanese knew they would be, by Allied air reconnaissance. Daylight and nighttime air attacks against Henderson Field rose sharply. Radio traffic analysis misled American intelligence to believe that the Japanese were mounting another naval offensive and troop landing, and the American commanders reacted accordingly. Major General Alexander Patch of the Army, who had relieved General Vandegrift as commander of American ground forces on the island on December 7th, had some 50,000 Army and Marine troops under his command. Patch began to press into the hills south of the village of Kokumbona, the 17th Army headquarters on the island's north coast. The Americans found Japanese resistance surprisingly light, and elements of the 25th Infantry Division walked into the village unopposed on January 23rd. The Japanese were evidently withdrawing in a hurry to the west, but Patch did not commit to a pursuit in force, as he still believed another large-scale amphibious landing was at hand. Halsey deployed his remaining cruisers and carrier task forces to the waters in and west of Iron Bottom Sound. On January 30th, Japanese air attacks destroyed the cruiser Chicago. On February 1st, as the Japanese evacuation runs began, the Americans received a cascade of sighting reports from coast watchers and scouting aircraft. Some 20 Japanese destroyers were headed down the slot. A small Japanese infantry force had been put ashore in the Russell Islands, a small group just 30 miles west of Guadalcanal, and visible from the high bluffs on the western shore, where the colorful Australian coast watcher Snowy Rhodes had once lived in his airy lodge. Allied flights over the Japanese anchorage off Buin noted a sharp increase in the number of ships. Japanese air activity intensified to levels unseen since December. Halsey asked MacArthur for all air support possible against an expected major offensive following the same general pattern as that of mid-November. The COMSOPAC sent most of his remaining American naval forces south of Guadalcanal to await the expected incursion. Given the wasted condition of their forces, the withdrawal of Japanese units to the northwest corner of the island was surprisingly deft. The evacuation order was disseminated at first only to a small circle of officers, who kept their men in the dark. Most Japanese soldiers expected to be reinforced right up until the moment they were told to abandon their positions. The misdirection was thought necessary to keep the men at their posts until the last minute. The 38th Division fell back toward Cape Esperance, covered by the 2nd Infantry Division and the Yano Battalion. The rear guard, once safely disengaged, followed to the west. Men immobilized by disease or malnutrition were persuaded to take their own lives. The first evacuation run was completed on the night of February 1st. 21 Japanese destroyers, under the command of Rear Admiral Shintaro Hashimoto, lifted 4,935 soldiers off the island, nearly half those remaining. On the night of February 4th to 5th, Hashimoto returned with 20 destroyers. Fighting off air and PT boat attacks, he nonetheless embarked 3,921 troops of the 2nd Division and returned them safely to Bougainville the next day. The third run, on the night of February 7th to 8th, lifted 1,796 men off Guadalcanal and the Russell Islands. The bodies of some 16,800 Japanese were left behind on Guadalcanal, many unburied. Those who were rescued were little more than scarecrows. Their knees and elbows bulged out from their shrunken limbs. Their hair and fingernails had stopped growing. Their buttocks had wasted away to the extent that their anuses were exposed, and they suffered uncontrollable diarrhea. Some carried urns with the ashes of their dead comrades. Yahachi Ishida, a young soldier posted on Bougainville, helped some of the starving men from the landing barges. Waiting at the shore, we gently lifted out the soldiers retreating from Guadalcanal one by one and laid them on the sand. What a sad and pitiable sight they presented. Hardly human beings. They were just skin and bones dressed in military uniform, thin as bamboo sticks. They were so light, it was like carrying infants. Only their eyes were bright. They must have been living on their strong will alone. When I put a spoon with some lukewarm rice gruel to their mouths, large teardrops rolled down their faces, and they said thank you in tiny, mosquito-like voices. I, too, felt something hot, unexpectedly welling up in my eyes. My blood roiled with anger at those who had given the orders to these men. Patch held back, expecting to meet resistance in force at any moment. The general and his staff continued to believe that the enemy had been landing fresh reinforcements throughout the past week. As American forces advanced along the north and west coasts of the island, however, they encountered no one but a few Japanese stragglers, mostly sick and dying, and some bewildered natives. At Tassafaranga, the Americans captured the deserted remains of a major Japanese base, including 10 artillery pieces, a machine shop, medical stores, and a radio station. In the late afternoon of February 9th, the two columns met at the village of Tenaro on the west coast. Patch finally realized that he had been swindled. He radioed Halsey. Total and complete defeat of Japanese forces on Guadalcanal, effected 1625 today. The Tokyo Express no longer has a terminus on Guadalcanal. The Guadalcanal campaign was over, and it had ended in a humiliating defeat for the Japanese. Yet at least they had saved 10,652 men of the approximately 36,000 who had landed on the island. The evacuation was a small Dunkirk, an unlikely tactical getaway right under the noses of superior ground, air, and naval forces. The Japanese had accomplished the bold rescue operation with the loss of just one destroyer sunk and 3 damaged. American radio intelligence, which had so often divined the enemy's intentions, had failed to foresee the evacuation. Admiral Yamamoto congratulated Koyagani, adding, "You did it very well indeed. The Army will be pleased to know we can send back its soldiers in great mass." Yamamoto's opposite number, Chester Nimitz, was equally generous in his praise. Until almost the last moment, it appeared that the Japanese were attempting a major reinforcement effort, he wrote in his report to Admiral King. Only skill in keeping their plans disguised and bold celerity in carrying them out enabled the Japanese to withdraw the remnants of the Guadalcanal garrison. Not until after all organized forces had been evacuated on 8 February did we realize the purpose of their air and naval dispositions. Otherwise, with the strong forces available to us ashore on Guadalcanal and our powerful fleet in the South Pacific, we might have converted the withdrawal into a disastrous rout. King could not have faulted Nimitz or Halsey or any of the other American commanders on the spot. He had expected another major offensive against Guadalcanal, and had predicted it in an off-the-record interview with a group of journalists on December 2, 1942. The Cominch had told the newsmen that the Japanese had lost a lot of face and were set on regaining Guadalcanal by hook or by crook. In the 6-month fight over Guadalcanal, the two sides had suffered roughly equivalent naval and air losses. 67 ships had been sunk in the contest over the island, 29 Allied, 38 Japanese. The Japanese had destroyed 2 valuable American aircraft carriers and damaged another, leaving the Enterprise, the sole remaining Allied carrier in the theater. But the Americans had claimed 2 light aircraft carriers and 2 battleships. Both sides had lost many cruisers, destroyers, and non-combatant transports and cargo ships that could not be easily replaced. On several occasions, the Japanese Navy had given proof of its excellence in night surface combat, but its advantages had gradually given way to the Americans' adroit use of radar for range finding and fire control. By the fall of 1942, an American ship could land its first salvo on an unseen enemy without the benefit of searchlights or flares. That was a valuable technical advantage over the Japanese, and it largely offset the superior skill, training, and torpedo weaponry of the Japanese surface fleet. Each side lost between 600 and 700 aircraft in the campaign, but the fraction of downed aviators who were recovered told a different story. The Allies lost about 420 pilots and aircrew in the Solomons. The Japanese, more than 3 times that number. Since the Battle of the Coral Sea in May 1942, Japanese aircrew losses had consistently exceeded those of the Allies, often by a wide margin. The stark disparity could be partly explained by circumstances. Throughout the period, but especially during the fight for Guadalcanal, air combat had been concentrated in skies closer to Allied than to Japanese air and naval bases. It is also true that the Japanese had not devoted much effort to search and rescue operations, a failure that must be attributed, at least in part, to the influence of Bushido, the traditional samurai warrior code that exalted an honorable death in combat. Replacement pilots emerging from Japan's wartime training pipeline lacked the skill or confidence to carry on the air war effectively. As early as November 21, 1942, Admiral Yamamoto confessed to a visiting Army officer that Japan was losing the air war in the Solomons. In the Navy, they used to say that one Zero fighter could take on 5 to 10 American aircraft, but that was at the beginning of the war. Since losing so many good pilots at Midway, we've had difficulty in replacing them. Even now, they still say that one Zero can take on 2 enemy planes, but the enemy's replacement rate is 3 times ours. The gap between our strengths is increasing every day, and to be honest, things are looking black for us now. Blacker even than he knew or cared to admit, for the American fighter pilots had already learned how to neutralize the Zero's advantages in maneuverability and climbing speed. Most striking was the disproportion in troop losses. The U.S. Army and Marine Corps had suffered casualties of 5,875, of whom 1,592 were killed in action. The Japanese Army had lost 2 full divisions on the island, and the great majority were killed or died of other causes, rather than wounded and evacuated. 14,700 killed or missing in action, an estimated 9,000 dead of starvation or disease, and more than 4,300 lost at sea while in transit to or from the island. That asymmetric result debunked the myth of the Japanese Army's fanatical and invincible fighting spirit. Guadalcanal was not the name of an island, concluded General Kawaguchi. It is the name of the graveyard of the Japanese Army. Insofar as the Japanese people were permitted to know, the withdrawal from Guadalcanal was a tactical redeployment. Tenshin, roughly translated as advance in a new direction, was the euphemism offered by the Imperial General Headquarters. Japan's attacking naval, air, and ground forces had merely turned toward another sector of the front, where they would undoubtedly achieve new triumphs in short order. Japan's state-controlled news media had long since acquiesced to the regime's Orwellian abuse of truth, and had adopted the necessary tone of elation and righteous zeal. But there were many servicemen who had returned to the home islands from the theater of combat, and their hushed accounts did not sustain the official version of events. Several Japanese officers who survived the war later recorded their unvarnished post-mortems. Even with the benefit of hindsight, and allowing for the likelihood that English-translated accounts were self-serving and shaped to fit the preconceptions of the victors, Japanese officers who had participated in the campaign offered keen and hard-hitting critiques of their nation's strategic failures. Captain Hara judged that the Japanese Navy really lost the war as a result of a series of strategic and tactical blunders by Yamamoto after Midway. The commander-in-chief had failed to commit the bulk of his naval power immediately after the Marines' invasion, and had instead flung into the area one small fleet unit after another. His strategy seems ridiculous when judged by hindsight. Admiral Nobutake Kondo, commander of the Imperial Navy's Second Fleet, agreed that Yamamoto should have thrown everything he had at Guadalcanal in August, even if it required abandoning the offensive against southeastern New Guinea. He quoted a Japanese proverb, "He who pursues 2 hares catches neither." The 17th century samurai and philosopher Miyamoto Musashi whose Book of Five Spheres was an essential text for Japanese officers of both services, had written of arresting shadows. To hold a psychological edge over a weaker opponent, a combatant must arrest the enemy's action at the point of the very impulse to act. That is, the enemy must know immediately that his attack will be opposed and foiled. He must not be permitted to think that he will gain the advantage by his initiative. If you show the adversaries strongly how you control the advantage, they will change their minds, inhibited by this strength. The Guadalcanal campaign had exposed all of the internal rifts and rivalries that divided the Japanese military regime and paralyzed its ability to craft coherent strategies. Major decisions, especially those involving joint action by the Army and Navy, were reached gradually. Consensus had to be given time to congeal. Considerations of face were always near the surface. The Japanese Army had first discounted the significance of the enemy's move into Guadalcanal, assuring themselves and their Navy counterparts that the Americans could be dislodged at any time. Piecemeal and ineffective troop landings followed. First, a lightly equipped regiment was sent in and annihilated. Then a lightly equipped brigade. Eventually a full division, but without adequate munitions, equipment, or provisions. Again and again, frontal attacks on strongly fortified marine lines were beaten back, with devastating losses to the attackers. Even within the ranks of the Navy, command rivalries were debilitating. More than once, Admiral Raizo Tanaka received contradictory orders from the 11th Air Fleet and the 8th Fleet. One headquarters had dominion over the entire region, and the other stood directly above Tanaka in the chain of command. Each seemed to regard the other as an interloper, and they tussled over issues large and small. Tanaka thought it inconceivable that the two commands did not confer effectively with one another, since both were usually seated at Rabaul. When their orders were conflicting and incompatible, it was embarrassing at least, and utterly confounding at worst. Once a course of action was chosen, a prevailing inertia inhibited modification. The rigidity inherent in Japanese operations led to repeating patterns that could be analyzed and predicted by the Allies. Even when communications intelligence failed to discover the Japanese intentions, American commanders could often foretell when, where, and how the enemy would mount his next assault. In fighting, it is bad to repeat a formula, Musashi had written, and to repeat it a third time is worse. When an effort fails, it may be followed with a second attempt. If that fails, a drastically changed formula must be adopted. If that fails, one must resort to another completely different formula. When the opponent thinks high, hit low. When he thinks low, hit high. That is the secret of swordsmanship. Guadalcanal wore the scars of the long, vicious conflict that had raged on, over, and around it. The Lunga Plain was pockmarked with craters and strewn with broken and splintered palm trees. Everywhere there was wreckage, shoved to the edges of roads or airstrips, or lying half awash on the beaches. Foliage was beginning to creep over the rusting remains of smashed tanks and crashed aircraft. Copper telephone wire was draped haphazardly over standing palms. West of Point Cruz, the bows of Tanaka's 4 bombed-out transports jutted up onto the beach. Even months after the last naval action, Iron Bottom Sound was still littered with floating debris, and brown coils of fuel oil marked the sites of sunken wrecks. On the ridges south of Henderson Field, trees and foliage had been mowed down by artillery and machine gun fire. Beyond the coils of barbed wire marking the American lines, the bloated and stinking remains of Japanese soldiers lay half buried in the muck. The stench was awful, but the Americans were in no hurry to bury the enemy dead. The Japanese had been known to booby-trap the corpses of their fallen friends. Ants and other scavengers would eventually strip them to the bone. Among these relics of past carnage were ambitious new building projects. It has been cleverly observed that the bulldozer was one of the most significant weapons of the Pacific War, and the point was never better showcased than on Guadalcanal in 1943. 10 new 1,100-man CB battalions arrived to join the pioneering 6th and 14th, which had landed under fire in November 1942, and all were reorganized into the 18th Naval Construction Regiment. Airfields were expanded, regraded, and resurfaced with concrete made of coral or red volcanic rock. Networks of taxiways connected them to revetments, machine shops, barracks, warehouses, and camouflaged munitions dumps. The hills inland of Coley Point were leveled and developed into Kearney Field, a new airbase for USAF bombers. Tank farms mushroomed around Lunga Point and Henderson Field, and were linked by miles of piping to the airfields and wharves. Bulldozers uprooted the trees and flora around Coley, Lunga, and Cruz Points, where modern seaport complexes, concrete piers, cranes, pipelines, narrow-gauge railways running into warehouses, would serve the constantly arriving transports and tankers. Fresh troops, airmen, maintenance crews, and civilians poured into the island day by day, arriving on ships or on the big Douglas C-47s of the South Pacific Combat Air Transport Command, SCAT. Paved roads were built through recently impenetrable jungle. Steel-framed bridges were flung across rivers. Electrical power lines were strung between utility poles. Tent cities appeared suddenly in palm groves and kunai fields. The social nexus of the growing community was the Hotel de Gink, a row of Quonset huts providing lodging for transient airmen and other visitors. A spacious dining hall served coffee and hot meals around the clock. As the counteroffensive rolled up the Solomons, the island groups to the south and east, New Caledonia, New Hebrides, the Santa Cruz Group, Samoa, the Fijis, were demoted to the status of holding zones, rest areas, and way stations. The war had passed them by, but they remained populated by large and growing numbers of Allied personnel. Pacific War memoirs tend to dwell at length on these tropical paradises, safely removed from the fighting, where young servicemen and women, particularly nurses, sojourned for weeks, months, or years of their lives. They were the setting for James Michener's post-war novel, Tales of the South Pacific, a thinly fictionalized series of vignettes drawn from the author's experiences as a reserve naval lieutenant stationed on Espiritu Santo and other islands east of the Solomons. Michener's book, which won a Pulitzer Prize in 1948, bears little resemblance to the better-known musical, stage, and screen adaptations. Tales was his first book, perhaps his best. He turned 40 the year it was published, but somehow managed to turn out 50 more books before his death in 1997. Life in those quiescent islands figures very little in histories or even films about the war, but it retains a potent hold on the memories of the men and women who were there. Visitors who set foot on those remote shores were easily enchanted by the exotic beauty of the region, by the azure lagoons and white beaches, by the brilliantly colored fish, flowers, and birds, by the soft rustle of palm fronds and the metrical thump of the surf. Limes and lemons grew wild along the beaches. Flying fish leapt from the wakes of passing boats. Sunsets were unlike anything they had seen before. A sublime palette of colors ranging from blue to orange to green to red to purple. The stars were wrong, at least in the southern half of the sky. One might find a familiar constellation near the northern horizon, but it would appear upside down. Wartime letters, diaries, and memoirs are full of such observations. The islands also had a sinister aspect. Observers described dark volcanoes shrouded in steaming mists. Land crabs the size of dinner plates scurried around their tents at night. Fruit bats with 4-foot wingspans took flight at sunset. Insects were relentless, and the mosquitoes carried malaria. Americans and other Westerners were alternately fascinated and repelled by the natives. Their loincloths and bare breasts, their beetle-reddened incisors filed to sharp points, the vaguely intelligible version of English they spoke. Rumors circulated that the tribesmen still practiced headhunting and cannibalism, a prospect both enthralling and hideous. Long pig was the pidgin word for human flesh. Harold Buell recalled that islanders on Espiritu Santo liked to joke about cannibalism. A favorite native joke was to pinch your arm or stomach and state solemnly, "You make 'em fine long pig." They would then grin broadly, showing their front teeth. Americans would barter handsomely for a shrunken head, and at least a few of those gruesome souvenirs were smuggled aboard ships and taken back to the United States. Units left on rear area islands for weeks or months suffered paralyzing boredom. Poker games went on for days, as they did in every other part of the Pacific. Men played checkers, backgammon, and cribbage, and read months-old magazines, comic books, and newspapers. Bloody grudge matches were fought between feuding soldiers or sailors of rival ships, with wagers placed on the outcome. Everyone lived for mail, which arrived more regularly as the war progressed. Reading letters, however, only took up a fraction of their time, and wartime censorship limited what they could write. Movies were screened each night in makeshift outdoor amphitheaters, with the men sitting on the ground or on coconut logs. But because new reels were scarce, the men were often condemned to watch the same film 20 or more times. They often recited the dialogue mechanically, in unison with the actors. Eventually, on the better developed islands, the Seabees built tennis courts, horseshoe pits, and baseball diamonds. USO tours stopped at the larger islands, and the shows got bigger and more lavish in the final 2 years of the war. The smaller islands were lucky to receive any entertainment at all. Marine Private John Vollinger, who spent 8 months on a lesser island in the Samoa Group, saw only one USO show consisting of 2 old vaudeville guys that told dirty jokes while juggling. Back in the States, they would have been booted off the stage, but we wanted entertainment in any form. Heavy drinking was a time-honored outlet. Every island had an officers' club, though on smaller islands it might amount to a wooden table covered by a thatched roof. Admiral Aaron Stanton Merrill liked to say that, if we could find a palm tree and a bottle, we'd set up an officers' club. Enlisted men had to work harder to procure a supply. Throughout the Pacific, one could find an illicit trade in torpedo juice, the high-proof fuel used in torpedoes. Beer was usually rationed at 2 cans a week. When a larger quantity of beer was obtained by backhanded means, it could be chilled by taking it to high altitude for 30 minutes. Pilots would provide that service in exchange for a share of the spoils. Whiskey was more scarce and expensive, but there was a price for everything on the black market. War everywhere is monotonous in its dreadfulness, wrote the newsman Ernie Pyle when he toured the theater later in the war. But in the Pacific, even the niceness of life gets monotonous. The days go by in their endless sameness, and they drive men nuts. It's sometimes called going pineapple crazy. Morale in the South Pacific boondocks was a growing concern in 1943. The Joint Chiefs discussed the problem at length. General Marshall worried about the state of mind among Army garrisons on rear island bases, and thought it essential to move them forward into combat areas as soon as it became feasible. His views on this subject likely factored in the support he often gave to King's demands for offensive action in the Pacific. Admiral Halsey, who presided over the far-flung islands from his COMSOPAC headquarters in Noumea, was one of those rare military leaders who did not attach much importance to his own dignity. He laughed out loud at jokes made at his expense. He wore khaki shorts that flaunted his pale, spindly legs. He was not too proud to admit that he had graduated in the bottom third of his Naval Academy class of 1904, or that he had run up enough demerits to put his career there in peril. He had been a star fullback, he often said, on the worst football team in the Navy's history. The team lost to Army every year he played, always by lopsided scores. Halsey agreed with Ernest King's maxim that a sailor who didn't drink, smoke, or chase women was not to be entirely trusted. His bony hands were usually clutching a cigarette. He once stepped off a plane in Espiritu Santo and kissed his girlfriend, an Army nurse, while a row of officers stood at attention. Now and again, he drank until the break of dawn, slept for 4 hours, then grumbled about his hangover at the 9 a.m. staff meeting. It seemed like a good idea last night. Liberty with Halsey, said the Admiral's long-term chief of staff, was more damned fun than a circus. Halsey had a fine sense of the absurd. He threw out wisecracks that would not have been out of place in a Bob Hope monologue. Overhearing one sailor tell another, "I'd go through hell for that old son of a bitch," Halsey accosted the pair and said, "Right here, I want to tell you that I object to being called old." In 1945, upon receiving word of Japan's surrender, he sent the following instructions to all carrier air groups. Investigate and shoot down all snoopers, not vindictively, but in a friendly sort of way. He was willing to be kidded about his lack of fortitude under fire. When the Enterprise was attacked by Japanese warplanes off the Marshall Islands in February 1942, Halsey threw himself flat on deck, forsaking the grandeur of his 3-star rank. As he picked himself up, he noticed that one of his young signalmen was stifling a laugh. "Who the hell are you laughing at?" he asked. "You don't have rank enough to laugh at an admiral." As the man began to apologize, perhaps fearing he was in serious trouble, Halsey cut him off, saying, "I'm going to make you a chief petty officer. That will make it look better." Halsey knew perfectly well that stories of these antics would circulate widely, with variations and embellishments, all up and down the ranks. Together they crafted an image of a happy warrior, a fighting man who loved war and wanted everyone else to have as much fun as he was having. There was plenty of truth in that representation, but it was not complete. More than any other major military commander of the Pacific War, Halsey wore his emotions on his sleeve. He wept openly, frequently, and without pretense. When inspecting ships returned from battle, or visiting wounded men in hospital wards, or pinning medals to men's chests, or stepping up to a microphone to address the crew of a ship, he was never far from tears. Upon receiving the Distinguished Service Medal for leading a carrier raid into the Marshall Islands, he choked up and told the officers and men of the Enterprise that they had won it for him. His peculiar style of leadership was full of contradictions. Simultaneously cold-blooded and tender-hearted, bombastic and coolly logical, overbearing and self-deprecating, sentimental and ridiculous. Whatever it was, it resonated powerfully. Sailor James J. Fahey of the Montpellier undoubtedly spoke for the fleet when he told his diary in November 1943, the men would do anything for him. He was taller than average, with broad shoulders and an exceptionally large head. His eyes were pale blue and crowned with graying, disheveled eyebrows. He had an old sailor's complexion, weather-beaten and spotted. His posture was not his greatest virtue. The cameras often caught him with his hands on his broad hips and his head set very far forward on his shoulders. Unlike King, Nimitz, Turner, or Spruance, in fact, unlike any other senior figure in the U.S. Navy, Halsey always made a point of smiling for photographers. He was a warm and cheerful man who liked people, even journalists. He was far more obliging with newsmen than either Nimitz or King, and always quick with a quotable line. They reciprocated his affection and gave him plenty of good copy. The press, and perhaps the American people, appeared eager to cast someone in the role of a Hollywood admiral. Halsey never auditioned for the role, but he did not recoil when it was thrust on him. Today, he is best remembered for his exuberant loathing of the enemy, summed up in his signature slogan, "Kill Japs, and then kill more Japs." His messages to the fleet typically concluded with the refrain, "Keep 'em dying." In a private letter to Nimitz, written shortly after he took command in the South Pacific, Halsey vowed that he was obsessed with one idea only: to kill the yellow bastards, and we shall do it. In the same letter, he proposed new submarine operations as a means of securing more monkey meat. Killing enemy soldiers and sailors was the duty of every man in uniform, and Halsey was not the only senior Allied leader to indulge in exterminationist wartime rhetoric. But Halsey, more than any other officer of his generation, made himself famous, or infamous, for fudging the distinction between Japanese fighting forces and civilians, and for seeming to advocate a vengeful occupation of post-war Japan. "When we're done with them, the Japanese language will only be spoken in hell," was his probably apocryphal remark upon returning to Pearl Harbor the day after the December 7th attack. He told reporters in early 1944, "When we get to Tokyo, where we're bound to get eventually, we'll have a little celebration where Tokyo was." In private, Halsey suggested, presumably in jest, that the Allies should castrate all Japanese males and spay all Japanese women. He told Kelly Turner that he looked forward to parading Isoroko Yamamoto in chains through the streets of Washington, with the rest of you kicking him where it would do the most good. In several publicly reported remarks, he seemed to imply that Hirohito, the Showa emperor who was adored by ordinary Japanese as a benevolent father god, would be executed following the Japanese defeat. On January 2, 1943, Halsey shared his vision for the post-war occupation of Japan. "We will bypass all smaller towns and let occupation forces loose in Tokyo. That will be a liberty town they'll really enjoy." Words are not deeds, and there is no reason to believe that Halsey, given the opportunity, would actually order a city sacked, a population neutered, or a prisoner degraded and abused in defiance of the Geneva Convention. Halsey's hatred of the enemy was genuine, and his sentiments were widely shared by servicemen and civilians of the Allied nations. In the peculiar context of a savage war, his more outlandish rants are best understood as figurative rallying cries rather than literal threats. Behind the bellowing thespian was a complicated man with a nuanced conscience. The crowning irony of his career came after the Japanese surrender in 1945, when Halsey, of all people, publicly criticized the decision to drop atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The more interesting questions are practical ones. How, if at all, did Halsey's virulent wartime rhetoric serve the Allied cause? Did it do any harm? After the war, he explained that his purpose had been to embolden his fighting forces by deflating the myth of the Japanese super warrior, an artifact of Japan's extraordinary triumphs in the opening phase of the war. But it seems more likely, based on a reading of his wartime correspondence and the opinions of those who worked closely with him, that Halsey's swashbuckling oration had no calculated purpose at all. He simply gave vent to his feelings, without pausing to think through the consequences. He apparently never considered that he might be playing directly into the hands of Japanese propagandists, who could more or less truthfully report that an American theater commander had threatened to wipe out the entire Japanese race. Dehumanization of the enemy was one of war's necessary evils, but it was every officer's responsibility to arrest the descent into bestiality. On Guadalcanal, a small minority of American infantrymen had engaged in the practice of mutilating enemy dead. Most common was the practice of extracting teeth for the value of their gold fillings. But there were also instances of men wearing severed ears on their belts, of necklaces made of teeth, of heads erected on poles, of skulls mounted on tanks. As early as September 1942, Nimitz had ordered that no part of the enemy's body may be used as a souvenir, and warned that violators would face stern disciplinary action. That order was subsequently reinforced by several directives issued by the Joint Chiefs. But the practices of mutilation and trophy-taking continued throughout the war, and they were even reported in the American press. In May 1944, a Life magazine picture of the week depicted a woman admiring a Japanese skull sent to her as a gift by her boyfriend, a Navy lieutenant. A month later, FDR was presented with a letter opener carved from the bone of a Japanese soldier's arm. The president accepted it at first, but later returned it with the request that it be buried. The Japanese news media was quick to seize on such reports. Cross-edited with excerpts of Halsey's bloody-minded tirades, they provided plenty of grist for the mill of Japanese wartime propaganda. Truth was cleverly combined with fiction. The Americans were represented as beasts, savages, and demons. Surrender to such a foe was unthinkable. The fight to protect the homeland must therefore be waged to the last man, woman, and child. In 1944 and 1945, when the inevitability of Japan's defeat was no longer in doubt, the cost would be paid in American as well as Japanese lives. On New Year's Eve, 1942, Halsey met with a group of reporters aboard his flagship Argonne in Noumea Harbor. Asked for a preview of the war to come in 1943, he obliged. Victory, he declared. Complete, absolute defeat for the Axis powers. Pressed to elaborate, he was unequivocal. The Allies would be in Tokyo by the end of the year. The reporters, presumably stunned by their good fortune, filed their copy, and the rash prophecy was splashed across the front pages of newspapers across America. In New Zealand 2 days later, Halsey stuck to his guns. "We have 363 days left to fulfill my prediction," he told the New Zealand Herald, "and we are going to do it." In his post-war memoir, Halsey confessed that he had known that the promised timetable was impossible. The war could not be won in 1943, or even in 1944. He had offered the spurious prediction as a means to bolster the morale of his forces and to fortify the political standing of New Zealand's Prime Minister, Peter Fraser. Within a matter of weeks, he began to understand that he had hoisted himself with his own petard. Draft boards complained. American production leaders feared that workers would leave the factories. Secretary Knox and Admiral King were obliged to deny rumors that Halsey had been drunk when he spoke to the press. The Admiral's batty prediction would be flung back in his face again and again. Eventually he would be forced to disavow it, to his own embarrassment and the glee of the Japanese copywriters. According to DeWitt Peck, a Marine officer who served in the COMSOPAC headquarters, Halsey's loose tongue and high-spirited blustering were strictly for public consumption. The impression that people got from newspaper stories and so on was that he was impulsive and a damn the torpedoes full speed ahead type. He wasn't. I never saw him making a lightning damn the torpedoes decision at all. He was a thoughtful, intelligent, forceful leader. Halsey insisted on a full airing of views before any decision. He wanted to hear every possible objection, every counter-argument, and he encouraged even junior officers and enlisted men to speak up if they had something to say. As a strategist, he was bold but not reckless. He had a fine command of details. He saw the entire picture. He weighed risks properly. A British officer who visited Halsey in Noumea was amused by the Admiral's appearance and manner. His informality, his folksy humor, his shorts, his plain khaki shirt without insignia. I remember thinking that he might well have been a parson, a jolly one, an old-time farmer, or Long John Silver. But when I left him and thought of what he had said, I realized that I had been listening to one of the great admirals of the war. Halsey had brought several key members of his Carrier Task Force staff with him to the South Pacific. Miles Browning, who had served for more than a year as his chief of staff, retained that role and title in the South Pacific. Others included Julian Brown, Intelligence, Doug Moulton, Air Operations, and Bill Ashford, Flag Lieutenant. Marine General DeWitt Peck, who had served ably as a war plans officer since before the Guadalcanal landings the previous August, stayed on in that capacity. Harold Stassen, a former governor of Minnesota, came on board as Assistant Chief of Staff in March 1943. Rear Admiral William L. Calhoun, Nimitz's Service Force commander, came south to take over logistics in the South Pacific. Captain John R. Redmond took over as COMSOPAC Communications Officer. Even with this talented lineup, however, the SOPAC headquarters organization remained short-handed and overstressed until late 1943. More than once, Nimitz had to prod Halsey to provide timely action reports. In Ray Spruance's tactful opinion, Bill Halsey was a great fighter and leader of men, but he did not shine as an administrator. Halsey was determined not to repeat Gormley's mistake of allowing himself to be bogged down in details. He would delegate as much authority as possible to others, preserving his time and energy for essential decisions. He received his 4th star shortly after taking over in Noumea, making him the 6th admiral to hold that eminent rank. It gave him leverage in Washington, which he employed to prevent the recall of some of his key officers to the capital, while demanding that more be sent to him. He also lobbied for promotions, and then threatened to promote officers on his own authority if his requests were not granted in timely fashion. The SOPAC organization grew steadily, eventually numbering over 300 officers and enlisted men of the Navy, Marines, and Army. Halsey had an extraordinary ability to remember names and faces. He called enlisted men by their first names and summoned from memory minor details of their past service. He had an open-door attitude. One of his officers recalled, Halsey would see the janitor if he wanted to come in. The SOPAC staff developed a vital esprit de corps, symbolized by their practice, decreed by Halsey, of not wearing neckties. He wants his men to be comfortable, a sailor observed in his diary. He doesn't go in for this regulation stuff. The no-ties policy was not entirely for the sake of physical comfort in a sweltering climate, however. Army officers did not normally wear them, and Halsey did not want them to become a symbol of service divisions. I don't want anybody even to be thinking in terms of Army, Navy, or Marines, he told his officers. Every man must understand this, and every man will understand it, if I have to take off his uniform and issue coveralls with South Pacific Fighting Force printed on the seat of his pants. Noumea was a languid little colonial capital, a bit tumble down, but still charming in contrast to almost any other seaport in the South Pacific. Vandegrift recalled it as ramshackle in a pleasantly unpainted way, with galleries encircling the second stories of residences and louvered doorways flanked by brilliantly blooming flowers. Being French, the town offered good food and wine to those who could afford it. Plantation grandees lived in airy mansions on hills, flanked by elegant rows of coconut palms. Their daughters, usually dressed in immaculate white silk dresses, were local icons. Thousands of Americans who had never met them nonetheless knew their faces and names, but they were accessible only to officers and available only for marriage. The French colonialists were not overjoyed by the inundation of Americans, but granted that if they had to be overrun by Allied servicemen, better the Americans than the British. As Halsey's staff expanded and the hot southern summer approached, it became increasingly evident that the flagship Argonne could not accommodate a major command. Local French officialdom had been uncooperative in responding to Gormley's requests for quarters ashore, but Halsey was determined to succeed where his predecessor had not. He sent Colonel Julian Brown as an emissary to the French governor, His Excellency Marie-Henri Ferdinand Auguste Montchamp. Having previously served in French forces, Brown had been awarded a fourragère and the Croix de Guerre, which he wore when he went to meet the governor. Brown asked for suitable housing in town or elsewhere on the island. "What do we get in return?" asked Montchamp. Brown replied, "We will continue to protect you as we have always done." At a subsequent meeting, Brown added, "We've got a war on our hands, and we can't continue to devote valuable time to these petty concerns. I venture to remind Your Excellency that if we Americans had not arrived here, the Japanese would have." To his credit, Halsey did not behave with the hubris of a conqueror. He took a personal liking to Governor Montchamp, who he thought a nice old boy, a good and tried soldier, albeit a bit futile. But Charles de Gaulle's man in the South Pacific was Admiral Georges Thierry d'Argenlieu, the High Commissioner for Free France in the Pacific, who was often away and generally unresponsive to American wishes. Among the local colonists, there were layers of intrigue that Halsey and his officers only gradually fathomed. The politics were complicated by political tensions between those sympathetic to the Vichy regime and those loyal to de Gaulle's Free French. The French had about 2,000 troops in New Caledonia, and Halsey thought they could easily be moved into 1 or 2 barracks. Halsey offered to feed all French troops in the island in return for an allocation of space, but when the question was appealed directly to de Gaulle, the answer was negative. "This whole situation is really a pain in the neck," Halsey wrote Nimitz on January 8, 1943. "We have very few dealings with them, fortunately, but every time we do, they are inclined to get in our hair. It is the usual story. We do all the giving, and they reciprocate by doing all the taking." Promises and small concessions followed. Eventually, the French allowed the COMSOPAC staff to relocate into an old barracks building near town. For living quarters, Halsey and his senior staff moved into the former Japanese consulate, a modest but comfortable brick house on a hill overlooking the harbor. The consul, who had been interned in Australia, had left behind his furniture, art, and housewares. Halsey relished living among paintings and embroideries depicting geishas, carp, and Mount Fuji, especially when a Marine color guard raised the American flag over the house each morning. "We are enjoying his silverware, china, and many other comforts," he told Nimitz. Unfortunately, the furniture, chairs, sofa, etc., was designed for those short, bandy-legged bastards. We must perforce sit on the back of our necks. When a Filipino mess attendant broke a piece of the consul's china, Halsey told him, "The hell with it. It's Japanese." Captain Miles Browning, the Chief of Staff, had served with Halsey since 1938. He was one of the Navy's early aviators, having earned his wings in 1924, and had done as much to develop aircraft carrier doctrine and tactics as any man in the service. Browning had always been an irritable character with an explosive temper, but in early 1943 he seemed to be cracking under the strain of prolonged service. He was drinking heavily, feuding with various officers, and attempting to restrict others' access to Halsey. He was rumored to have had an affair with another naval officer's wife, a grave offense. When Secretary Knox visited Noumea in January 1943, he was taken aback at Browning's brusque and disrespectful behavior. Complaints reached all the way to Navy headquarters in Washington, and Admiral King, over Halsey's passionate objections, recalled Browning to the States, where he would take command of the new USS Hornet, CV-12. The new COMSOPAC Chief of Staff was Robert B. Carney, who would serve with Halsey for the rest of the war. The new super battleship Musashi, whose colossal proportions matched those of the Yamato, put into Truk Lagoon on January 23rd. The ship was named not for the samurai author, but for Musashi Province, an ancient name for a region encompassing part of Tokyo and points south. She entered by the North Channel at low tide and anchored among the other big ships of the combined fleet, not far from her twin sister. Like the Yamato, she was manned by an elite, hand-picked crew, was armed with a main battery of mammoth 18.1-inch guns, the largest naval weapons in the world, and was said to be unsinkable. Like her sister, the Musashi would spend most of the war at anchor, draped in anti-torpedo nets. At the high cruising speed required for naval combat operations, the two behemoths drank prodigious quantities of fuel, and by 1943, Japan's oil supply was a matter of life or death to the empire. One day after the final evacuation of Japanese forces from Guadalcanal, Admiral Yamamoto shifted his flag from the Yamato to the Musashi, the latter having been specially outfitted to function as the combined fleet's flagship. His launch brought him aboard while a military band played the national anthem. He passed in review, dressed as always in a pristine white uniform with gold braid and white gloves, and moved into his new suite of air-conditioned cabins, as upscale and spacious as those on the Yamato. Ugaki followed later that afternoon. Yamamoto had aged considerably in the 14 months since the raid on Pearl Harbor. His close-cropped hair had turned almost completely gray, and his eyes appeared discolored. Rarely did he emerge from his quarters, and when he did, it was only briefly, usually to acknowledge, with cap waved in the air, a departing ship or a squadron of aircraft. Occasionally he joined his staff officers for a game of ring toss on deck. In a letter written at the end of January 1943, he claimed to have set foot ashore only 4 times since the previous August, and only to visit sick or wounded men at the hospital or to attend funeral services. Other sources suggest Yamamoto was a regular patron of a naval restaurant on an island in the lagoon. The establishment was actually a franchised satellite of a well-known brothel near Yokosuka Naval Base in Tokyo Bay. The commander-in-chief seemed resigned to his fate. When he was asked in October 1942 what he would do after the war, he replied, "I imagine I'll be packed off either to the guillotine or to St. Helena." On other occasions he declared that he did not expect to live through the war. He mourned the loss of so many of the fleet's officers and sailors, and was especially saddened by the loss of commanders who refused to leave their doomed ships. Yamamoto had campaigned to reform the principle that a captain could not honorably survive the destruction of his ship, But to little avail, as the belief was deeply inculcated in the Japanese naval officer corps. He was prone to existential ruminations. To a friend he wrote, "I wonder what heaven must think of the people down here on this small black speck in the universe that is Earth, for all their talk about the last few years, which are no more than a flash compared with eternity, being a time of emergency. It's really ridiculous." Though he could not say it overtly, Yamamoto must have known Japan was staggering toward a catastrophic defeat. He had thrown the entire weight of his considerable political influence against the decision to wage war on the United States. He had warned that the great industrial power of America must eventually overwhelm Japan. His attack on Midway in June 1942 had been a gambit aimed at forcing the war to an early conclusion. The failure at Midway had ensured that the conflict would become a prolonged war of attrition that Japan could not hope to win. He often criticized the facile optimism that Japanese commanders in the Navy and especially the Army carried into battle against the Americans. On the morning of April 3, 1943, Admirals Yamamoto and Ugaki, accompanied by more than a dozen officers of the combined fleet staff, boarded 2 Kawanishi flying boats and flew to Rabaul. From there, they would supervise I-Go, an aerial counteroffensive against Allied shipping and bases in the southern Solomons and New Guinea. Yamamoto was quartered in a cottage high on a hill behind Rabaul town. He spent the following week inspecting airfields and other military installations, and meeting with local Army and Navy commanders in the various headquarters concentrated on New Britain. As always, he bid good luck to the departing air squadrons by standing in some prominent vantage point and waving his uniform cap over his head. For 10 consecutive days, heavily reinforced bomber and fighter groups attacked Allied shipping and airfields on Guadalcanal, Port Moresby, Milne Bay, and the Russell Islands. More than 200 aircraft attacked Guadalcanal on April 7th, a raid larger than any attempted during the 5 months the Japanese had contested the island's ownership. As usual, the Japanese aviators and aircrews returned with fantastically exaggerated claims of success. They had destroyed dozens of ships and hundreds of planes. In fact, I-Go claimed 25 Allied planes, 1 destroyer, 1 corvette, 1 oil tanker, and 2 transports. The Japanese lost 40 aircraft in the operation. Yamamoto, his spirits buoyed by the ostensible triumph, ordered the operation wound down. He announced that he would conduct a 1-day tour of forward bases at Buin, Balale, and Shortland Island on the 18th. The Commander-in-Chief's itinerary was radioed from Rabaul to those commands on April 13th. The signal was picked up by Allied listening posts. Cryptanalysts in Pearl Harbor went to work on it immediately, and it soon gave up its secrets. Major Alva B. Laswell, duty officer at Joseph Rochefort's Combat Intelligence Unit, Station Hypo, translated the first version of the decrypt and pronounced it a jackpot. That the message referred to Yamamoto was easily deduced, and the geographic designators for Rabaul, Balale, and Buin were quickly extracted. Better than that, the message contained the specific information that Yamamoto would travel on a medium bomber escorted by 6 fighters, and would arrive at RYZ at 0800. That would put the Admiral's plane over the southern end of Bougainville on the morning of the 18th. The location was just within fighter range of Henderson Field. Laswell and intelligence analyst Jasper Holmes took the decrypt to SINCPAC headquarters and handed it to the fleet intelligence officer Ed Layton, who laid it on Nimitz's desk a few minutes after 8 on the morning of April 14th. Nimitz scrutinized the chart on his wall and confirmed that Yamamoto's plane would enter airspace that could be reached by American fighters operating from Guadalcanal. "Do we try to get him?" he asked Layton. The question could be broken into 2 parts. First, was it wrong to target the combined fleet chief based on a conventional understanding of military chivalry? Like most naval officers of his vintage, Nimitz had interacted socially with Japanese officers in the pre-war period. He was not a particularly vengeful or bloody-minded man. In eras past, an American flag or general officer would certainly have refused to single out his opposite number for assassination. Under no conceivable circumstance would George Washington have ordered a hit on William Howe, or Robert E. Lee on Ulysses S. Grant. But war in the 20th century was not war in the 18th or 19th century. Even by the standards of the Second World War, the Pacific Campaign had been unremitting in its brutality. Japan had not waged a limited war in the Pacific, nor had it asked for one. As recently as the Russo-Japanese War, 1904 to 1905, Japanese ground and naval forces had strictly adhered to the rules of war. Russian prisoners had been housed comfortably, fed well, and provided with excellent medical care. Their requests for cigarettes, spirits, and reading materials had been readily granted. Those few who died in captivity had been buried with military honors. Had Japan carried those chivalrous inclinations into the present war, Nimitz might have hesitated to give the order. But the behavior of Japanese forces in China, the Philippines, Malaya, Hong Kong, the East Indies, and the Solomons had simplified the issue. The second question was strategic. Was it wise to kill Yamamoto? This was the man who had planned and executed the disastrous foray against Midway, losing 4 aircraft carriers with all their aircraft. Yamamoto had badly mismanaged the Guadalcanal campaign by deploying air and troop reinforcements in piecemeal fashion. He was evidently doing a fine job of losing the war. Shouldn't he be permitted to continue? But Leighton, who had known Yamamoto personally, argued that he was the best respected military leader in Japan, and that his death would strike a tremendous blow at the enemy's morale. "You know, Admiral Nimitz, it would be just as if they shot you down," he said. "There isn't anybody to replace you." Nimitz, persuaded, sent Halsey an eyes-only message alerting him to the break and ordering a fighter interception. He concluded, "Best of luck, and good hunting." As it happened, Halsey had already learned of the operation in a chance encounter in Melbourne, Australia. Halsey, who was inspecting naval facilities in that city, had dropped into the Communications Intelligence Office. A yeoman, Kenneth A. Boulier, was working on one of the draft decrypts when the ComSoPac stopped at his desk and asked, "What are you working on, son?" When Boulier explained, Halsey raised his voice and addressed the entire unit. "God damn it, you people knock off this Yamamoto business. I'm going to get that son of a bitch myself." Southern Bougainville lay more than 400 miles from Henderson Field, but the planes would have to take a roundabout route to evade detection. The mission would require about 1,000 miles of flying, a range that would test the capabilities of even the longest-legged American fighters. The Marine Air Commander on Guadalcanal assigned the job to the Army's 339th Fighter Squadron, whose Lockheed P-38 Lightnings had a range comparable to that of the much lighter Zero. With a lean fuel mixture and drop tanks, the P-38s could just make the long flight. But the timing would have to be precise, as the planes would not have fuel to burn while awaiting the appearance of the enemy planes. Major John Mitchell of the 339th was assigned to lead 18 P-38s piloted by hand-picked airmen. 4 of those aircraft were designated as killers, the ones that would attack the medium bombers carrying Yamamoto and other high-ranking officers. The others would fly cover against the escorting Zeros. Mitchell's flight plan would put the squadron directly over the final approach to Balale Airfield at 9:35 a.m. Yamamoto and his party arrived at Rabaul's Lakunai field a few minutes before 6. They climbed into the two waiting G-4M Betty medium bombers, Yamamoto into one, Ugaki into the other. The men wore green khaki uniforms with airmen's boots. Yamamoto's customary white dress uniform was thought too formal for the front lines. The planes roared down the runway and climbed past the gray caldera guarding the entrance to the harbor. The weather was clear, with excellent visibility above and below a high ceiling of intermittent cumulus. Leveling out at about 6,500 feet, the two bombers flew in such close formation that Ugaki could clearly see Yamamoto through the windshield of the other plane, and even feared that the wingtips might collide. Zero escorts converged alongside and drifted in and out of view. They droned on to the southeast for an hour and a half, hugging the southern coast of Bougainville. Ugaki nodded off as the group began its descent toward Balale. At 9:43 a.m., he awoke to find his plane in a steep diving turn. The pilot was unsure of what was happening, but the sudden evasive maneuvers of the escorting Zeros had alerted him that something was awry. The dark green canopy of the jungle hills reached up toward them. The gunners opened up the gun ports to prepare for firing, and between the wind blowing in and the sound of the machine guns, things got very noisy. Ugaki told the pilot to try to remain with Yamamoto's plane, but it was too late. As his plane banked south, he caught a glimpse of his chief's plane, staggering southward, just brushing the jungle top with reduced speed, emitting black smoke and flames. His view was again obscured, and the next time he looked, there was only a column of smoke rising from the jungle. Ugaki's pilot flew over Cape Moira and out to sea, descending steadily to gain speed. Two Lightnings were in close pursuit, however, and 50 caliber rounds began slamming into the wings and fuselage. The pilot tried to pull up, but his propellers dug into the sea, and the plane rolled hard to the left. Ugaki was thrown from his seat and slammed against an interior bulkhead. As the water entered the sinking aircraft, he thought, "This is the end of Ugaki." Somehow, however, he and 3 other passengers managed to get free and swim toward the beach. They were helped ashore by Japanese soldiers and transported to Buin. Yamamoto's plane had gone down about 4 miles inland, in remote jungle. Search parties took more than a day to find the site. There were no survivors. Yamamoto, according to eyewitnesses, was sitting upright, still strapped into his seat, with one white-gloved hand resting on his sword. A bullet had entered his lower jaw and emerged from his temple. Another had pierced his shoulder blade. His corpse was wrapped in banyan leaves and carried down a trail to the mouth of the Wamai River, where it was taken to Buin by sea. There it was cremated in a pit filled with brushwood and gasoline. The ashes were flown back to truck and deposited on a Buddhist altar in the Musashi's War Operations Room. News of Yamamoto's death was at first restricted to a small circle of ranking officers, and passageways around the operations room and the commander-in-chief's cabin were placed off-limits. But the truth soon leaked out to the Musashi's crew. Admiral Ugaki was seen in bandages. The white box containing Yamamoto's ashes was glimpsed as it was carried on board, and the smell of incense wafted from his cabin. Admiral Mineichi Koga was quickly named the new commander-in-chief, and flew in from Japan on April 25th. At last, an announcement was made to the crew. In Japan, the news was kept under wraps for more than a month. On May 22nd, Yamamoto's death led the news on NHK, Japan's national radio network. The announcer broke into tears as he read the copy. A special train carried the slain admiral's ashes from Yokosuka to Tokyo. An imperial party, including members of the royal household and family, greeted its arrival at Ueno Station. Diarist Kiyoshi Kiyosawa noted, "There is widespread sentiment of dark foreboding about the future course of the war." On June 5, 1943, the first anniversary of the Battle of Midway, a grand state funeral was held in Hibiya Park. Hundreds of thousands came to pay their respects. Pallbearers selected from among the petty officers of the Musashi carried his casket, draped in a white cloth, past the Diet and the Imperial Palace. A Navy band played Chopin's funeral march. The casket was loaded into a hearse and driven to the Tama Cemetery on the city's outskirts, where it was lowered into a freshly dug grave alongside that of Admiral Togo. Yamamoto's old friends and colleagues waved away talk of establishing a Yamamoto shrine. Admiral Mitsumasa Yonai recalled that the admiral had always deplored the deification of military officers. "Yamamoto hated that kind of thing," said Yonai. "If you deified him, he'd be more embarrassed than anybody else." Chapter 8. Exhausted, bedraggled, and bearded, with boots coming apart at the seams, and fraying dungarees hanging from gaunt limbs, the veterans of the 1st Marine Division left Guadalcanal the first week of December 1942. Many were so emaciated and disease-ridden that they lacked the strength to climb from the boats into the transports anchored off Lunga Point. Agile and well-fed sailors had to descend the cargo nets, seize them under the armpits, and haul them up and over the rails to the deck, where they lay splayed in bone-weary bliss, finally sure that they had seen the last of the odious island. At least 8 in 10 were suffering recurrent fits of malarial fever, barely kept in check by regular doses of Adabrin. After they were initially sent to Camp Cable, a primitive tent camp about 40 miles outside Brisbane, Australia, they were transferred by sea to Melbourne, the graceful Victorian city in that nation's temperate south, where they would spend the next several months recuperating and training for their next combat assignment. That year, the War Department had published a handbook entitled Instructions for American Servicemen in Australia. It offered a digest of information that would be found in any civilian travel guide. Statistics concerning population, fewer people than there are in New York City. Geography, about the same size as the United States. Natural history, the oldest continent. And history, largely skirting the touchy subject of the nation's origin as a penal colony. The authors took pains to emphasize the similarities between Americans and Australians. Both were pioneer peoples who spoke English, elected their own leaders, coveted personal freedom, loved sports, and had spilled blood to defeat the Axis in every theater of the war. There were differences, too, in traditions, manners, and ways of thinking. The handbook warned that "bastard" was no smear, and could even be taken as a term of affection. But the main point is they like us, and we like them. No people on Earth could have given us a better, warmer welcome, and we'll have to live up to it. That last point was evident from the moment the Marines strode down the gangways onto the Melbourne docks, where they were greeted by a brass band playing the Star-Spangled Banner. Herded onto a train that would take them to the city center, they could hardly believe their eyes or their good fortune. The railway was lined with cheering and shouting women. They blew kisses, waved little American flags, and reached up to touch the Marines' outstretched hands. Regiments were to be billeted in various suburbs: Balcombe, Mount Martha, Ballarat. But the 1st Marines were the most fortunate because they were sent to the Melbourne cricket grounds, near the heart of the city, where tiers of bunks had been installed in the colossal grandstand. In that semi-protected barracks, the veterans would live out of their packs, partly exposed to wind and rain. None complained. According to Robert Leckie, they were mainly interested in a female mob that had gathered just outside the pitch. The women were squealing, giggling, waving handkerchiefs, thrusting hands through the fence to touch us. They asked for autographs and gave their telephone numbers in return. Discipline collapsed. Men went AWOL for days. Women reported to the officer of the day and requested a Marine to go walking with. At night, guards left their rifles leaning against the fence and disappeared into the tall grass of Victoria Park. In the entire history of the Marine Corps, a sergeant cynically observed, there had never been so many volunteers for guard duty. A large proportion of young Australian men had shipped overseas, leaving a gender imbalance at home. War and the threat of invasion had upended conventional moral strictures and dramatized the ephemeral. Life might end tomorrow, so better live for today. Many Australian women did not mind admitting that they found the newcomers charming and alluring. Before the war, they had heard American-accented English only on the wireless or at the cinema, when it was on the lips of screen idols like Clark Gable and Gary Cooper. In person, they found it exotic and magnetic. In early and mid-1942, they had feared invasion with all its horrors, and the flood of Allied servicemen gave them a longed-for sense of security. In contrast with the Aussie digger, the Yank wore a finely tailored uniform and was instinctively chivalrous. He had money in his pocket and was willing to spend it. He danced outlandish jazz steps like the jitterbug, the Charleston, or the shim sham. He stood when she entered a room. He held the door. He pulled out her chair. He filled her glass. He lit her cigarette. He brought flowers, and he gave gifts. She had not been brought up to expect any of that, and was not accustomed to it. The novelty was intoxicating. Alex Haley, future author of the novel Roots, was a young mess boy on the cargo ammunition ship Muzzim. Haley had been submitting love stories to New York magazines. All thus far had been rejected. When the ship departed Brisbane in 1942, the crew enlisted his talents to compose letters to the women they had met while on liberty. Haley lifted and transposed passages from his unpublished stories. He made carbon copies so that the letters could be recycled, and even established a filing system. Eventually, 300 letters filled 12 binders, to ensure that the same woman did not receive the same letter twice. When the ship returned to Brisbane, Haley recalled, one after another of his shipmates wobbled back from a night at liberty on the town, describing fabulous romantic triumphs. By no means did the Australian male lack a decent sense of etiquette. He was affable, plain-spoken, and honest. There was no artifice in him, and he was ready to welcome any man as his friend. "Good on you, Yank," was his customary hail. If an American approached him on Flinders Street and asked for an address, he did not point and give directions. He walked half a mile or more to be sure the visitor found his destination. But it was not the digger's practice to mollycoddle his woman, as if she were a princess or a porcelain doll. He drank with his mates, and not in mixed company. The Yank knew of no such constraint, and saw no reason to abide by it. The moment a woman appeared, he was up out of his chair and playing at his pusillanimous and unmanly courtship routines. In the land down under, a man who said ma'am or please or after you too bloody many times was marked as a panty-waist. Late at night, when all the girls had gone off with all the Yanks, the diggers had a good laugh among themselves at the visitors' effete and sissified ways. James Fahey, sailor on the Montpellier, polled his shipmates in early 1944. Given the option to take liberty in any port in the Pacific, which would they choose? Sydney won by a commanding margin, beating Honolulu, San Francisco, and San Diego. The sentiment was universal. It was everyone's dream to go to Australia, wrote a PT boat skipper in the Solomons. and it would be too cynical by half to say it was just the girls. Australia was paradise, a fairer, friendlier, more honest and open-hearted version of America. Before movies and other performances, all stood and uncovered for the Star-Spangled Banner, as well as God Save the King. The climate, landscape, and wildlife were magnificent. Families opened their homes to the Americans as if they were long-lost sons. Homesick farm boys from Kansas or Arkansas took a train into the country and volunteered to work a few days in the paddocks. When you go to Australia, it is like coming home, Fahey mused in his diary. It is too bad our country is so far away. Our best friends are Australians, and we should never let them down. We should help them every chance we get. Even in a fight, the Australian was trustworthy. He did not pull a knife or throw a low punch. Like the Yank, he guarded his rights and was not cowed by authority. Mobs of Yanks and diggers often fought baton-swinging constables and MPs, with international alliances on either side. With the arrival of the wireless a generation earlier, Australia had felt the pull of America's cultural gravity. But now it was the Yanks who were calling one another mate, bloke, or cobber. 1st Division Marines sang Waltzing Matilda at the top of their lungs, and added old British campaigning songs to their drunken repertoire, especially Bless 'em All, with the refrain profanely amended when no respectable citizen was in earshot. Intermarriage, discouraged by both civil and American military authority, was nonetheless relatively common. Many hundreds of Americans would settle in Melbourne and Sydney after the war. Even the differences were familiar. The Yanks recognized and approved of the Australian obsession with sports, even if they privately found the antipodal versions of baseball and football incomprehensible and plainly inferior. The racetracks looked much the same as those in America, except the horses ran clockwise and the punters muttered darkly about the murder of someone called Far Lap. Beer was cheap and plentiful, even if the pubs shuddered at the unreasonable hour of 6. The locals relished their steaming caffeinated doses, even if the cup was filled with tea instead of coffee. Mutton was not a great hit with the Yanks, but they couldn't get enough of the Australian meat pies and steak and eggs. The currency was almost farcically esoteric. The pound note was simple enough, but the coinage was a ludicrous mob of copper and silver pieces, engraved with the images of kangaroos and emus, divisible by 2, 3, 4, 12, or 20, the shilling, the florin, the sixpence, the penny, the halfpenny, and the threepenny. But one also heard mention of the bob, the copper, the threepence, the zack, the dinar, the trebit, the quid, and the guinea. Regarding the last of these, instructions for servicemen recommended: don't bother about it. With rare exceptions, however, the Australians did not exploit the Americans' ignorance to cheat or shortchange them. Inevitably, as the novelty faded and the friendly invasion swelled to near 1 million American servicemen, the limits of Australian hospitality were put to the test. With the cities overrun by sweet-talking, free-spending Yanks, the local economy boomed, but the locals were pinched. Pubs sold bottles out the back door at inflated prices, and then announced to the regular clientele that the shelves were empty. Some thoughtless Yanks offered insult when none was intended, remarking that they had arrived to save Australia, or referring to the country as a colony, or comparing cricket unfavorably to baseball, or disparaging the taste of mutton. A spate of deadly road accidents was blamed on boozed-up Yanks driving on the right, wrong, side of the road. A serial killer terrorized Melbourne in the spring of 1942. 3 women were strangled and left with their genitals exposed. The perpetrator was a U.S. Army private named Edward Joseph Leonsky, who was arrested, convicted, and hanged. To some Australian commentators, the ghastly crimes seemed emblematic of the Yanks' predatory sexual depravity. Girls no older than 15 or 16 commandeered boats and rowed out to American naval vessels anchored in Sydney Harbor. Some learned semaphore so that they could get ahead of the competition by signaling incoming ships. Wives whose husbands were fighting overseas were seen in the company of Yanks. Couples grappled openly in the parks and on the beaches. Epidemics of syphilis and gonorrhea swept through the urban populations. Untold hundreds of women died after botched back-alley abortions. Fathers were appalled to hear their daughters bicker among themselves. "I saw him first, and anyway, Vera is engaged." Bishops, editors, and politicians rushed to man the barricades of morality. Sir Frank Beaurepaire, the Lord Mayor of Melbourne, urged parents to exert stricter control over their young daughters and to control the older girls who claim the right to do as they like. Newspapers joined the campaign to police female sexuality, publishing censorious editorials under headlines such as "Behavior of Girls Causes Concern," "Street Scenes Problem," and "Girls Yearning for Yanks." W.J. Tomlinson, a Methodist minister in Queensland, wrote to the Courier-Mail to lament that Brisbane had sunk deeper into wickedness than Sodom and Gomorrah. A Japanese leaflet dropped on New Guinea depicted an American soldier embracing a woman. "Take your sweet time at the front, Aussie," says the smarmy Yank, whose slick-backed hair is parted down the middle. "I've got my hands full right now with your sweet Tootsie at home." Every propagandist knows that the most potent appeal is founded on a modicum of truth. In Brisbane, Queensland's state capital, heavy concentrations of both American and Australian troops overwhelmed the city's public services, housing, and retail and trade establishments. The population doubled in less than a year to about 600,000. There was not enough of anything to go around, but the highly paid Yanks usually contrived to obtain superior service in the shops, pubs, and restaurants. The diggers were barred from shopping in the American PXs, which offered subsidized prices for hard-to-get goods, such as cigarettes, razor blades, food, candy, liquor, and nylon stockings, highly prized as gifts. The Australians understandably resented being relegated to second-class citizens in their own country, and their grievances inevitably boiled over, especially when fueled by alcohol. Street brawls erupted nightly throughout October and November 1942, climaxing in a major disturbance in the heart of the city on November 26th, which would go into the history books as the Battle of Brisbane. Beginning in early afternoon, sporadic battles broke out throughout the downtown area, becoming more sustained and violent as the crowds grew larger and drunker. As night fell, a melee raged outside an American PX on the corner of Creek and Adelaide Streets. Touched off when a group of baton-wielding American MPs harassed an American soldier, on whose behalf a group of diggers generously intervened. The fracas swelled as hundreds of enraged soldiers and civilians poured into the intersection, and the Americans retreated into the building. A siege ensued. Bottles and rocks crashed through the windows, and the mob tried to batter down the door with a signpost uprooted from the sidewalk. The Americans unwisely broke into the PX's inventory of weapons and brandished shotguns at the angry rabble. One of the weapons discharged as several pairs of hands grappled for it. An Australian soldier was shot dead, and several others were injured. Fighting continued and spread through the city. For the rest of the night and into the next day, hundreds of Americans were beaten badly, especially around the Allied headquarters on the corner of Queen and Edward Streets. Except for a brief and heavily censored report in the Brisbane Courier-Mail, no reference to the incident appeared in the press. This attempt to suppress the news boomeranged, however. Too many witnesses had seen the riots. In the absence of official statements or corrections, their stories grew lurid in successive retellings. It was said that American forces had massacred unarmed crowds, and that heaps of bodies were piled in the streets of Brisbane. In truth, there had been many scores of injuries, but only one death. Smaller riots followed in the weeks ahead, both in Brisbane and in other communities, including Townsville, Rockhampton, Melbourne, and Bondi Beach in Sydney. The Australian culture of mateship was a conscious rejection of English class hierarchies. Instinctive distrust of authority was paired with a fondness for the underdog. The country was royalist only in the sense that it was faithful to its British heritage. In Australia, a rich man might be better off than his neighbors, but that did not make him better, and he had better not forget it. Power, privilege, and individual achievement were tolerable only if conjoined to an attitude of genuine humility. According to a local maxim, the tall poppy was the first to be cut down. Probably there was not another society in the world less inclined to elevate an individual to the status of idol or messiah. Douglas MacArthur was the first and probably the last man in Australian history to put that proposition to the test. In the national emergency of 1942, Australians opened their arms and embraced him as a savior. Enormous crowds gathered each day outside the Menzies Hotel in Melbourne, where he and his family lived for 4 months after their arrival in the country. The day of his arrival was declared MacArthur Day. Newspapers serialized one of the many instant hagiographies that had been published in the United States. Douglas was one of the most popular names for Australian boys born between 1942 and 1945. Photographs of him appeared in shop windows. They were often autographed, as his headquarters always accommodated requests for signed portraits. The Truth, a Brisbane paper, told its readers that MacArthur is the man to whom the civilized world looks to sweep the Japs back into their slime. When he visited Canberra in May 1942, the House of Representatives gave him the privileges of its floor. Without delay, and apparently without dissent, Prime Minister John Curtin acted to abolish the military board and invest its powers in MacArthur as Supreme Commander of Australian forces. MacArthur placed his thumb on the scale of Australian politics when he said that Curtin, whose Labour government held a knife's-edge majority in Parliament, was the heart and soul of Australia. MacArthur did not add a single Australian officer to his personal headquarters staff, and he refused requests from Washington to do so. His staff would be dominated by his Chief of Staff, the high-handed and mercurial General Richard K. Sutherland, and other members of the Bataan Gang, who had joined his audacious cover-of-darkness escape from Corregidor by PT boat. The blow was softened a bit by his nomination of an Australian officer, General Sir Thomas Blamey, as commander of Allied land forces in the theater. He and Curtin together lobbied Churchill to send British naval forces to the theater, and were refused. In time, many Australians would come to resent MacArthur's aversion to crediting Australian troops in his portentous press communiques, and they could not have overlooked the fact that the general was broadly unpopular among the hundreds of thousands of American servicemen pouring into the country. According to the anti-MacArthur chatter heard among American servicemen of all branches, he was Dugout Doug, an arrogant potentate who had remained cosseted with his wife and young son in an opulent Corregidor bunker while his army starved on Bataan, who had fled the scene with suitcases of clothing, furniture, and valuables, leaving sick nurses behind to be defiled by the Japanese, who had run all the way down to Melbourne, as far from the enemy as he could go, without continuing south to Tasmania or Antarctica, and who insisted on monopolizing all glory and honor, while denying it to the men actually doing the fighting and the dying. When American servicemen in Australia tired of eating so much mutton, a rumor circulated that MacArthur owned a sheep ranch and was being enriched at their expense. Most of these charges were false, and some were perverse. Whatever MacArthur was, he was no coward. His service in the Great War had left no doubt of his exceptional personal courage, but he proved it again on Corregidor, where he stood erect and unflinching at an observation post while Japanese planes flew low overhead, bombs burst nearby, and his staff dived for cover. He left Corregidor with his family and a core of his staff only after FDR ordered him to do so. He and his party took one suitcase each. MacArthur was a deeply flawed man whose Olympian ego and garish vanity warped his perceptions and even stained his personal integrity. As a commander of armies, he would have been more at home in the 18th century. But he was also an officer of rare and brilliant ability, who combined an expansive perspective with an exceptional memory and a quick grasp of detail. More than any other Allied military leader, MacArthur instinctively perceived the larger context of the Pacific War. The Japanese had vowed to drive the Western interloper from Asia, and Asian peoples must inevitably be enticed by that proposition. It was not enough to reverse Japanese conquests. Japan's imperial pan-Asian ideology had to be smashed and replaced with something better. MacArthur's greatness, and his greatness is indisputable, would not be fully revealed until after the war, when he would rule as a latter-day shogun over the reconstruction of a democratic Japan. In July 1942, MacArthur moved his family and his headquarters north to Brisbane to be closer to the combat theater. His headquarters staff moved into the abandoned offices of the AMP Society, an insurance company that had evacuated to the south. For his personal office, MacArthur claimed a grand boardroom on the 9th floor. Here, he had a secure telephone that connected directly with the War Department in Washington. The MacArthur family lodged in 3 adjoining suites on the top floor of the graceful Lennon's Hotel on George Street. Crowds gathered outside each morning, hoping for a glimpse of the Supreme Commander as he walked from the lobby to his black Wolseley limousine with the license plate USA 1. At 11 each morning, a phalanx of policemen cleared the street, and the 4-year-old Arthur, accompanied by his Filipina-Chinese governess, crossed to the state's Parliament House. The tall wrought-iron gate was solemnly unlocked. The boy and his nurse entered. The gate was locked behind them, and the police stood by while the boy played in the grounds. MacArthur liked to work while on his feet. He paced his office tirelessly, and would not talk to an officer on the telephone if he could walk to the man's office and lean on his desk. His standard opener was, "Take a note." General George C. Kenney, who relieved George Brett as commander of Allied air forces in the theater in August 1942, resolved to confront MacArthur's despotic chief of staff, General Sutherland, directly early in his tenure. When Sutherland began issuing orders to the air groups, infringing on what Kenney believed to be his rightful purview, he drew a dot on a blank sheet of paper and told Sutherland, "The dot represents what you know about air operations. The entire rest of the paper, what I know." Kenney demanded that they ask MacArthur to clarify their respective spheres of authority. Sutherland, according to Kenney, capitulated and gave him no more trouble. Admiral Thomas C. Kinkaid, who replaced Arthur S. Carpenter as commander of the Allied Naval Forces, Southwest Pacific Area, SWPA, in November 1943, likewise contrived to circumvent Sutherland. MacArthur was not as isolated and remote as his reputation suggested. Senior officers whom he respected felt free to walk into his office whenever they wanted a word with him. In Kinkaid's telling, he would often walk in and say, "General, I just came up to smoke a cigarette." He'd say, "Fine," and hand me the cigarette box, and I'd take a cigarette. "Won't you have a seat?" And then, "You don't mind if I walk?" So he'd walk up and down the room, which was his habit, while we talked. Sometimes I would have things that I knew the general didn't approve of and might object to, and then I would say, "Well, General, I've got something this morning that I don't think you approve of." "All right, what is it?" So I'd tell him, while he walked up and down. He never interrupted. And when I finished, then he'd start to talk. I knew that the general would eventually get off base. If I had a good case, I'd just let him talk until he did, and then I'd say, "General, you know damned well what you said isn't so." He'd look around at me over his shoulder and say, "Well, maybe not," and go on walking and puffing his pipe. As commander of the U.S. 7th Fleet, MacArthur's Navy, Kinkaid had to straddle the awkward command setup that made him simultaneously answerable to MacArthur and Admiral King. That he succeeded in the job was a credit to his tact and diplomatic talents. Much like Kenny, Kinkaid was an outsider who stood apart from MacArthur's intensely loyal staff, a coterie of Army officers who shared and amplified the boss's paranoia and prejudices, and were loath to challenge his views when he was wrong on the merits. Both Kenny and Kinkaid discovered to their surprise that MacArthur was more amenable to dissent than his overawed staff seemed to realize. Nobody could take MacArthur as an average man, Kinkaid observed. They either put him up on a pedestal, or else they damned him, and neither is correct. No military leader ever took a greater interest in the press. For both Australians and Americans, MacArthur's resounding communiques provided the essential narrative of the war in the South Pacific. Colonel Legrand Pick Diller, recruited by Sutherland to run MacArthur's publicity department, was armed with the powers of wartime press censorship. He scrubbed all press copy of any implied or actual criticism directed against the SWPA command, whether or not legitimate issues of military secrecy were at stake. Reporters who laid the praise on thick were rewarded with favorable treatment and access. Kenny acerbically noted that the news did not see the light of day unless it painted the general with a halo and seated him on the highest pedestal in the universe. MacArthur managed to transfix and overawe a room filled with veteran reporters, pacing the room, entertaining no questions, and speaking off the cuff for an hour or more without repeating himself. He had the facility to write on his feet, to communicate in polished, well-constructed, multi-clause sentences. Reporters came away with a sense of having been enlightened, even if they were not free to write what they wished. When MacArthur was emotional, his rhetoric was prone to careen from the gallant to the purple, and when he eulogized the American soldiers fallen on Bataan, "To the weeping mothers of its dead, I only say that the sacrifice and halo of Jesus of Nazareth has descended upon their sons, and that God will take them unto himself." Seeing the name of a subordinate officer in print put MacArthur in a foul temper. He favored the antique rhetorical device of substituting the singular pronoun I for the forces under his command. Arriving in Australia from Bataan, he insisted on the formulation, "I came through, and I shall return." Asked by the Office of War Information to amend that to "We shall return," MacArthur refused. "I shall return" had a Caesarean ring, and was the most memorable phrase of the entire Pacific War. To the Filipino people, suffering under an atrocious occupation, the first-person declaration was a thunderbolt of hope and inspiration. But the singular pronoun was unpopular among the troops, who found it bombastic and ungenerous. As the war moved north, men in the line of fire were chagrined to learn that MacArthur, from his headquarters in Brisbane, had bombarded an enemy airfield or secured a new beachhead. In May 1942, the general deftly seized credit for the Battle of the Coral Sea, a naval victory won in Nimitz's theater by forces under Nimitz's command. General Robert L. Eichelberger, who led a grueling and bloody campaign against Japanese forces at Buna on southeastern New Guinea, believed MacArthur conspired to convince the press and public that he was personally at the head of the Allied fighting forces. Eichelberger vented his resentment in private letters to his wife. Following MacArthur's brief trip to Port Moresby, wrote Eichelberger, "The great hero went home without seeing Buna before, during, or after the fight, while permitting press articles from his GHQ to say he was leading his troops in battle. MacArthur just stayed over at Moresby 40 minutes away and walked the floor. I know this to be a fact." The close of the Guadalcanal campaign would take the fight west of the 159th parallel, into Douglas MacArthur's domain. Based on the division of command responsibilities negotiated by the Joint Chiefs a year earlier, Halsey remained in Nimitz's chain of command, and his forces would continue to belong to Nimitz. But as SOPAC ships, aircraft, and troops were deployed into the Central and Upper Solomons, they would fall under MacArthur's strategic authority. The Navy had often avoided sending its ships to Australia for fear of losing them to MacArthur. In March 1942, for example, King had stipulated that Admiral Fletcher's task force should avoid Sydney because the appearance of American aircraft carriers in that harbor might inspire political demands to keep him in Australian waters. Worse, the awkward arrangement ruled out direct discussions of strategy between Halsey and MacArthur. If protocol was to be strictly observed, any major operation Halsey wished to undertake west of the 159th must be proposed to Nimitz, who would pass it to King, who would consult with Marshall, who would forward it down the chain to MacArthur. The reply would take the absurdly roundabout path back through Washington and Pearl Harbor to Noumea. The command setup, as Halsey shrewdly put it, had been intended to maintain equilibrium between the services. But it was plainly ineffective and fraught with risks. On February 21, 1943, Halsey had landed 10,000 soldiers and Marines in the Russell Islands. As soon as they were secure, Halsey poured Seabees into the islands and supplied their 2 new fighter strips with lavish amounts of ammunition and aviation fuel, in anticipation of an expanded air offensive against the Central Solomons. But the Russells were at the absolute limit of his demarcated border, slightly over it, in fact, and no more westward progress could occur without MacArthur's blessing. Halsey had his eye on Munda Point, a new Japanese fighter strip in the New Georgia Group 120 miles farther west, as a site that offered terrain suitable for a large bomber field. The COMSOPAC wisely decided to see if the issue could be resolved in a face-to-face summit. In early April 1943, he crossed the Coral Sea and presented himself at the AMP building in Brisbane. There was no reason to expect the two to establish a warm personal rapport. Halsey had not appreciated MacArthur's credit-snatching communiques, and an aide remembered him referring to the general as a self-advertising son of a bitch. MacArthur had imperiously declined Nimitz's invitation to attend the command conference in Noumea in September 1942, sending Sutherland and Kenny in his place. The minutes of the conference, prepared by one of Nimitz's staff officers, began with a sarcastic comment. MacArthur found himself unable to be present. To his surprise, however, Halsey took an instant liking to the general. Within 5 minutes, Halsey later wrote, "I felt as if we were lifelong friends. I have seldom seen a man who makes a quicker, stronger, more favorable impression." He was then 63 years old, but he could have passed as 50. His hair was jet black, his eyes were clear, his carriage was erect. If he had been wearing civilian clothes, I still would have known at once that he was a soldier. MacArthur, for his part, was equally impressed with Halsey. He was of the same aggressive type as John Paul Jones, David Farragut, and George Dewey. His one thought was to close with the enemy and fight him to the death. I liked him from the moment we met, and my respect and admiration increased with time. Even making allowances for inter-service and inter-theater diplomacy, there is no reason to suppose that these opinions were less than sincere. In the year that followed, the Admiral and the General would effectively coordinate their operations in the South Pacific. As Kenny and Kincaid had learned, and as Halsey found in turn, MacArthur was accustomed to deference, but did not bristle at well-reasoned opposition. He would yield to sound arguments. Army-Navy frictions were more often attributed to his subordinates, and could be resolved in direct communications between the two theater commanders, whose mutual respect and affection did not fade away even when they were at odds. Halsey's long-term chief of staff, Robert Carney, was witness to a heated argument between the two theater commanders later in 1943. The Admiral, with his chin sticking out a foot, told MacArthur that he was placing his personal honor before the security of the United States and the outcome of the war. In Carney's recollection, the accusation brought MacArthur up short. "Bull," he said. "That's a terrible indictment. That's a terrible thing to say. But I think in my preoccupation I've forgotten some things. You can go on back now. The commitment will be met." As it turned out, Halsey's proposed attack on the New Georgia group was exactly in line with MacArthur's thinking, and he approved the operation on the spot. It would intersect admirably with MacArthur's existing plans for an offensive up the north coast of New Guinea and the occupation of Woodlark Island and the Trobriand Islands. Elkton, the Maryland town famous as a destination for quick marriages, was the codename given to the two-front offensive. D-Day on New Georgia was originally set for May 15th, subsequently postponed to June 30th. The 1943 campaign began with a perceptible lull. For the first time since December 1941, the Allies were entirely on the offensive, but they were not yet strong enough to mount an all-out assault on the Japanese stronghold at Rabaul on New Britain. The campaign would require climbing the ladder formed by the Solomons chain. Japan shortened and fortified its new defensive line, running from Munda on New Georgia to Salamaua in New Guinea. Above all, it was an air war. New beachheads and rapid airbase construction extended the ranges of bombers and fighters northwest toward the great enemy bastion at Rabaul. The Cactus Air Force was reorganized and expanded into Air Command Solomons, abbreviated as AirSols, an amalgamation of Army, Navy, and Marine air groups, combined with bombers and fighters of the Royal New Zealand Air Force. The first commander of AirSols, ComAirSols, was Rear Admiral Charles P. Mason, whose multi-service and international staff was based at Henderson Field. The effective radius of most strikes was about 200 to 300 miles, and Rabaul lay more than 600 miles away. New airfields were needed farther up the Solomons, and they would be won by the same sort of naval and amphibious operations that had won Guadalcanal. AirSols could put about 300 planes into action in March 1943. By mid-year, the total would exceed 450. The venerable F-4F Wildcat, SBD Dauntless, TBF Avenger, B-17, and P-38 Lightning. More of those long-legged Army fighters were gradually pried from Hap Arnold's reluctant grasp, would continue to do the arduous and deadly work of reducing Japanese air power in the South Pacific. They were reinforced by new, fast, powerful arrivals, including the F-6F Hellcat, Grumman's next-generation carrier fighter, and the Vought F-4U Corsair, a gull-winged fighter bomber issued to Marine fighter squadrons on Guadalcanal. AirSols operations were supported by the heavy bombers of General Kenny's 5th Air Force, staging from airfields on southeastern New Guinea. Kenny received ample USAF reinforcements, including the 475th Fighter Group, all P-38s with elite and highly trained pilots, and a new medium bomber group, the 345th. Old, dilapidated, and combat-weary B-17s were replaced with newly commissioned B-24 Liberators. Halsey and MacArthur were still operating under the Joint Chiefs Directive of July 1942, which had set a deadline of September of that year for the conquest of Rabaul. The headquarters in both SOPAC and SWPA had simply ignored that deadline, which was obviously so unrealistic as to be absurd. Task 1 had been completed with the expulsion of Japanese forces from Guadalcanal in February 1943. Tasks 2 and 3 called for a coordinated advance up the Solomons and New Guinea, followed by the reduction of Rabaul. New orders and deadlines were needed, but Admiral King now proposed another characteristically audacious stroke. Why not penetrate deep into Japanese territory by bypassing all of the Solomons and all of New Britain, instead landing an invasion force in the Admiralty Islands west of Rabaul? The latter could be suppressed in an air offensive, but never actually taken. Nimitz, Halsey, and MacArthur joined in opposition to the idea, arguing that the bypassed Japanese positions would represent thorns in the side of the elongated supply lines. MacArthur told the chiefs that he needed Rabaul as a forward naval base, and leaping over it would involve hazards rendering success doubtful. American carrier forces, much reduced in the sea battles of 1942, could not compensate for a lack of land-based air support. The Pacific commanders favored a stepwise advance, with a chain of newly constructed airfields supporting each new landing. King yielded to this united front of opposition, but his conception of the bypass would eventually be adopted by Halsey and MacArthur as a tactical linchpin in the South Pacific offensive. On March 28, 1943, the Joint Chiefs issued a new directive for the advance toward Rabaul. MacArthur and Halsey would push north and west into two parallel advances through the Solomons and up the coast of New Guinea, culminating in landings on western New Britain, MacArthur, and Bougainville, Halsey. The two-pronged operation was given the name Cartwheel. Inter-service coordination between the Japanese generals and admirals remained intermittent and largely ad hoc. General Imamura's 8th Area Army headquarters at Rabaul stood above Hayakutake's 17th Army, comprising 3 divisions spread over the Solomons and New Britain, and General Hatazo Adachi's 18th Army, which had another 3 divisions on New Guinea. Troop reinforcements were arriving in Rabaul, and the garrison there would soon exceed 90,000. Vice Admiral Jinichi Kusaka remained in command of Navy forces at Rabaul and held responsibility for the defense of the Central Solomons. Admiral Mineichi Koga had succeeded the slain Yamamoto as Commander-in-Chief of the Combined Fleet, based at Truk. Nowhere in the theater was there a blended command. The Army and Navy had to coordinate their operations through a meticulous process of nemawashi, or digging around the roots, for a consensus. The Japanese moved new air units into the theater, including more of the elite carrier aircrews that had trained and honed their skills before the war. But the loss ratios in air combat continued to move sharply against the Japanese in 1943. Facing the growing effectiveness and confidence of Allied bombing runs, Japanese shipping became more vulnerable than ever before. Because of the distances involved, the Japanese Army on New Guinea could be reinforced only by daylight convoys. In March 1943, USAF and RAAF aircraft based at Moresby and Milne Bay slaughtered an entire convoy of transports attempting to land troops in the Leh Salamaua area. The Army bombers employed a new technique called skip bombing, which involved attacking at masthead altitude and skipping bombs off the sea and into the sides of the target ships. Kenny's 5th Air Force bombardiers employed slow-fused bombs that gave the pilots time to pull up and get out of range of the explosions. Reiji Masuda, a crewman on the destroyer Arashio, left a vivid account of the harrowing attack. They would come in on you at low altitude, and they'd skip bombs across the water like you'd throw a stone. That's how they bombed us. All 7 of the remaining transports were enveloped in flames. Their masts tumbled down. Their bridges flew to pieces. The ammunition they were carrying was hit, and whole ships blew up. They hit us amidships. B-17s, fighters, skip bombers, and torpedo bombers. On our side, we were madly firing, but we had no chance to beat them off. Our bridge was hit by 2 500-pound bombs. Nobody could have survived. The captain, the chief navigator, the gunnery and torpedo chiefs, and the chief medical officer were all killed in action. The chief navigator's blackened body was hanging there, all alone. Then a second air attack came in. We were hit by 30 shells from port to starboard. The ship shook violently. Bullet fragments and shrapnel made it look like a beehive. All the steam pipes burst. The ship became boiling hot. We tried to abandon ship, but planes flying almost as low as the masts sprayed us with machine guns. Hands were shot off, stomachs blown open. Most of the crew were murdered or wounded there. Hundreds were swimming in the ocean. Nobody was there to rescue them. They were wiped out, carried away by a strong current, running at roughly 4 or 5 knots. At least 3,600 Japanese troops were killed in this Battle of the Bismarck Sea. MacArthur, in a statement released for radio broadcast in the United States, called it one of the most complete and annihilating combats of all time. He marked it as a signal moment in military history, when air power had finally and forever asserted its preeminence over sea power. Far to the north, in the western reaches of the Aleutian archipelago, Japanese forces remained in possession of Kiska and Attu. The 2 bleak, fog-mantled islands had been seized in June 1942, during the Midway operation, by a task force under the command of Vice Admiral Boshiro Hosogaya. Thanks to a phenomenal effort by his radio intelligence analysts, Nimitz had known of the move against the Aleutians before it happened, just as he had known of the attack on Midway. Concluding that the islands would be of little value to the Japanese and could be retaken in good time, the CINCPAC had chosen not to oppose the invasion. Both sides had once regarded the Aleutians as a potential route of invasion of northern Japan, by way of the Kuriil Islands and Hokkaido. But the Americans eventually abandoned the northern line of attack, mainly because the dreadful weather conditions prevailing in those latitudes would pose severe challenges for sea and air operations. Since the islands lay near the Great Circle shipping route, the Japanese had imagined that they might serve as useful watchposts against naval incursions. But this theoretical advantage was defeated by persistently bad visibility over the surrounding seas. Possession of the 2 islands, the only incorporated territory of the United States to fall under enemy occupation during the war, provided the Japanese with a propaganda triumph of sorts. After the crushing defeat of the Imperial Japanese Navy at Midway, Tokyo noisily acclaimed the capture of American territory and implied that the offensive would continue into mainland Alaska and beyond. In military terms, however, Attu and Kiska were never more than a liability. Provisioning and resupplying their garrisons consumed shipping and other resources that the Japanese urgently needed in other regions. The Aleutians were a terrible theater in which to live, to fight, or to get anything done at all. Soldiers, airmen, and sailors generally hated to be sent north. Flying conditions were among the worst of the war, and operational losses exacted a heavy toll on both sides. In the summer, the sea and islands were habitually carpeted by heavy fog. Planes lost their way and ditched at sea, or descended through a low cloud ceiling and flew directly into terrain. Between September and May, a frigid climate and long nights made for even more atrocious flying conditions. Before an aircraft could even leave the ground, its engines had to be warmed with blowtorches, and ice had to be chipped off its wings. The great distances lying between the Japanese and American bases exacerbated the challenges on both sides. Rear Admiral Robert A. Theobald, commander of the North Pacific Area, COM NORPAC, was based in Kodiak, Alaska, 1,000 miles east of Kiska. USAF bombers could reach Kiska from the U.S. Air Base at Dutch Harbor, on Unalaska Island, but the flying distance, about 500 miles, was too far to permit a fighter escort. Attu, some 190 miles west of Kiska, lay entirely out of air striking range. Hosogaya lacked forces to mount any sort of eastward offensive, and remained chiefly concerned with repelling air attacks and securing his seaborne supply line against a gauntlet of American submarines. Efforts to build an airfield on Kiska were thwarted by a combination of weather, soft soil, and a dearth of equipment, materials, and labor. Air defense was chiefly provided by float plane Zeros, which were cumbersome and easily destroyed in air combat. Air reconnaissance was provided by flying boats, but many of these big aircraft were lost to accidents or navigation errors. In September 1942, as days shortened and temperatures plummeted, it became clear that the Japanese could not be driven off the islands until the spring of 1943 at the earliest. As the Guadalcanal campaign heated up, it pulled the sea and air forces of both combatants south. American submarines continued to claim a few victims. American cruisers and destroyers periodically shelled the Japanese garrisons from offshore, and Theobald's air forces continued to pester Kiska with regular air raids. In Kodiak, service frictions between the Navy and the Army Air Forces deteriorated steadily through the fall of 1942. Admiral Theobald pressured his USAF subordinates to bomb at lower altitude, descending below the cloud ceiling for the sake of accuracy, but that drove up operational losses. The Americans needed airstrips farther west, nearer to the enemy objectives, but the two services could not agree on a location for a major new airbase. The Navy wanted Adak, the Army Air Forces insisted on nearby Tanaga. The issue was appealed to the Joint Chiefs, who chose Adak. But that island was so often shrouded in fog that another one was needed for an emergency strip. In January 1943, an advance force landed on Amchitka, which lay only 90 miles east of Kiska. When the Imperial General Headquarters in Tokyo learned of the new airfields on Adak and Amchitka, it made the belated decision to pour resources into Kiska and Attu in hopes of fortifying them against an expected counter-assault. But the rigors of winter and a tenuous supply line continued to hobble the Japanese airfield construction program. Coastal defenses were improved on Kiska and to a lesser extent on Attu, but the Japanese had been late off the mark and were racing against the calendar. Late spring would bring better weather for air and sea operations. Washington was determined to recapture the islands in 1943, if only to silence the outcry in Congress. Members of the Washington and Oregon delegations were warning that the Japanese might land in Alaska and sweep down on Seattle. That scenario was incredible, but no one could say so in public without tipping off the enemy to American indifference. Moreover, should the Soviet Union enter the war against Japan, the Aleutians would provide a useful staging area for aircraft deliveries to Siberia. Nimitz's planners estimated that sufficient forces could be assembled by May for a landing on Attu, but there would not be enough to attempt a landing on Kiska until midsummer. In March, Nimitz requested and received clearance from the Joint Chiefs of Staff to aim the first landing at Attu instead of Kiska, even though the former, was 190 miles west of the latter. That month, a radio intercept revealed that a Japanese supply convoy was inbound for the Aleutians. Rear Admiral Charles "Sock" McMorris, a future Chief of Staff to Nimitz, took a cruiser-destroyer squadron north from Pearl Harbor in hopes of intercepting and destroying the enemy freighters. Contact was made at dawn on March 26th. The winds were light and the seas unusually mild. Under a 2,500-foot cloud ceiling, visibility was extraordinarily clear. McMorris's flagship, the cruiser Salt Lake City, obtained radar returns on 5 ships several miles due north. As light came up, lookouts gradually perceived the profiles of several destroyers and at least one cruiser. The Japanese column turned southeast to engage, and McMorris continued gamely into range. The enemy force included 4 cruisers and 4 destroyers, altogether commanding about twice McMorris's aggregate firepower. He had not expected to encounter enemy warships, certainly not a powerful surface force. At 8:40 a.m., the Japanese cruiser Maya opened fire from long range, about 20,000 yards. The second salvo straddled the Salt Lake City. That was unnervingly accurate shooting. The Salt Lake City returned fire and landed 2 hits on the cruiser Nachi. McMorris turned to port, and the American ships began chasing salvos to avoid taking hits. That is, continuously altering course toward the last splash in order to foil the enemy gunners' targeting corrections. The 2 columns fought a long-running battle. Salt Lake City was battered by the Nachi's and Maya's 6-inch shell fire, taking several hits between 9 o'clock and 11 o'clock a.m. Seawater entered her boilers and shut them down, leaving her dead in the water with a 5-degree list. Several American destroyers closed around her and began making smoke. At this stage, McMorris's prospects appeared grim. 2 Japanese cruisers and several destroyers were closing the range on his port quarter. They would undoubtedly fire torpedoes on the immobilized flagship when they came within optimal range. The admiral ordered his 3 destroyers to charge the approaching enemy and launch a spread of torpedoes. Before the destroyers could get into range, however, the Japanese ships broke off contact and turned away to the west. The Americans watched in surprise as the enemy withdrew over the horizon. By noon, the Salt Lake City's boilers were back in operation, and the ship was able to make 30 knots. McMorris's squadron retired toward Dutch Harbor. The 6-hour Battle of the Komandorsky Islands, named for a Russian island group that lay some miles north, had nearly ended in an American debacle. If Admiral Hosogaya, who had personally led the Japanese force from his flagship Nachi, had pressed his advantage, he would likely have destroyed the Salt Lake City and might have claimed several of her consorts as well. Hosogaya later explained that he had withdrawn because he expected an American airstrike at any moment. Some of his crew had mistaken the Salt Lake City's high explosive shells for bombs dropped from above the cloud ceiling. The Japanese ships were also low on fuel and ammunition. Nevertheless, Hosogaya's conservative decision was condemned by superiors, and the admiral was forced into retirement. McMorris's force had suffered damage to 3 ships and had lost 7 men, all killed. 2 Japanese cruisers were damaged, later repaired. Casualties were 14 men killed and 26 wounded. The Battle of the Komandorsky Islands marked the last attempt of the Japanese to resupply the Attu and Kiska garrisons with surface ships. All future supply runs would be made by submarines. Attu, among the most remote and inhospitable places on Earth, was a lump of treeless muskeg plains rising to bare, bleak peaks about 2,500 feet high. Though it was American territory, the Americans knew almost nothing of the island's interior terrain. The best and most recent maps covered only part of the island, and only to a distance of about 1,000 yards inland. The offshore approaches were not well charted. Troops assigned to seize Attu were drawn from the Army's 7th Infantry Division, which had completed an amphibious training course overseen by Marine General Holland Howlin' Mad Smith. Task Force 51, consisting of more than 50 ships, with 34,000 troops embarked in transports, closed in on the island before dawn on May 11th. A small scouting force landed on the northern coast, near Holt's Bay, from submarines and a destroyer transport. The main landings were to follow in the south, at Massacre Bay, but the southern group was forced to wait most of the day for the fog to lift, and the first units did not reach the shore until about 3:30 p.m. They encountered little opposition, however, and by nightfall, 1,500 troops were ashore in the north, and another 3,500 in the south. The Japanese defenders did not contest the landing, remaining in defensive positions on high ground. Colonel Yasuyo Yamazaki, the Japanese commander, concentrated his 2,650 troops in the hills between the two landing sites. Knowing that he could not defeat the Americans, and that he could count on no naval or air support from Japan, he burned all sensitive documents. The American Naval Task Force pounded the island from off the shore, but Yamazaki's force was strongly entrenched, and the persistent fog helped to conceal the Japanese positions. Throughout the afternoon of May 11th and into the following night, Japanese artillery rained projectiles down on the American troops of the southern force. The Americans advanced steadily inland, but their progress was impeded by the difficult terrain. The island's spongy soil would not support the weight of trucks and armored vehicles. On May 17th, Holt's Bay was cleaned out, and the first contingents of the northern and southern forces made contact. The last Japanese troops retreated to a ridge above Chichagof Harbor. At dawn on the 29th, they broke out of their position in an all-out banzai charge. The mass of men moved through the American lines and penetrated deep into the rear areas. In a fierce battle, including much hand-to-hand fighting, nearly the entire Japanese garrison was killed. The Americans had not yet mastered their skills in amphibious warfare, and the Attu operation exposed many shortcomings. The force did not have enough landing craft. It had not prepared sufficient contingencies for bad weather and poor visibility. The assault troops were not adequately equipped with cold weather uniforms and gear. Key supplies were late to the beach, or were not landed at all. The American casualties were 580 killed and 1,148 wounded in combat. Another 1,200 suffered frostbite and other cold-related injuries. The landing on Kiska, 10 weeks later, was one of the greatest anticlimaxes in the history of amphibious warfare. For a week in August, the island was battered by bombing raids and heavy naval gunfire. On August 15th, a big transport fleet arrived and put 34,000 Canadian and American troops ashore. The invasion force was twice the size of the one that had participated in the Watchtower landings in the Solomons a year earlier. The invaders advanced inland cautiously, but they found no one and encountered no hostile fire at all. The Japanese garrison had been evacuated under cover of fog 2 weeks earlier. Considering the expenditure of naval ordnance and aerial bombs on an island that had been vacated by the enemy, and the tremendous investment of shipping and troops in a bloodless invasion, the Kiska operation had been slightly farcical. In Pearl Harbor, the news was received in good humor. Nimitz liked to tell visitors how advance elements of the huge invasion force, creeping inland with weapons at the ready, were warmly greeted by a single affable dog that trotted out to beg for food. In the South Pacific, the Munda operation began on June 30, 1943, when Admiral Turner's 3rd Amphibious Force put troops ashore on Rendova Island, 5 miles south of the assault beaches on New Georgia. This island would have offered an ideal platform for artillery fire directed onto the landing site, but the Japanese had not secured it, and the small garrison was swiftly overrun. With the cover provided by newly installed batteries, landing boats ferried Army and Marine units across the Sound to New Georgia. Air Sols put hundreds of planes into the air to support the landing. Japanese air attacks were brushed off with little trouble, but the American ground troops ran into forceful resistance as they closed the ring around the Munda airfield. The 4,500-man Japanese garrison had dug in deeply and well, and the terrain was abysmal. The Munda campaign was a photo negative of the fight on Guadalcanal, with the Japanese and Allied positions reversed. Now it was the American soldiers and Marines who struggled through swamp and underbrush, losing contact with adjacent units and suffering heavily under harassing attacks by the enemy. Japanese units launched nighttime bonsai attacks, accompanied by shouted profanities and taunts in broken English. 2 green American Army regiments broke and ran, throwing down their weapons. Several were shot by other American soldiers who mistook them for enemy, and several dozen had to be evacuated because of psychoneurosis. One officer recalled that fear was like a disease that spread through the ranks, eventually transmuting into mass panic. Discipline and morale crumpled. By morning, in an unmanageable mess, men were huddling in groups along the trails to the rear and pursued savagely by the enemy that caught up with many of them, and, to use an archaic phrase, put them to the sword. Eventually, all available reserves were committed to the capture of Munda. 3 Army divisions required a full 5 weeks to secure the airfield. 1,195 Allied servicemen were killed in the effort. Most of the defenders died or took their own lives, but a few managed to evacuate by sea to Vila Airfield on nearby Kolom Bangara. As if more evidence was needed, the Allies now had another exhibit in the case against the wisdom of frontal attacks on strongly entrenched island positions. The road to Rabaul was not open. The Japanese had another dozen airfields, large and small, on islands to the north, east, and west. The complex on southern Bougainville, in particular, would require a long and bloody effort to capture. Commanders in Washington, Pearl Harbor, Noumea, and Brisbane began to study and debate the concept of bypassing or leapfrogging strongly defended positions as a means to speed the campaign and contain the cost in Allied lives. Ernest King's proposal, in March 1943, to pole vault over Rabaul to the Admiralties had been an idea ahead of its time, but it would soon be adopted as the centerpiece of the Allies' grand strategy in the Pacific. In his widely read memoirs, Reminiscences, MacArthur named himself the mastermind of the leapfrogging strategy. "I intended to envelop them, incapacitate them, apply the hit 'em where they ain't, let 'em die on the vine philosophy," he wrote. There would be no need for storming the mass of islands held by the enemy. The truth is that MacArthur was a late convert to the cause. Robert Carney, Chief of Staff to Halsey's Dirty Tricks Department, the insider's affectionate nickname for SOPAC headquarters, recalls obstinate opposition from his counterparts in Brisbane. MacArthur felt that you simply couldn't go away and leave strong forces upon your flank or behind you. This thinking in his outfit was quite different from the thinking in ours. MacArthur apparently adopted the leapfrogging philosophy sometime after the bypass of Rabaul was ordered by the Combined Chiefs of Staff, the American-British Supreme Command, in August 1943. Even then, he initially opposed several bypassing maneuvers, notably Halsey's leap past Kavieng in March 1944. Immediately northwest of New Georgia was the island of Kolom Bangara, a perfectly round stratovolcanic cone soaring out of the sea to an altitude of 5,800 feet. A Japanese garrison was dug in at Vila Airfield, on the island's southern shore. Admiral Kusaka expected the next amphibious landing to fall on Vila, and had been reinforcing the position for weeks. Japanese troop strength in the perimeter had reached about 10,000 troops, more than double the number the Allies had faced at Munda. On August 15th, the 3rd Amphibious Force instead circumvented Kolombangara and seized a beachhead on the island of Vella La Vella, about 50 miles north, where the enemy garrison numbered only 250 men. The invasion force suffered minimal casualties, and the Seabees had a new airfield operating within 3 weeks. Realizing that Kolombangara was to be ignored by the enemy, Admiral Kusaka ordered the garrison evacuated to Bougainville, under cover of darkness, by submarines and destroyers. In attempting to reinforce their beleaguered positions in the new Georgia group, Japanese cruiser and destroyer squadrons clashed with Allied task forces in several minor naval battles. The Japanese retained their customary excellence in night torpedo actions, and their Type 93 Long Lance torpedoes remained the best weapons of their kind in the theater. But the Americans were learning to use their superior radar systems to advantage. Each ship now correlated information from radar and other sources in the radar plot, which later evolved into the Combat Information Center, CIC. During this period, the U.S. Navy also benefited from the exceptional leadership of seagoing commanders, such as Rear Admirals Walden Lee Pug Ainsworth and Aaron Stanton Merrill, and Commander Frederick Moosebrugger and Captain Arleigh 31-knot Burke. During the battle for Munda, Admiral Ainsworth twice intercepted inbound Japanese forces at the battles of Kula Gulf, July 6th, and Kolombangara, July 13th. In each engagement, the Americans approached in a single column with cruisers in the center, fired on the lead ships in the Japanese column, and then turned away to avoid the inevitable torpedoes. In both battles, the Allies and Japanese suffered in about equal measure. In each, the Japanese force was beaten back and failed to reinforce Munda. On the night of August 6th to 7th, Commander Moosebrugger led a division of 6 destroyers in 2 parallel columns. The tactic had been developed by Burke, recently recalled to higher command, against another incoming Japanese squadron. One column fired a spread of torpedoes and turned away. As the Japanese fired on the withdrawing ships, the second column crossed the enemy's T and opened a devastating salvo of gunfire. 3 Japanese destroyers, crammed with troops intended for Kolombangara, blew up and went down. One spectacular explosion, as described by one of the American action reports, took the form of a large semicircle with the water as the base, extended 600 to 700 feet into the sky. 1,000 Japanese soldiers and sailors were killed in the explosions or drowned afterward. Tameichi Hara, commanding the one Japanese destroyer to escape the action, concluded that the enemy had ambushed us perfectly. The tactics employed by the Americans in this Battle of Vella Gulf, faithfully executed by Moosebrugger, served as a template for several surface actions to come in the fall of 1943. The tide of battle in the South Pacific had decisively turned. Japanese naval operations became increasingly concerned with evacuating troops as their positions grew hopeless. During the retreat from Kolombangara, the Japanese had established a staging base for barges and landing craft at Horaniu, on the northeast shore of the island of Vella La Vella. An Allied landing at Horaniu on September 14th dislodged the 600-man Japanese garrison and sent them in a disorderly overland retreat to Marquana Bay on the northwest shore. Admiral Kusaka ordered a rescue operation. Rear Admiral Matsuji Ijuin sailed from Rabaul with a force of 6 destroyers and 2 transport groups, the latter including 3 transport destroyers. About 20 small craft joined up from Buin on southern Bougainville. On October 6th, this small armada, seemingly disproportionate to the task at hand, was discovered by American air search. 6 American destroyers were in the area, and they moved to intercept, but they were divided into 2 divisions separated by about 20 miles. The northern group, the Selfridge, Chevalier, and O'Bannon, under Captain Frank R. Walker, charged into action without waiting for Captain Harold O. Larson's southern group, the Ralph Talbot, Taylor, and La Valette. Since the days of John Paul Jones, American naval lore had honored and applauded the bold attack on superior enemy forces. In this case, however, Walker's daring proved rash. His 3-destroyer squadron advanced on Ijuin's nearest division of 4 destroyers and fired projectiles and torpedoes. Ijuin turned away and blew a smokescreen to cover his withdrawal, but one of his destroyers, the Yugumo, continued toward the Americans and exchanged fire as she closed. She was lit up by at least 5 5-inch shell hits and quickly exploded into flame. A few minutes later, Walker's ships ran into a deadly spread of long lances. The Chevalier and the Selfridge each had their bows torn off, and the O'Bannon was unable to avoid colliding with the injured Chevalier. The Selfridge continued firing gamely on the 2nd Division of enemy ships, passing in column at a range of about 11,000 yards, but took a torpedo in her port side at 11:06 p.m. The Chevalier was finished, while the heavily damaged O'Bannon and Selfridge managed to hobble back into Purvis Bay. As the Americans cleared the area, the Japanese small craft completed the evacuation of the troops at Marquana Bay. The Japanese had won a tactical and strategic victory in this Battle of Vella La Vella. It was to be their last sea victory of the war. At the first Allied conference in Quebec, codenamed Quadrant and held in August 1943, the British chiefs, tilting toward any arrangement that would release more forces to the campaign against Nazi Germany, had backed King's case to consolidate offensive resources into a single drive across the Central Pacific. That would have sidelined the South Pacific operations and marooned MacArthur in a strategic backwater. FDR was swayed by Marshall's insistent demands to continue the southern push toward the Philippines. The president was likely influenced by MacArthur's political weight and his implicit threat to accept the Republican nomination for the presidency in 1944. Pursuant to the conference directives, the Combined Chiefs of Staff, CCOS, promulgated a revised plan entitled Reno 3, which directed MacArthur to seize or neutralize eastern New Guinea as far west as Wewak, and including the Admiralties and the Bismarck Archipelago. Neutralize rather than capture Rabaul. The document reasoned that direct attack to capture Rabaul will be costly and time-consuming. Anchorages and potential air and naval bases exist at Kavieng and in the Admiralties. With the capture and development of such bases, Rabaul can be isolated from the northeast. The next and last major landmass on Halsey's road to Rabaul was Bougainville. Here, the bypass principle would again save time and lives. The Japanese had poured troop reinforcements into its bases on and around the island, at Buin and Shortland in the south, and at Buka and Bonis in the north. By mid-October, total Japanese strength in these areas exceeded 40,000 men. Halsey and his Dirty Tricks Department elected to land forces on the west coast, at Cape Torokina in Empress Augusta Bay, where the enemy presence was negligible. By now the pattern was familiar. Assault troops stormed ashore, heavy equipment and munitions followed behind them, the forces established a strong perimeter, and Seabees raced to build a working airfield. The Japanese army would naturally counterattack, but to do so, they were obliged to struggle over primitive jungle terrain, their strength draining away by starvation and disease, before running up against well-entrenched American defenders. For this operation, Cherry Blossom, Halsey could muster about 34,000 troops under the command of General Vandegrift, the 3rd Marine Division, and the Army's 37th Infantry Division combined into the 1st Marine Amphibious Corps. As an immediate prelude to the landings, the New Zealand 8th Infantry Brigade Group seized the small Treasury Islands. On November 1st, before dawn, 3rd Division Marines stormed ashore at Cape Torokina from a dozen transports and swiftly overpowered the meager Japanese forces in that area. Furious air battles raged overhead throughout the day, but the Air Sal's fighters managed to prevent any sustained attack on the beachhead. Kenny's 5th Air Force poured an unprecedented amount of punishment down on Rabaul's airfields to suppress the Japanese air response. By nightfall, 14,000 troops were safely ashore with 6,000 tons of equipment, munitions, and supplies. The Imperial Japanese Navy was determined to interrupt the operation. Kusaka organized a cruiser-destroyer task force at Rabaul and sent it south under the command of Rear Admiral Sentaro Omori. This force was discovered by air search as it steamed down the slot, and Halsey ordered his only naval force in the area, Admiral Merrill's Task Force 39, to protect the beachhead. The crews of Merrill's 4 light cruisers and 8 destroyers had been hard at it for more than 24 hours and were nearing the point of exhaustion, but no other forces were on hand. Merrill employed the tactic of deploying his destroyer divisions in a separate group to launch unseen attacks on the enemy's flank. His cruisers guarded the approach to the beaches, kept up a continuous fire with their 6-inch guns, and looped around in coordinated figure-8 patterns to confuse the enemy and avoid his torpedoes. R. Lee Burke, recently promoted captain, commanded Destroyer Division 45. The tactics had been well rehearsed, and the commanders were perfectly attuned to one another. James Fahey, a sailor on Merrill's flagship Montpellier, described a long night illuminated by lightning, flares, star shells, and muzzle flashes. The big 8-inch salvos, throwing up great geysers of water, were hitting very close to us, he recorded in his diary. Our force fired star shells in front of the Jap warships so that our destroyers could attack with torpedoes. It was like putting a bright light in front of your eyes in the dark. It was impossible to see. The noise from our guns was deafening. Merrill's ships destroyed a Japanese cruiser and destroyer and drove the intruders away, securing the beachhead. 2 American ships were disabled, but none were lost. Admiral Koga sent another cruiser-destroyer task force down from Truk, under the command of Vice Admiral Takeo Kurita. When Kurita's ships were sighted by Air Sal's scouts north of Rabaul on November 4th, Halsey decided to deploy his 2 available carriers, the Saratoga and the light carrier Princeton. As heavy attacks on the airfields in and around Rabaul kept Japanese air power on the defensive, the carriers charged into the Solomon Sea. On the morning of November 5th, a massive 97-plane strike rained bombs down and launched aerial torpedoes on the Japanese fleet, inflicting ruinous damage on 7 cruisers. A week later, 3 American carriers on loan from the 5th Fleet, then moving toward the Gilbert Islands to strike the opening blow in the Central Pacific Offensive, detoured south and launched another attack on the Japanese fleet at anchor in Rabaul's Simpson Harbor. One was the recently commissioned Essex, namesake of a new class of fleet carriers that would dominate the air war as the fight moved into the Western Pacific in 1944 and 1945. More than 100 Japanese aircraft attacked the carrier group, and the executive officer of the Essex, Fitzhugh Lee, recalled an edgy night in the ship's Combat Information Center. We were trying to use our new radar, which worked well at long range in the early stages of the battle, but it soon became too much of a melee in which we didn't know whether we were shooting at our own planes or the Japanese planes. Lee was surprised and relieved that the Essex avoided taking a single bomb or torpedo hit in the action, and that it came through unscathed except for a few bullet wounds in strafing runs. The Japanese lost 41 of the planes committed to the attack. In Nimitz's view, the November 1943 carrier strikes on Rabaul settled once and for all the long-debated question as to whether carriers could be risked against powerful enemy bases. Admiral Koga summoned the surviving elements of his fleet back to Truk. Beginning in December, the skies over Rabaul were darkened by Allied bombers from dawn to dusk. For the defenders on the ground, their only respite from unremitting aerial punishment came when the weather closed in and cut visibility to zero. Kenny's 5th Air Force pummeled the airfields and supporting installations. Marine Major General Ralph J. Mitchell took over as commander of airsols, but most of the previous staff was kept in place. Airsols had become, perhaps, the single best integrated multi-service command in the world. Mitchell began moving units northwest from months-old airfields on New Georgia and Vella La Vella to his new airfields on the Treasury Islands and at Torokina on Bougainville. Shorter-legged Navy and Marine fighters and bombers could now comfortably reach Rabaul and began pouring down destruction on the Bismarcks in hundreds of daily sorties. Admiral Koga continued feeding air reinforcements into the theater from Truk, including his last reserve of trained carrier airmen. The South Pacific had become a meat grinder for Japanese air power. Air Officer Matasake Okumiya, who arrived at Rabaul from Buin on January 20th, noted that exhaustion and despair permeated every rank. The ground crews were worked to the edge of collapse, and their aircraft gradually succumbed to mechanical failures. Night bombardments interrupted their sleep. At Kusaka's 26th Air Flotilla headquarters, officers and pilots were quick-tempered and harsh, their faces grimly set. The men lacked confidence. They appeared dull and apathetic. Their expressions and actions indicated clearly that they wished to abandon Rabaul at the earliest possible moment. The influx of inferior pilots degraded the quality of the squadrons that had flown together in the past. Japanese air resistance gradually deteriorated, whether measured by numbers of aircraft or by the prowess of the air crews. The loss of so many elite flyers in air combat, day after day, plunged the entire staff into a paralyzing malaise. Okumiya remembered the heady days of early 1942, when the Japanese naval airmen were accustomed to sweeping their adversaries from the skies. Now he found an astonishing conviction that the war could not possibly be won, that all that we were doing at Rabaul was postponing the inevitable. Since the Japanese Navy did not concede the inevitability of combat fatigue, neither pilots nor staff officers were ever rotated out of the theater. American air pressure increased steadily. Even a momentary lapse in our air defense efforts might lose us Rabaul and our nearby fields. The endless days and nights became a nightmare. The young faces became only briefly familiar, then vanished forever in the bottomless abyss created by American guns. Eventually, some of our higher staff officers came to resemble living corpses, bereft of spiritual and physical strength. The Navy would replace as quickly as it could the necessary flight personnel, but failed at any time during the war to consider the needs of its commanding officers. This was an error of tragic consequence, for no leader can properly commit his forces to battle when he does not have full command of his own mental and physical powers. Neither did the Navy ever consider the problems of our base maintenance personnel, who for months worked like slaves. From 12 to 20 hours a day, 7 days a week, these men toiled uncomplainingly. They lived under terrible conditions, rarely with proper food or medical treatment. Their sacrifices received not even the slightest recognition from the government. Since mid-1943, MacArthur's forces had been advancing up the northern coast of New Guinea. Admiral Daniel E. Barbee's 7th Amphibious Force, part of what was colloquially known as MacArthur's Navy, had landed assault troops on Kirewina and Woodlark Islands and at Nassau Bay, a few miles south of the Japanese stronghold at Salamaua. Allied troops were transferred up from Milne Bay in a series of small craft sea lifts, which moved safely under cover of darkness and avoided the risk of using larger fleet units in waters infested with Japanese submarines. The Japanese at Salamaua were reinforced by troops rushed down from Lae, but MacArthur planned only a diversionary attack on Salamaua. His main objective was on the other side of Huon Gulf. Barby's amphibians struck next on the night of September 3rd to 4th, landing 8,000 Australians east of Lae. The next day, 1,700 U.S. Army paratroopers jumped out of transports and captured an airstrip west of Lae. Lae was bracketed and pulverized relentlessly by air in daylight and by sea at night. The surviving Japanese garrison abandoned the town and melted into the jungle, where hundreds would succumb to disease and starvation. Another surprise sea lift put an Australian force ashore north of Finschhafen in late September, and the town was taken on October 2nd. With a reliable supply line by sea, the diggers pushed up the coast towards Sio and Madang. In a 3-month campaign, MacArthur had deftly seized control of the Huon Peninsula, leaving the bulk of Japanese forces far to his rear, or as fugitives dispersed into the unforgiving jungle. From Finschhafen, it was a leap of less than 50 miles across the Vitiaz Strait to Cape Gloucester, the western extremity of New Britain. Though the chiefs had decreed that Rabaul, on New Britain's opposite end, was to be bypassed, MacArthur wanted to capture the smaller enemy aerodromes on the western side of that island. Lieutenant General Walter Kruger's Alamo Force landed a regiment at Arawe, a village on the southern coast, on December 15th. The landing was a diversionary feint, intended to draw the enemy away from Cape Gloucester. The 1st Marine Division, proud veterans of Guadalcanal, who had replenished their strength and spirits in Melbourne, stormed the beaches of Cape Gloucester on December 26, 1943. The weakly defended enemy airfields of western New Britain were quickly secured. Surviving Japanese forces retreated toward Rabaul and prepared for what they assumed would be the largest land battle of the South Pacific Campaign. As an airbase, Rabaul had been very nearly neutered by unrelenting air attacks. But with units streaming into the lines from points west, Japanese troop strength approached 100,000. Surrender was beneath consideration, of course, so the garrison began to prepare for a climactic fight to the last man. Defeat might be inevitable, but it would be honorable. Heaven beckoned. They would sell their lives dearly and take plenty of American soldiers and Marines with them. For almost 2 years, the Japanese had been building and improving their defensive fortifications, their intricate networks of subterranean bunkers and tunnels, and they were well stocked with provisions and ammunition for a long siege. So they waited. And waited. And waited. And the Americans did not come. The defenders were denied even the consolation of dying for the Emperor. A Japanese intelligence officer interviewed after the war admitted that the Japanese hated the leapfrogging strategy, perhaps because it offended their sense of honor, but he added that they respected it and understood its wisdom. The Japanese army preferred direct assault, after the German fashion, but the Americans flowed into our weaker points and submerged us, just as water seeks the weakest entry to sink a ship. The weak points, in this case, were the lightly garrisoned island groups north and west of New Britain. MacArthur and Halsey seized and secured a ring of bases around Rabaul that rendered the once formidable bastion entirely impotent. Nor would Kavieng, Rabaul's principal satellite naval base on New Ireland, fall to direct assault. In February 1944, Halsey's 3rd Amphibious Force put New Zealand troops ashore on the Green Islands, about midway between Bougainville and New Ireland. Then, in mid-March, the 3rd Amphibious Force leapt all the way north to Emirau Island, 70 miles northwest of Kavieng, in the Bismarck Archipelago. The only casualty we had was some Marine sprained his ankle jumping out of the boat, said Kearney. But it placed us athwart their line of communication from Truk or from the westward. And from that time on, Kavieng was a dead bird. They stayed there and rotted. Kearney added that leapfrogging destabilized the psychology and morale of the Japanese fighting forces. Once the Japanese had launched a plan, he remarked, he apparently had no alternative plan, because in his mentality, in his psychology, there could be no such thing as failure. There could be no such thing as turning back, once committed. When the Americans went around a Japanese position, rather than attacking it directly, his whole military campaigning morale collapsed. MacArthur took Los Negros, 220 miles from Kavieng, in the Admiralty Islands. From there, it was a short step across a narrow channel to Manus, which offered a superb natural anchorage in Seadler Harbor. There, the 7th Fleet would gather its strength for MacArthur's next giant step to the west, Operation Reckless, which would take him to Hollandia. The Bismarck's barrier had been shattered, and the route back to the Philippines was wide open. Admiral Koga finally understood that Rabaul was now a liability, and he ordered his remaining air units flown back to Truk. His reasoning was certainly helped along by the 5th Fleet's devastating surprise carrier air raid on Truk on February 16th to 17th, 1944. At the end of 1943, Allied victory in the South Pacific appeared certain. What remained in doubt was the cost to be paid in lives, and, relatedly, the time it would take. The Allies had bypassed and rendered impotent about 125,000 Japanese troops. The cream of the Japanese Navy's air arm had perished, and the rookie successors were undertrained and underprepared for war. The Japanese had lost more than 2,000 aircraft in the South Pacific campaign, and their economy had no realistic prospect of replacing those losses. The remaining Japanese carriers had been pulled back to the home islands, presumably because the enemy knew they would be destroyed if committed to battle. New and better U.S. ships, aircraft, and weapons were arriving in the Pacific as the American war economy approached peak production. Among the American rank and file, morale rode at a new high. An officer writing from the Pacific in the last month of the year observed, "We've got so much equipment in the Pacific now, it's like shooting ducks out of your front living room." Lieutenant Bonnell, veteran of several horrific sea fights in Iron Bottom Sound, noted that the cynicism prevalent in those desperate months of 1942 had given way to a pervasive confidence and optimism. The fleet was expanding rapidly, while simultaneously becoming qualitatively better in training, experience, doctrine, and technology. Officers and sailors knew what they had to do, and they knew how to do it. In other words, he said, they're sending out men to do boys' jobs now, where it used to be boys to do men's jobs. Chapter 9. The hills of San Francisco made a mockery of wartime secrecy. Except when the fog was in, as it very often was at any time of year, any citizen, sightseer, or spy could ascend to some commanding urban vista and survey the ships as they stood out to sea. Warships, troopships, freighters, oilers, submarines. More ships went under the Golden Gate Bridge than ever before in history. San Francisco and its eponymous womb-like bay, once the continent's back door, had become the vital supply and transshipment hub for the Pacific War. Ships were berthed at every finger pier and wharf, from Fort Mason to Hunter's Point. The longshoremen worked in shifts, around the clock, under floodlights at night. Retailers and landlords sustained the city's gold rush traditions of price gouging and rent gouging. Movie theaters ran films around the clock, but still managed to sell out every showing. Long lines of hungry citizens and servicemen stretched outside of restaurants, down sidewalks, and around corners. Inside, the waiters badgered the customers to eat up and get out. Hotel stays were limited by house policy to 1 or 2 nights. Generals and admirals could usually wangle an exception. At the foot of the hills in the city's northeast quadrant, on the dirty streets of the Tenderloin, Chinatown, and North Beach, a sea of men clad in green, white, or khaki went looking for whatever was on offer in one of the world's most renowned liberty ports. They had money in their pockets, and good reason to wonder if they would ever have another chance to spend it. On streets lit by garish neon, crowds elbowed into seedy nightclubs, burlesque joints, and all-night tattoo parlors. The military police and shore patrol worked to keep the peace, patrolling in pairs and armed only with nightsticks. It was perilous work, because no one liked to see a mate arrested. 2 men with nightsticks could not hold back a mob determined to liberate a malefactor. Once or twice a night, the riot squad and paddy wagon were summoned, and a mass of men were hauled into the Hall of Justice on Kearny and Washington streets, which had been converted into a military jail for the duration. 11 o'clock was closing time, when well-served crowds flooded out onto narrow sidewalks. It was the most dangerous moment of the night. Brawls pitting sailors against Marines, or soldiers against sailors, or Marines against soldiers, were always a prospect, but all Navy crews of rival ships were likewise liable to mix it up. In early 1942, the piers along the Embarcadero north of the ferry building were converted into the new Battleship Row, as the big ships torpedoed at Pearl Harbor underwent lengthy repairs. Market Street Commandos was the derisive sobriquet attached to the sailors of those long-berthed warships, but a man flinging the term at a battleship sailor had better be willing to back it up with his fists. You could start a fight pretty easy that way, recalled Floyd Beaver of the cruiser Indianapolis. As the war matured, San Francisco, and every other American liberty town overrun with servicemen, including Honolulu and San Diego, became jaded and unfriendly in a way that Sydney, Brisbane, and Melbourne never did. Theodore C. Mason, a battleship sailor and memoirist, left a poignant impression of wartime Market Street. From the ferry building tower to the Civic Center more than a dozen long blocks away, San Francisco's broad, dirty, and noisy main stem was always awash with the flotsam of a large city. The lame, the misshapen, the poor, the blind, the self-appointed soul-savers. Now they had to compete for sidewalk space with a flood tide of uniforms in navy blue, army khaki, and marine green. Most of the uniforms were worn by seamen or privates fresh from boot camp or recruit training, who had little money and even less sophistication about the ways of sinful San Francisco. Generally, they were too young even to buy a drink. Restlessly they roamed the great world-weary street, past the bars, pawn shops, and movie theater marquees, the hotels, office buildings, and restaurants, each hoping he would beat the odds and meet a girl like, or perhaps very unlike, the one he had left behind. Unless he was a jive hound who lucked out at the El Patio ballroom, the only girl he was likely to meet was a streetwalker, or a conductorette who collected 10-cent fares on one of the 4 streetcar lines that kept Market Street perpetually aroar. The harshly lighted coffee shops offered a last chance at romance. The waitresses, however, were as blasé as the street itself. They had heard the pitches and propositions of these young men from the hills and farms and towns many times before. Rejected again, the boots and recruits were reduced to congregating at the Fun Center, a penny arcade where they could vent their frustration by shooting Japanese Zeros and warships, drawing a bead on Adolf Hitler, or posing with buddies in front of a cardboard battleship. San Francisco, I learned, could be a cold city indeed. In the panicked weeks after Pearl Harbor, the 12th Naval District had moved with preemptive swiftness to seize whatever land it wanted or felt it needed to meet the emergency. The Navy had taken over Treasure Island in April 1942, before having worked out the details of a lease with the city and county of San Francisco. The issue was acrimonious. Certain grandees of the city's political elite wanted the 300-acre island as an airport, and they were unsatisfied with the Navy's offer of $44,801 to remunerate the city for prior improvements. Threats of litigation were quashed by the filing of a Declaration of Taking and Deposit, signed the same day by a federal judge. That hard-hitting legal maneuver transferred title to the Navy. Civilian officials were unaccustomed to being manhandled in such fashion. The 12th Naval District likewise decided that it must have the shipyard at Hunter's Point, and not just the docks and yard facilities, but the entire adjoining neighborhood. 100 civilian families were told to be prepared to move at 48 hours' notice. In the East Bay, the Navy absorbed an old Bethlehem Steel Company shipyard and expanded the Alameda Naval Air Station by plunking landfill into shoal water. The North Bay was home to teeming shipbuilding complexes in Sausalito, Marin Ship Corporation, and Richmond, Kaiser Shipyards. A quarter-mile-long Ford Motor Company plant was speedily retooled to assemble jeeps and tanks, which were loaded onto transports at a 500-foot concrete pier. Winehaven, a compound of great stone wine cellars and port facilities erected at the turn of the century, was converted into a naval fuel depot, and pipelines ran up to brown fuel tanks that sprouted like mushrooms on the hills above Richmond. The huge factories and shipyards were surrounded by chain-link fences, topped with coils of barbed wire and guarded by armed men. Their daily rhythms were punctuated every 8 hours by the shift change, when a multitude entered by one gate and another emerged on the opposite side. Exhaust-belching buses discharged a full load at the first gate, then drove around and took on another. And so it went on, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, until the Axis was crushed. As in every other wartime boomtown, it was a seller's market for labor. A job applicant who could not read and had dug ditches all his life could be working on an assembly line the following morning. Wage prospectors, chasing paychecks double or triple what they had ever dared to expect, crowded into the region on trains or buses, in their cars, or by their thumbs. People crammed into makeshift shanty towns, reminiscent of a decade earlier, or hot-bedded in overcrowded apartments, where roommates arranged their schedules to work different shifts and alternate in the same beds, or lived in their cars, parked alongside roads or in vacant lots. Henry Kaiser apportioned part of his manic energy into throwing up new wartime housing projects, such as the 450 duplexes and quadplexes of Atchison Village in Richmond. Native Californians had not yet forgotten their inborn contempt for Okies and Arkies, the Dust Bowl migrants who had arrived in overwhelming numbers the previous decade. Now they turned that same brand of scorn on the hayseeds who came seeking big-money jobs in the war industries, and aimed those same shop-worn epithets at all rural migrants, whether from Idaho, Indiana, Kentucky, or North Carolina. Families newly arrived from the hinterlands, with children barefoot and braided, looked around in open-mouthed astonishment. They had never seen such congestion, so many cars and people, or such a paucity of manners. Laura Briggs, a young girl fresh from Idaho, was amazed to learn that urban neighbors did not automatically offer greetings. In the morning, they'd walk right by you. "Walk right by you," my dad said, and not even say hello, not even acknowledge you were there. Men, women, and racial minorities were thrown together and compelled to work in conditions of enforced intimacy. The West Coast's reputation for racial tolerance and moderation was a beacon to African Americans, who migrated to California in great numbers during the war. By executive order, the shipyards and factories were integrated, and photographs of cafeterias and munitions plants depict men and women of different races sitting shoulder to shoulder, with no evidence of segregation or hostility. But blacks were subjected to humiliations and injustices, large and small, in step with the racial attitudes prevailing in the 1940s. Generally, they found themselves stranded at the bottom of the shipyard pecking order. Bay Area shipyards and factories also hired many tens of thousands of women. Wendy the Welder was the title favored at Kaiser, more than the now familiar Rosie the Riveter. At first, shipyard union bosses insisted that women receive lesser wages, but soon realized that the disparity would only incentivize management to hire more women. Misogynistic paroxysms were chronic and contagious. Salacious rumors made the rounds. Lurid tales of philandering and trick-turning in the dark recesses and interior compartments of factory floors and ships under construction. Female shipyard workers were pressured to wear headscarves and to remove jewelry, lipstick, and nail polish. The dress codes were policed indirectly by men and directly by self-appointed guardians among the women workers. Catherine Archibald, who worked at the Moore Dry Dock Company in Oakland, wrote a trenchant memoir after the war. Like soldiers infiltrating enemy lines, she wrote, women in the shipyards had to be camouflaged, lest the difference in sex be unduly noted and emphasized. The shipping crisis of 1942 and 1943 was to be alleviated by velocity. Many more ships were needed as quickly as they could be built and launched. Quality control and product lifespan were not important, nor was economy. For the shipbuilding industry, the new routines required a profound and far-reaching change in culture and attitudes. The shipyard had always been the province of highly skilled craftsmen who guarded their privileges and prerogatives against outsiders. Welders, electricians, pipe fitters, and lathe operators had patiently ascended the rungs of their profession, always taking pride in their work. By dint of organizing and collective bargaining, they had won wage hikes and protections against the owners and managers, their mortal enemies and paymasters. Henry Kaiser, without any industry experience at all, had shouldered his way into this tradition-bound brotherhood, bringing with him the radical idea that ships could be built on an assembly line by unschooled and unskilled laborers from far-flung regions and walks of life. Prefabricated sections of hulls were brought into the yard, each marked with numbers indicating where they were to be riveted together. Kaiser was no union buster, and his yards paid good wages, but veteran workers were dismayed by the sudden expansion of the unions, which had once been exclusive havens of privilege and prestige. The wartime shipyard had become, except for the actual existence of the union, akin to an open shop. The old guilds were overrun by unwanted outsiders, women, racial minorities, and illiterate farmers. More scandalously, some of those interlopers were promoted into positions that would have taken a decade or more to achieve in the pre-war period. Uncle Sam attempted to persuade this distended and restless workforce that they were production soldiers in a noble and patriotic cause. The results were mixed. In Catherine Archibald's emphatic opinion, none of her fellow workers at Moore felt patriotically motivated to do the job. Many younger men frankly preferred shipyard work as both safer and more lucrative than serving overseas in uniform, and arranged to have their status as essential war workers extended so that they could avoid the draft. A man who talked of enlisting in one of the services was scoffed at as a fool or disliked for setting a bad precedent. Union leftists, veterans of the labor struggles of the 1930s, insisted that the war was a conspiracy to enrich politicians and fill the coffers of their capitalist benefactors. Archibald writes of an atmosphere of lassitude that flooded like a heavy vapor over the yards, and everywhere was evidence of an incredible waste of time. Loafing was widespread, and it was organized. Newspapers were smuggled into the yard and passed around. In out-of-the-way corners of the ships and machine shops, men and women played cards, threw dice, or exchanged gossip. Lookouts were posted at doors, and coded signals warned of an approaching superintendent. The malingerers maintained that the front office did not really care how hard they worked, because the yard would go on making money hand over fist, no matter how many ships it turned out. Mare Island, despite its name, was actually an estuarine peninsula cut off from the mainland by a marshy, cattail-choked slough. It squatted near the mouth of the Napa River, opposite the sun-baked town of Vallejo, about 25 miles northeast of San Francisco. Since 1854, it had been home to the Mare Island Navy Yard, the oldest naval installation on the West Coast, and among its many new concrete and steel facilities were a few red brick buildings dating back to the Civil War. Even before the attack on Pearl Harbor, it was the largest integrated industrial plant west of the Mississippi, with shipbuilding and repair facilities amounting to a capital investment of about $100 million. By late 1942, the yard employed more than 45,000 workers, and Vallejo staggered under the influx of migrants seeking any sort of accommodation. Because there was not adequate housing to shelter the brimming workforce, a fleet of 300 chartered Greyhound buses was called into service to shuttle workers in and out, 7 days a week, on routes extending to a radius of 75 miles. Mare Island's riverfront was a congested warren of machine shops, pipe shops, warehouses, riggers' lofts, ammunition depots, administrative buildings, launchways, finger piers, and dry docks. In the crowded and floodlit workshops, men in overalls pored over the engine lathes, planer mills, and shaft bearings. Specialized teams calibrated periscopes for the dozens of submarines built or overhauled at the yard. A paint factory mixed 200,000 gallons of paint each month. A dozen large cafeterias turned out food at all hours, and a long train of pie wagons circulated through the yard and allowed workers to bolt down their victuals while on their feet. Mare Island built more than 100 new ships during the war, repaired or overhauled more than 1,000, and turned out about half of all landing craft deployed in the Pacific War. It was one of the two principal submarine construction and repair centers in the nation, the West Coast counterpart to New London, Connecticut. In the late months of 1941, a sleek new Gato-class submarine took shape on one of the shipbuilding ways, her long steel hull wedged between towering steel gantries. She was coal black, with only a plain white number stenciled on her bridge structure. 238. Her name would be known only to the enigmatic and tight-lipped officers and men of the submarine force. Like every other boat of her class, SS-238 was to be named for a fish. In her case, the wahoo. She was launched stern first, in a ceremony small and modest by the standards of Mare Island, on February 14, 1942. Every submariner was a volunteer. The submarine force did not want men who did not directly aspire to wear the Twin Dolphin insignia. In most circumstances, any officer or sailor who wanted out was granted a prompt transfer back into the surface fleet. Many of the Wahoo's enlisted men had come directly from submarine school, or from other schools in which they learned their particular trades. Several of her petty officers had trained at the manufacturers' plants, learning the systems from the ball bearings out. The skipper, Marvin G. Pinky Kennedy, was a tall, slender redhead with a ruddy Irish complexion, thus the nickname. He was a hard-driving taskmaster and a bit of a pedant, but an efficient administrator. The executive officer, XO, Richard H. O'Kane, struck some of his shipmates as slightly high-strung and socially awkward, but he was automatically admired because he was one of those rare men, rare in early 1942, who had a wartime cruise under his belt. O'Kane had served as a junior officer on the Argonaut during a mine-laying mission off Midway Atoll and had tracked 2 Japanese destroyers the night of December 7th. Operating independently of the fleet and ranging far from welcoming ports, the submarine must be a self-contained and self-sustaining vessel. It followed that the officers and crew must know every inch of her, intimately. At any time, they might be obliged to make repairs as best they could, even when proper tools and parts were not at hand. Every submariner ran a gauntlet of grueling tests, first in writing, then in an oral examination conducted during a bow-to-stern walkthrough, to prove he knew the function of every valve and electrical panel. Those who flunked were sent back to the fleet or assigned to work in one of the shore-bound relief crews. A qualifying officer on another boat told the men under his charge, "Learn the old girl inside and outside. Learn about everything that makes her tick so that you can treat her well. She'll keep us alive only if she's able to do so. It's up to all of us to keep her that way." Reasoning that there was no better way to learn a boat's systems than to take a direct hand in installing them, the Navy assigned officers and crew to supervise the latter stages of construction and commissioning. The Wahoo's crew supervised the work from a tumble-down wooden building just opposite the submarine's berth. One officer remembers the building's aroma of diesel oil and tired sailors. A surprising degree of customization was allowed, based on the penchants of the captain, his subordinate officers, and the all-important veteran petty officer known as the chief of the boat. As a result, each submarine, though largely indistinguishable in appearance from others of her class, developed her own personality and quirks. The yard laborers and the crew worked themselves to the fine edge of mental and physical exhaustion to commission the Wahoo. Her 18 torpedoes, each as heavy as a 4-door sedan, were wrestled through the hatches using a block and tackle rig that would not have been far out of place on an 18th-century man-of-war. Sailors who had not graduated from submarine school practiced a deep-water escape drill. They entered a high-pressure chamber at the base of a water tower, and then ascended to the top with the help of a dreaded escape apparatus, an airbag with a carbon dioxide absorbent called the Mommsen lung. Men sometimes emerged from the drill with a trickle of blood running from an ear. On June 15th, Lieutenant Commander Kennedy read his orders. A commission pennant was broken out on the main, and the Wahoo was formally entered onto the list of Pacific Fleet units. At dawn on July 16th, the boat sounded her whistle and backed into the Napa River. She motored on 2 engines at 14 knots, following the channel markers into the Sacramento River and the narrow dredge channel that cut through San Pablo Bay. Gliding along the surface, a Gato-class submarine was a dark and stealthy shape, menacing and quiet. The East Brother Island Station, an old wood-frame lighthouse west of Point San Pablo, marked the entry to San Francisco Bay. With the city's skyscrapers dead ahead, the Wahoo turned into the main ship channel and pointed her bow at the long red bridge, where there would be a last bit of delicate navigation to avoid the anti-submarine nets. Then the Wahoo stood out to sea, and her war had begun. The war they would fight was not the war they had trained for. Interwar doctrine, influenced by the study of the Anglo-German naval clash at the Battle of Jutland, 1916, had conceived the submarine as an appendage to the Navy's main fleet of battleships. Its primary role was that of a scout. It would forge ahead of the fleet by 100 miles or so, making periscope observations of the enemy and sending contact reports by radio. Its offensive power was secondary and opportunistic. Torpedo attacks might peck away at the margins of the enemy fleet, but the killing blow was to be delivered by the big guns. Thus, the misnomer fleet boat was attached to the Gato-class vessels and to their immediate predecessors and successors. Longer than a football field, the World War II submarine was in point of fact a ship, not a boat, and it rarely operated with the fleet. Naval tradition being impregnable, however, the submarine was and is the only ship that can properly be called a boat. From the submariner's point of view, operating anywhere in the vicinity of a friendly fleet was potentially lethal. Throughout the war, but especially in its early stages, American submarines were relentlessly bombarded, strafed, dive-bombed, and depth-charged by American ships and aircraft. On December 7th and 8th, 1941, the Tambor-class Thresher, SS-200, was twice attacked and nearly destroyed by American depth charges as she attempted to enter Pearl Harbor. Falling in with a major task force was a nail-biting event. No submarine failed to provide prompt and correct recognition signals, knowing that any error or delay might be fatal, but American pilots and destroyers were apt to ignore or misinterpret them. Many submarine skippers were forced to reckon with the high-stakes alternatives of repeating a misunderstood signal or ordering a crash dive. In October 1944, off the Philippines, the Flying Fish was attacked by the destroyer Cogswell after having provided the correct recognition signals. Her captain ordered a crash dive and took her deep. The Cogswell dropped several depth charges. When the Flying Fish managed to transmit the signal by sonar, the Cogswell signaled, "Sorry, are you damaged?" Flying Fish, "I don't think so." Cogswell, "Come on up." Flying Fish, "Go to hell. We'll wait until you're gone." Not so distantly in the past, Americans had deplored the use of submarines against merchant shipping. Unrestricted German U-boat attacks in the Atlantic had brought the United States into the First World War. The London Naval Treaty, 1930, to which the United States was a signatory, had prescribed unrestricted submarine warfare against merchant ships. Article 22 bound submarines to antediluvian prize rules, requiring that unarmed merchantmen be stopped and searched, and their crews removed to safety before the vessels are sunk. Among Americans, and even among naval officers, the idea lingered that unrestricted submarine warfare was a war crime. But no 20th century naval war was going to be waged by the rules James Madison had urged on the Royal Navy of King George III. The London Agreement was both impractical and toothless. Less than an hour after the raid on Pearl Harbor, the American government simply shrugged it off, and the order went out to the entire fleet. Execute unrestricted air and submarine warfare against Japan. From the start of the war, submarines did the most good in long, solitary cruises into the interior sea lanes of the Japanese Empire. It is my belief that enemy shipping is one of the most vulnerable functions involved in continuance of his operations. Admiral King wrote Nimitz on February 22, 1942, and that every submarine that can be spared should be sent to attack enemy lines of communications in Western Pacific. Japan's war economy could not carry on without constant imports of raw materials, especially oil, nor could Japan feed and supply her overseas forces without dependable access to sea routes. The American fleet boats, designed to scout and attack enemy naval forces, proved superbly well matched to the very different role thrust on them in the Pacific War. They were self-supporting, self-reliant, and fast on the surface, and they could remain at sea for 6 to 10 weeks. Freighters, troop ships, and tankers were slower than warships, and thus more susceptible to torpedo attack. When the results were tallied at war's end, it was found that American submarines had taken a considerable bite out of the Japanese Navy, almost as much as American carrier air power had, for example. But their invaluable part in the Allied victory was in wiping out Japan's merchant shipping, or marus. Maru was the suffix applied to the names of Japanese freighters, troop ships, and oil tankers. American submariners employed the term to refer to any such vessel. By August 1945, the submarine force would sink more tonnage than Japan had possessed at the outset of hostilities. Pre-war doctrine and training had favored caution. Submarine officers were taught that high periscope observations in daylight invited attack and were extremely perilous. Better to raise the scope only to wave top height for a quick peek and then retract it quickly. Early in the war, Pacific Fleet submarines were ordered to remain submerged in daytime if they were within 500 miles of a Japanese airbase. The injunction drastically curtailed their effective cruising radius. Admiral Thomas Withers, Jr., commander of the Pacific Submarine Force, COM-SUBPAC, at the war's beginning, had been a proponent of the submerged sonar ranging approach, in which the boat lined up its torpedo attacks by sound bearings alone. Skippers were encouraged to think first of preserving the boat. Scoring hits on targets was a lesser concern. It was thought that a Japanese destroyer hunting on the surface would stand a very good chance of pinpointing a submerged boat by sonar, and officers were instructed to seek temperature gradients as a buffer. Wartime experience would soon prove that the enemy's countermeasures were not nearly as lethal as had been believed, and that a more aggressive spirit was needed. The year 1942 was one of abject disappointment for the submarine force. The Asiatic Submarine Fleet, based at Cavite Naval Base in Manila Bay, had failed to repel or even seriously disturb the Japanese invasion of the Philippines. Post-defeat analysis exposed many problems. Admiral Thomas C. Hart's aged and leaky S-boats had been unprepared for the rigors of wartime cruising. Their cruise training had been unrealistic. There had been a rigid emphasis on sonar approaches and attacks, and undue worry about vulnerability to enemy air attack. The Asiatic Fleet skippers had little experience in long-distance patrolling. Cavite was vulnerable to air attack. On the third day of the war, a stockpile of 233 torpedoes was lost in a Japanese bombing raid. No boats were deployed in the perilously shallow waters of Lingayen Gulf, where the major Japanese amphibious landings occurred. The remnants of the fleet retreated to Fremantle and became the nucleus of the Western Australia Command. Here, the overworked and short-ranged S-boats would struggle under adverse conditions. They were chronically undersupplied and too far from their patrol areas in the East Indies and South China Sea to be effective. Indoctrinated and promoted in peacetime, the first cohort of skippers was generally unequal to the task. Caution and acquiescence to organizational politics had been the qualities that marked a man for promotion. Peacetime exercises, mattering greatly for the career prospects of a submarine officer, had penalized adventurous tactics. War gradually exposed a skipper problem. Cautious captains had to be identified and relieved so that younger and bolder men could assume command. The process took about 18 months. The war likewise required juggling the men in the top jobs. In March 1942, Nimitz relieved Tommy Withers as COM-SUBPAC and gave the job to Rear Admiral Robert Henry English, a former submariner who had most recently commanded the light cruiser Helena. He had also served as a chief of staff to a previous Pacific submarine commander and had served on the submarine desk at Maine Navy in Washington. English demanded aggressive tactics and was hard on skippers he judged to be too timid, even when they had been victims of bad luck or faulty equipment. For the first half of the Pacific War, the submarine force was grievously handicapped by bad torpedoes. The weapons ran too deep, passing harmlessly under a target's keel. Magnetic detonators either failed to explode or exploded prematurely. Torpedoes often bounced pathetically off the hull of a Japanese ship. The flaws were not discovered until the war was long underway, partly because the peacetime economy had precluded live firing tests, and partly because apathetic time servers in the Bureau of Ordnance stonewalled all reasonable requests for study and improvement. Eventually it was discovered, and the Bureau acknowledged, that torpedoes ran an average of 10 feet deeper than their settings. The problems with the secret Mark VI magnetic exploder, which detected the presence of a hull overhead and was timed to explode directly underneath the target's keel, with the blast force directed upward, took longer to rectify. As more submarine officers became convinced that the magnetic exploder was unreliable, they lobbied their commanders to allow them to deactivate the device and set the torpedoes to run shallower. Admiral Withers refused these proposals, partly because it would require firing 3 fish spreads, and the supply of torpedoes at Pearl was dangerously low throughout 1942. In many cases, skippers deactivated the devices on their own and then fudged patrol reports to cover their tracks. But that tended to obscure the problem and further delay an adequate response. At any rate, a torpedo relying on the older contact trigger was also faulty, because the poorly engineered firing pin was often crushed on impact and failed to detonate the warhead. Diffident captains and abysmal torpedoes tended to eclipse the saving fact that the submarine force was stocked with talent further down the ranks. The executive officers and third officers, most of whom had graduated from the Naval Academy in the early and mid-1930s, would supply the skippers of 1943 to 45. The chief of the boat, senior-most petty officer, was often the oldest man aboard. He might have served 20 or more years in submarines. The submarine service was small and proud, a self-conscious elite that prized their inimitable esprit de corps. Submariners relied on one another for mutual survival and success. They were bound together not only by common interest, but by good humor, camaraderie, and respect. The oppressive distinctions of rank faded in importance among the 70 to 80 men living cheek to jowl in a warren of cramped and gloomy compartments. No one saluted or threw his rank around. Officers and men called one another by first names. "It's a whole different world when it comes to discipline," said Alan Polemus, who served on diesel boats for more than a decade. It was all handled just in interpersonal relationships, persuasion, saying, "You need to do this, and if you don't, I'm going to kick you where it really hurts." One of the reasons why a submarine crew is so cohesive is because there's constant daily contact. There's never a day where you don't rub elbows with everybody at least once. There were no laggards, no malingerers. There was nowhere to hide in a submarine, and anyone who failed to pull his weight endangered the life of every man aboard. Personal rivalries, petty privileges, interdepartmental grievances, antagonism between officers and enlisted men, or between reservists and Annapolites, all the inveterate pathologies of naval life were scarcely to be found among the men who served under the sea in a long steel tube. In July 1942, in support of the impending watchtower landing on Guadalcanal, Nimitz sent a strong force of submarines to the great Japanese fleet base at Truk. The boats were to patrol the sea routes into the atoll with the twofold purpose of providing early notice of enemy naval movements south into the Solomons, and of sinking ships when opportunity offered. Admiral English sent 11 boats to Truk between July and September. One was the Wahoo. It was to be her first war patrol. She left Pearl Harbor on August 23rd. Day after day she ran submerged, with occasional quick periscope observations. Night after night she motored on the surface, recharging her batteries, with position checks by celestial sightings. 2 weeks passed before the Wahoo sighted an enemy ship, a small tanker of the Hyogo Maru class. Kennedy stalked the target and fired a 3-torpedo spread at a range of 1,430 yards. All missed, and the skipper ordered the boat deep to run under the target. Feeling that air patrols posed a risk to the Wahoo, Kennedy declined to attempt a second attack. That decision did not sit well with the other officers. Lieutenant George W. Grider, the third officer, recalled that it was demoralizing to creep away submerged from that first target. More than 2 weeks passed before the Wahoo attempted another attack, this time on a 6,500-ton freighter. After a cautious submerged approach, the Wahoo fired 4 torpedoes and apparently scored a single hit on the target. Kennedy observed the ship listing to port and settling by the stern. Post-war records turned up no information on a sinking at that time and place. The Wahoo played cat and mouse with a destroyer escort and escaped by ducking into a welcome squall of rain. The greatest disappointment of this first cruise was a missed opportunity to sink the seaplane tender Chiyoda, which crossed paths with the Wahoo on September 30th. The valuable target, first observed by periscope at a range of 12,000 yards, was apparently unescorted. Kennedy made a cautious approach, declining to use full power for fear of running down the batteries. The Chiyoda zigged instead of zagged and quickly went out of position. The missed opportunity was more a case of bad luck than negligence, but it ate away at the crew's morale. The incident left them brooding and discouraged, wrote Grider. It played havoc with our self-confidence, our faith in our boat, and our aggressiveness in general. On October 5th, Kennedy sighted an even more precious target, a light carrier. She had 2 destroyers as escorts, and Kennedy chose another conservative approach, holding the Wahoo to 1/3 speed. The target slipped through their grasp. To his credit, Kennedy faulted himself for failing to make a good attack in this instance. His approach, he wrote in his report, lacked aggressiveness and skill. Watched the best target we could ever hope to find go over the hill untouched at 0800. Admiral English strongly agreed with Kennedy's self-criticism and amplified it in his endorsement. The patrol was marred by several mechanical mishaps, some more critical than others. The SJ radar shaft was misaligned and would not turn properly. 2 men had to muscle the hand wheel, while a third lubricated each bearing on the shaft with a grease gun. Their efforts were of little avail. The bow buoyancy tank vent jammed shut, making the boat balky in a dive. A botched routine test left a torpedo partly jammed through one of the bow tube's doors, with its brass-capped warhead protruding from the hull. The weapon could not be removed from the tube or pulled back in. Would it arm itself? Not likely, but if it did, it might detonate and blow the ship to kingdom come. Since there was nothing to be done but hope for the best, the crew resorted to gallows humor. Of a subsequent minor mishap, someone remarked, "Well, it doesn't matter. That torpedo's going to go off pretty soon anyhow." Returning to Pearl Harbor, the Wahoo sighted 3 PBY patrol planes on October 15th and 16th and encountered their escort ship dead ahead on Saturday, October 17th. With the boat rigged for surface running and a section of sailors on deck, they crept down the channel into Pearl Harbor. The skipper conned the ship into the East Lock, around the end of 1010 dock, and approached the submarine base. A Navy band and a delegation of officers and sailors were gathered on a pier to welcome her. Kennedy had radioed ahead to request a portside berth. Either the transmission had not been copied, or the request had been ignored, and a starboard berth had been cleared. The submarine waited in the channel, her diesels rumbling idly, while a signalman sent another message via blinker light. Have possibly armed torpedo protruding to starboard. Still recommend portside mooring. The delegation and band retreated to a safe distance, as the request was fulfilled. In the 1930s, Japanese analysts had postulated that Americans were culturally unsuited to the rigors and deprivations of submarine warfare. Luxury-loving layabouts, fond of good food and soft beds, were ill-prepared for the mental and physical strain of prolonged operations. So it was said, and apparently believed. The crude caricature goes a long way to explain the Japanese Navy's inattention to anti-submarine warfare, ASW. But it is true that the Americans emphasized comfort and habitability in their new diesel fleet submarines, and long-serving veterans thought the Gato-class boats almost absurdly opulent when compared to their predecessors. They were air-conditioned, well-lit, and equipped with washing machines and freshwater showers. Well-appointed galleys turned out the best and freshest food in the Navy, including ice cream and baked bread. A separate bunk awaited almost every member of the crew. Leather-upholstered benches lined the bulkheads in the wardrooms. Record players and movie projectors provided entertainment. Time would prove the wisdom of such crew comforts, large and small. The crews functioned well in grueling voyages lasting as long as 2.5 months. Upon putting into port, a submarine crew was given liberty right away, and a relief crew took over the boat. The plush Royal Hawaiian Hotel, Queen of Waikiki Beach, had been reserved by the Navy for submariners on R&R. For 2 weeks, the men were encouraged to forget about their recent patrol, about the submarine, even about the war itself. They had nothing to do but immerse themselves in complete relaxation. Each ship was assigned a refreshment room, freely accessible to every officer and enlisted man, in which a bathtub was filled with ice and stocked with beer, champagne, and soft drinks. Whoever established the tradition knew what he was doing, Grider commented. It took just about 2 weeks to get over the strain. Returning to the boat for the next patrol, they found it scrubbed clean, freshly painted, and re-provisioned. Even the mattress covers had been replaced. One sailor remarked that it was like entering a hotel room after maid service. All the housework had been done, except that they didn't lay any bath towels out. To Dick O'Kane's surprise, Lieutenant Commander Kennedy had retained command of the Wahoo, even after her disappointing first patrol. Kennedy's patrol report had been abjectly self-critical, and Admiral English had bluntly seconded those criticisms. But English had softened the blow by remarking that Kennedy seemed to have learned from his mistakes, and credited the Wahoo with one 6,441-ton freighter. Post-war analysis disallowed the claimed sinking. Despite the patent frustrations of the Wahoo's first cruise, the results had been no worse than average for all the submarines sent to truck. O'Kane worked quietly through back channels to have a PCO, or prospective commanding officer, assigned to the ship on her second cruise. The PCO was a senior officer, usually with the same rank as the skipper, who was slated to take command of another boat. He would come aboard as an observer, with no duties other than acquiring information and experience prior to being inserted into his own command. The Navy's wry pet name for this slightly clumsy arrangement was Makey Learn. The newcomer was Lieutenant Commander Dudley W. Morton, who had acquired the nickname Mushmouth in his plebe year at the Academy, later shortened to Mush. He was a big, broad-shouldered man with large hands and a powerful handshake. He was gregarious and high-spirited, with a contagious grin and a tendency to roar with laughter. He was built like a bear, said Grider, and as playful as a cub. Born in Owensboro, Kentucky, Morton had arrived at the Naval Academy with a thick Kentucky drawl. 4 years at Annapolis had flattened out that accent, but he was still recognizably a Southerner. Some said Morton had been tagged as Mushmouth because of that hill country brogue, although a rival explanation traced the origin to a popular comic strip character of that name, thought to resemble Morton. In either case, Morton liked his nickname and encouraged his shipmates, officers, and enlisted men alike to use it. He had played football and wrestled at the academy. He loved hijinks and rough physical horseplay, even while on patrol. The crew of the Wahoo soon found that the new PCO might seize a shipmate in a headlock and throw him to the deck. He did not affect the aloof style of a ranking officer. His puckish roughhousing might be sprung without warning on a crew member of any rank. Forrest Sterling, the ship's yeoman, was tending to his paperwork in the yeoman's shack when a bolt of lightning landed on my back and drove me into the typewriter. Wheeling around, with fist clenched to throw a punch, he came face to face for the first time with Morton, towering over him in the doorway. The grinning lieutenant commander pointed to his insignia and said, "Go ahead and strike me." Wahoo departed for her second patrol on November 8, 1942. Her diesels rumbling and belching blue exhaust, her dock lines were uncleated and thrown back on the deck, and she backed gingerly from her berth. Her piercing whistle sounded. The colors were broken out at the main. She went down the channel and steamed out to sea with an escort vessel and company. She made a trim dive, received an indoctrination depth charge, fired her deck guns, and then put them to bed. At dark, the escort parted ways, and the Wahoo set a course of 230 degrees. She had 3,000 miles to travel to her patrol area in the Central Solomons, north of Bougainville. She was to seek out and destroy Japanese ships headed south toward Iron Bottom Sound, where the Navy and Marines were waging their desperate struggle to hold Guadalcanal. Passing over the latitude 7 degrees 50 minutes north, the boat entered into the SOPAC domain of Admiral Halsey. Spirits were distinctly elevated on this second patrol. Kennedy had agreed to do away with the Dantesque red interior lights that had depressed the crew's mood on the previous voyage. No major mechanical problems tormented the engineers. A handful of enlisted men began publishing a ship's newspaper, the Wahoo Daily Gazette. It offered a mockingly earnest summary of news gathered from Radio Tokyo broadcasts, along with satirical bits of doggerel and even a comic strip. The wardroom phonograph was sometimes cranked up to high volume, and big band melodies boomed through the boat. Mush Morton's good-natured and rambunctious presence lifted the crew's mood. He was none too exacting about his uniform, often walking around the ship in a red bathrobe. Without particular duties, he spent much of his waking hours playing cribbage with other officers in the wardroom. He was also happy to chew the fat with the petty officers and enlisted men. He was best described as a big, overgrown Kentucky boy who had never been told that adults weren't supposed to smile, wrote O'Kane. Morton was often found in the engine room, chatting with shipmates while scrubbing his clothes in a bucket of water. He instructed Forrest Sterling not to address him as Sir, a protocol that flew in the face of naval regulations and traditions. Morton's relaxed informality and chumminess with enlisted men was unusual even on a submarine, the most democratic of all naval vessels. It may have had an underlying purpose. Morton was quietly gathering information on the boat and its internal crew dynamics. Later, in Brisbane, he was to argue that Kennedy should be relieved of command. In their long discussions of tactics, O'Kane and Morton found that they were very much of the same mind. The Gato-class submarine would achieve its full potential only with more aggressive and determined tactics. A skipper could and should take more risks to sink enemy ships. Kennedy had been too slow to let go of pre-war doctrine and ideas limiting the role of the submarine to a submerged vessel of opportunity. Custom and etiquette required that the officers steer clear of disparaging their skipper, but the implied criticism was understood. The ship could afford to remain on the surface longer, to make higher and more frequent periscope observations, and to run fast on the surface at night or use maximum submerged speed in daylight to gain an attacking position in the path of oncoming enemy ships. The officers appreciated the belligerent attitude, though Grider wondered whether Morton was too much of a daredevil. "It is one thing to be aggressive, and another to be foolhardy," he observed. Most of us, in calculating the risk, threw in a mental note that we were worth more to the Navy alive than dead. But when Mush expressed himself on tactics, the only risk he recognized was the risk of not sinking enemy tonnage. Operating off Bougainville in late November and December 1942, when the campaign for Guadalcanal was in its climactic last phase, the Wahoo was hindered by dirty weather, with hard rain and gale-force winds. At night, on the bridge, lookouts peered through a tumultuous seascape of towering seas, occasionally lit up by lightning flashes. The Wahoo sighted several targets, but repeatedly failed to attain a viable attack position. On December 10th, the Wahoo fired 3 torpedoes at a convoy of 3 cargo ships, accompanied by a destroyer. 1 freighter was hit and sank quickly. The crew's cheers were silenced by O'Kane's urgent order. "Rig for depth charge! Rig for depth charge!" The destroyer laid down a pattern of depth charges on the diving Wahoo. Lights went out as bulbs exploded. Men were thrown against bulkheads, and showers of cork dust rained down from the overhead. But the damage was minor, and there were no leaks. The freighter was Wahoo's first kill, but the encounter seemed to exhaust Kennedy, whose nervous strain grew after each periscope observation. A few days later, Wahoo received a message carrying the Ultra designation, which meant that it contained intelligence regarding enemy shipping and must receive the highest priority. A tanker was proceeding from Truk to the Shortland Islands and was expected to arrive on December 8th. Oil tankers were among the highest priority targets throughout the war, but that was especially true in those critical closing weeks of the Guadalcanal campaign, when one lost tanker might have fatally limited Japanese shipping movements. Kennedy maneuvered the Wahoo into the target's expected track and searched with all 3 dimensions available: sonar, radar, and lookouts on the bridge peering into the darkness through powerful binoculars. A passive sonar search obtained a weak echo ranging on a broad front to the north. The SJ radar returned a range of 18,000 yards, bearing 62 degrees. The tanker was headed for the Bougainville Strait, and the Wahoo was in good position to intercept her. But this promising opportunity was again missed, due to a simple error. The sound operator cried out, "Echo ranging on our starboard quarter." He had read the wrong bearing. Morton shouted, "Reciprocal," but it was too late. Kennedy had ordered, "Flood negative and take her deep." From several hundred feet below, the crew listened to the tanker's screws pass overhead. The target continued out of range. After another run of missed opportunities, the Wahoo apparently scored one extremely valuable kill. On December 14th, shortly after noon, Forrest Sterling was operating the sonar gear. He detected propeller noises. A quick periscope observation revealed a large enemy submarine 3,000 yards away, heading directly toward them. The Wahoo had just enough time to swing around and fire 3 torpedoes from her stern tubes. They were only 800 yards from the enemy's track. Kennedy raised the scope 10 seconds ahead of the expected hit. As he described what he was looking at, a deep explosion was heard throughout the ship. The first torpedo appeared to hit just forward of the conning tower and threw up a spout of water and debris. Kennedy attested that he saw I-2 painted on her tower and men on her bridge leaping into the sea as she went down. The Wahoo crash-dived, though no other enemy ship had been seen. Several members of the Wahoo's crew believed they heard sounds of the enemy's subcompartments crumpling and breaking up as they reached crush depth. Being submariners themselves, the sounds made their blood run cold. Post-war analysis did not find any evidence of a Japanese submarine sinking at this location and date. I-2 was sunk a year and a half later in the Bismarck Sea. It is possible that the torpedo had exploded prematurely, and Kennedy had misunderstood what he saw in the scope. As for the sounds heard by the crew, the mystery will never be solved. 2 more missed opportunities followed in the final week of the patrol. A large ship was observed through the periscope 2 days later, within a radar range of 10,000 yards. The angle on the bow was large, but O'Kane strongly believed the Wahoo could have overtaken the target with 4 hours of running fast on the surface. The captain refused and retorted, "Don't be stupid. You can't attack a ship from here." That response left O'Kane infuriated and speechless. The exchange was made within earshot of several members of the crew. On December 21st, while the Wahoo was en route out of her patrol area and headed for the barn in Brisbane, the lookouts sighted smoke on the horizon. O'Kane wanted to go after it, but Kennedy refused on the grounds that the Wahoo was passing into another submarine's assigned patrol area. On the day after Christmas, a smell of vegetation advertised the loom of Australia off the starboard bow. The lookouts caught the sight of the Cape Morton light, which sat high on a bluff and could be seen as far as 50 miles out to sea. After passing through a controlled minefield and anti-submarine nets, the Wahoo lay to in Morton Bay and took a local pilot aboard. No member of the crew could fail to take in this man's unforgettable getup. He wore a black suit and a bowler hat, and carried a folded umbrella under his arm. The chain-smoking pilot conned the Wahoo up the brown, muddy, dramatically serpentine Brisbane River. A bucolic Queensland landscape unfolded on either bank, and oystermen and swimmers waved at the passing submarine. Gradually, the outskirts of the city came into view. Graceful neighborhoods of small, close-built homes with red tile roofs, until a last bend to the left revealed a steel bridge ahead and brought the office buildings of downtown Brisbane into view on the right bank. The Wahoo slid into its berth at New Farm Wharf, adjacent to the sub-tender Sperry. A gangway was pushed across, and officers and sailors of the relief crew came aboard. Among the visitors was Admiral James Fife, Jr., the new commander of Task Force 42. New Farm Wharf was undergoing rapid expansion and would soon rival Pearl Harbor as the largest submarine base in the Pacific. Squadrons 8 and 10 were serviced by the tenders Fulton and Sperry, each of 9,734 tons displacement, and each fitted with cranes, machine shops, and enough spare parts to act as a self-contained repair facility for a large squadron of submarines. The base had taken over the waterfront facilities of the Brisbane Stevedoring Company, and its wool sheds, once stacked to the rafters with Australia's prime export, had been converted into warehouses. A barracks and a new headquarters building were under construction. Tensions in the city, climaxing in the Battle of Brisbane the previous month, had prompted the local American commanders to seek rest and recreation quarters elsewhere. The small beach communities of the Gold Coast provided plenty of towns suitable for the purpose. For the time being, however, submarine crews were still being quartered in and near the city. Houses and apartments were rented in Brisbane for visiting officers, and most of the enlisted men checked into the downtown Hotel Canberra. The majority of the crew was off the boat within 2 hours of berthing. They were to enjoy the perks of liberty: ice cream, mail call, sun, and fresh air. Most of the officers, not including Kennedy, crowded into a small but comfortable beach cottage about 15 miles outside the city. There would be no mess attendants, so they were to do their own cooking, and were content to do so. On the second night, they endured O'Kane's tuna delight with good humor. Off the ship, and in Kennedy's absence, conversation about the recent patrol loosened up, and the men aired their criticisms. With 2 credited sinkings, including an enemy submarine, the Wahoo had turned in the best results of any boat returning to Brisbane in months. Kennedy would receive a Silver Star. But the good results and plaudits tended to obscure the disappointments of the patrol, the numerous errors, missed prospects, and aborted attacks. Grider noted in his memoir, "The Wahoo was not making much of a record, and we knew it. We had waited in the wrong places at the wrong time, like unlucky fishermen. We still felt really discouraged." On a long walk into the countryside on the second day, Morton and O'Kane plunged into a long conversation about submarine tactics. They found themselves in agreement. Kennedy had to go. O'Kane primly avoids the subject in his memoir, but it seems likely that he communicated his criticisms to Fife, either directly or through other officers. Morton, in a loose remark that may or may not have been made in earnest, had vowed to report Kennedy for cowardice. Several officers and enlisted men had filed requests for transfer off the Wahoo. Whatever Fife was told about Kennedy's performance, he apparently gleaned enough information to make his decision. In his brief endorsement of the Wahoo's patrol report, Fife noted that the ship had had 8 enemy contacts, but made only 2 attacks, and at least 3 more of those contacts should have developed into attacks. He relieved Kennedy and sent him back to the States. Kennedy took the news bitterly, but later attested that he realized the decision was correct. Like many peacetime skippers, he was slow to adjust to the more audacious and hazardous tactics required of a wartime submarine. Nor was he a coward, however. He would receive a second Silver Star later in the war for his performance as a destroyer skipper in the Battle of Leyte Gulf. On the last day of the year, Mush Morton took command of the Wahoo. When the crew gathered on the ship the day before she was to sail, he spoke to them briefly. "Wahoo is expendable," he said. "We will take every reasonable precaution, but our mission is to sink enemy shipping." The next patrol, accordingly, would be much more dangerous. Any man who did not care to risk his life was invited to see the yeoman and ask for a transfer. It would be granted automatically, and nothing will ever be said about your remaining in Brisbane. Sterling waited in his yeoman's shack, but there were no takers. Instead, the crew felt a surge in confidence. Morton told the men to pull down every Japanese ship silhouette that had been mounted on bulkheads by Kennedy's order. They were replaced by the new captain's collection of pin-up girls, which he had obtained at a Hollywood studio. He had Sterling type up a stack of placards with the message, "Shoot the sons of bitches." These were likewise mounted throughout the interior of the ship. Morton reduced the number of lookouts from 4 to 2, both to be stationed on the shears. In order to make the watches less monotonous and keep the men on their toes, the watches would rotate every hour, from lookout to radar to sound to the helm to messenger duty in the control room. Any lookout who spotted a ship, if that ship was subsequently sunk, would receive a spot promotion. Morton quietly requisitioned extra supplies of medicinal brandy and grain alcohol for the ostensible purpose of cleaning periscope lenses. He believed in the morale-building ritual of an occasional round of shots, particularly after a depth-charge attack. Morton also pioneered a radical innovation. It had always been the skipper's duty and prerogative to make periscope observations while directing attacks. Morton instead chose to make O'Kane his co-approach officer, and to keep the executive officer on the periscope, while Morton employed all the other data at his fingertips to maneuver the Wahoo into an optimal attack position. The captain would need a heavy dose of self-discipline to keep his hands off the periscope. In a moment of high tension, his natural instinct would be to shove the XO aside and seize the handles. The most critical input in setting up a torpedo attack was the target's angle on the bow. Under Morton's scheme, O'Kane would be trusted to make the all-important observation accurately. Some of the crew continued to worry that their new skipper was reckless and would throw their lives away in an unwise attack. According to Sterling, the sailors often asked one another, only half in jest, "Do you think he's crazy?" He was an eccentric character. Even as captain, he continued to roam around the boat in his red bathrobe and slippers. He told lurid stories in his glutinous Kentucky accent, and roared at his own jokes with almost maniacal laughter. Grider worried that the new skipper would find the transition from camaraderie to authority to be awkward and difficult, but that was never the case. Morton's authority was built in, and never depended on sudden stiffening of tone and attitude. The Wahoo commenced her third patrol on January 16th. After sound tests and practice torpedo runs on her escorting destroyer, she set course at 2-engine speed for the eastern end of New Guinea. Her orders would send her up the north coast of New Guinea, through the Vitiaz Strait between that island and New Britain. She was to reconnoiter a little-known Japanese seaport known as WWII. With the brown hills and green mountains of New Guinea slipping by on her port beam, the Wahoo ran on the surface as long as her skipper dared, not only at night, but for an hour each morning after dawn and each evening before dusk. Morton and O'Kane agreed that the risk of being sighted from the air in those hours was worth the added 40 miles or so of daily mileage. Morton even refused to dive when one of the lookouts on the bridge spotted a distant plane. He chose instead to wait, a decision that was vindicated when the unidentified aircraft turned away, its aircrew apparently having failed to notice the Wahoo. The new captain also took a more audacious approach to using the periscope. Whereas Kennedy had favored only quick daylight periscope sightings, with the scope raised just 3 feet above the surface, Morton was content to make long midday sightings with the scope raised to high elevation, and even employed a second scope on several occasions. The Navy still lacked decent charts for the Solomons, and nothing in the Wahoo's inventory identified the location of the mysterious WWII. The solution was found, by chance, in a 2-bit Australian school atlas purchased in Brisbane as a souvenir by a member of the crew. A map in the atlas identified WWII as an otherwise uncharted indentation about midway up New Guinea's northern coast. By comparing the coastline to an existing aerial photo, and matching the shape of the shoreline and the islands lying close offshore, Grider and O'Kane managed to pinpoint the location. Without reliable information about the position of reefs or shoals, the Wahoo would have to tread lightly. But Morton surprised his shipmates by announcing that he intended to take the submarine into WWII's inner anchorage, rather than simply observe it from the offing. The operation order had directed Wahoo merely to adjust speed, if possible, to permit daylight reconnaissance vicinity WWII Harbor. Morton chose to interpret daylight reconnaissance as enter and attack enemy shipping. In Grider's opinion, the captain had advanced from mere rashness to outright foolhardiness. Penetrating into the uncharted enemy harbor seemed pure madness, a gambit that would risk collective suicide. But Morton was nonchalant, and kept the men in the conning tower entertained with a steady run of wisecracks. As dawn broke, the Wahoo crept around the islands guarding the entrance to the harbor. O'Kane spotted the top of a large tripod radio mast that might belong to an enemy warship, but the submarine could not enter the channel because a patrol craft or tugboat appeared to be crossing directly ahead. Morton probed the shore of some of the other outer islands, hoping to find a gap that would provide a direct view of the anchorage. But the area was dense with interlocking reefs, and the Wahoo had to take care not to run aground. After several hours of cautious probing, the submarine entered the main channel and began the 9-mile run into the inner harbor, creeping along at 3 knots. O'Kane took several quick, low-elevation periscope observations, with water lapping up the lens. At 1:18 p.m., he made out the bridge structure of a large ship, which he first took to be a freighter or seaplane tender. Upon closer inspection, it proved to be a Fubuki-class destroyer. Several small Japanese submarines were moored alongside her. There were good reasons for the Wahoo to turn around and make an escape. The crew were not sure of the position of reefs or the depth of the water, and the tidal currents were unpredictable. But Morton announced that the Wahoo would launch a surprise torpedo attack on the anchored destroyer. "We'll take him by complete surprise. He won't be expecting an enemy submarine in here." The Wahoo went to battle stations and continued advancing into the harbor at 3 knots. The forward torpedo tube doors were opened in preparation for firing. The intended range was to be 3,000 yards. O'Kane took one last sighting and whispered urgently, "Captain, she's gotten underway, headed out of the harbor. Angle on the bow 10 port." A 10-degree angle on the bow meant that the destroyer was bearing almost directly down on the Wahoo. Morton altered his plan immediately. Right full rudder. He would pass under the enemy ship and maneuver for a shot with the Wahoo's stern tubes. Another quick periscope sighting revealed that the destroyer had zigged, and the angle on bow had opened to 40 degrees starboard. But O'Kane did not have time to make an accurate estimate of her speed. Morton guessed 15 knots, and that figure was entered into the Torpedo Data Computer, TDC, which provided an automatic gyro angle. The Wahoo shuddered as 3 torpedoes were fired from her bow tubes. All ran hot, straight, and normal, but when O'Kane took another quick sighting, he saw that all had missed astern. They had underestimated the destroyer's speed. A speed of 18 knots was entered into the TDC, and a 4th torpedo fired. But the Japanese lookouts had evidently spotted the torpedo wakes, and possibly the periscope. Fully alerted, the enemy turned sharply away and evaded the 4th shot. She held the turn through 270 degrees, and bore down on the spot that marked the apex of the fan of torpedo tracks. Peering through the scope, O'Kane now beheld that most dreaded of all images. A towering bow, looking huge in the circular field, with a surging bow wave indicating high speed. Forrest Sterling felt an almost uncontrollable urge to urinate. But Morton seemed unfazed. "That's all right," he said. "Keep your scope up, and we'll shoot that SOB down the throat." The down-the-throat shot was the boldest and most desperate tactic available to any submarine. It had been discussed in theory, but never attempted in practice. Down the throat is certainly not a tactic to be sought, O'Kane wrote later. It is rather a desperation shot. The Wahoo's circumstances were certainly desperate. She was trapped in a harbor without reliable charts, and a well-armed destroyer would very soon be in position to depth-charge her into oblivion. She had only 2 torpedoes left in her bow tubes, and little hope of maneuvering to bring her stern tubes to bear. O'Kane watched the enemy ship come on, growing larger in the circular field. He could see the faces of Japanese sailors looking straight back at him through the periscope lens. Her bow wave climbed up her hull to the height of her anchors. O'Kane shifted the scope to lower power. That view, he said, had the advantage of being much less disturbing. The Wahoo did not have a torpedo to waste. If she fired too soon, the target would have time to turn away and evade. If she fired too late, the weapon would not run far enough to arm itself and would bounce harmlessly off the enemy's hull. The effective firing window fell within a range of approximately 1,200 to 700 yards. The destroyer, traveling near her top speed of about 30 knots, would travel that distance in about 30 seconds. As the range closed to 1,250 yards, Morton said, "Any time, Dick." With the crosshairs centered on the bow, O'Kane said, "Fire." Keeping the scope up, O'Kane watched the track stretch away. The destroyer turned and evaded. Sterling later recalled being calm with the cool certainty that he was going to die. O'Kane fired his fifth and last available torpedo at a range of 750 yards, and Morton ordered a crash dive. The crew braced for depth charges, but another sound filled the submarine instead. An immense tearing sound, almost like a bolt of thunder. Great cracking became crackling, O'Kane recalled, and every old salt aboard knew the sound. That of the steam hitting a bucket of water, but here amplified 1,000,000 times. The destroyer's boilers were belching steam into the sea. From bow to stern, the Wahoo's crew erupted in cheers. Morton brought the ship back to periscope depth and ordered up the scope. O'Kane looked first and then yielded to the captain. The destroyer's bow had been torn off just forward of the stack. She was foundering rapidly. Sailors were climbing the masts or diving into the sea. Several photos were taken with the ship's camera, a Kodak medalist. Then the captain described what he was seeing through the ship's loudspeaker. There must be hundreds of those slant-eyed devils in the rigging. Anybody not on watch wanting a look, get to the conning tower on the double. Dozens of men crowded into the little space and took turns at the scope, and several brought their own cameras to take souvenir snapshots. Now Morton was willing to beat a retreat from the harbor. The channel allowed a submerged retreat at the relatively safe depth of 100 feet, navigating by dead reckoning and sonar. The Wahoo crept away at 3 knots, slow enough to preserve the batteries and avoid a disastrous hard grounding. The sonar operator listened for beach noises, the play of surf on beaches and reefs, and small steering adjustments were made to keep these warning sounds at roughly equal distances to port and starboard. When the noises were all abaft her beam, Morton and his crew knew they were safely away. At dusk, the Wahoo came back to periscope depth. There was nothing to see but some distant lights ashore, far behind. The Wahoo surfaced, and clean air circulated through her length. She ran dead north on 4 engines for 30 minutes, until it was clear no one was in pursuit. The crew was giddy, but also exhausted and on edge. O'Kane now realized that he had not slept in 35 hours. Only adrenaline had sustained him through the long hours in and around WWII. Morton permitted any man who wanted one to take a shower, a rare privilege on a submarine, due to the power required to run the distillers. Later, the skipper allowed the pharmacist's mate to dispense a ration of depth charge medicine, that is, a shot of 3-star Hennessy brandy. Morton's buccaneering spirit had been rewarded, but would the success at WWII embolden the skipper to take even more unconventional risks, and would the Wahoo's luck persist? As the crewmen not on watch turned into their bunks, clean and mildly intoxicated, some worried that Mush Morton was not entirely sane. The taciturn O'Kane put it this way. Understandably, some might be wondering just what was coming next. Morton put the sub on a northwesterly course, into waters that offered the likely prospect of spotting Japanese ships headed southeast from Palau. While the Wahoo crisscrossed her base course, and lookouts scrutinized the horizon for any sign of a mast or a column of smoke, the captain tinkered with drafts of his report on the WWII engagement. It was radioed to Fife in Brisbane at 11:45 p.m. The following morning at 10, the Wahoo passed back into Nimitz's domain, and would forward all future reports to the Pacific Submarine Force headquarters in Pearl Harbor. That afternoon, the boat crossed the equator, crossed under it as she was running submerged, and Morton insisted on a proper observance of the ancient line-crossing rites. Naval tradition of many centuries required all polywogs, those officers and enlisted men who had not previously crossed the line, to be inducted into the court of King Neptune. A riotous ceremony was held in the forward battery. Pappy Rao, chief of the boat and a veteran of more than 20 years, was done up as King Neptune. He wore Morton's red bathrobe, a gold cardboard crown, and a fake beard, and he held a trident fashioned from a wooden broom handle. Another sailor played the role of the royal baby, wearing only a large diaper, actually a towel held together by safety pins. The inductees, beginning with Lieutenant Grider, were required to answer a series of preposterous and insulting questions, then forced to choke down a disgusting potion scrounged from the gallery, and given an electric shock. Grider's head was shaved, much to his chagrin. He was forced to bow low and kiss Rao's belly, which had previously been greased with lard and lampblack. At the end of all that, he could call himself a shellback, and be placated by the knowledge that no man ever had to suffer those indignities twice. The newly bald third officer, while standing watch on the bridge at 7:57 the following morning, spotted a plume of smoke over the horizon about 2 points off the port bow. Morton came up to have a look, and then put the Wahoo on a course to intercept. Gradually, she drew into a profitable attack position, ahead of the convoy. Morton took the Wahoo down as soon as the topmasts of 2 freighters peeked over the horizon. Looking through the periscope, O'Kane studied the ships as their hulls came into view, and estimated their angle on the bow as a manageable 50 degrees. Soon 2 more ships came over the hill. The convoy was steaming at 10 knots on a course of 95 degrees, and there was no sign of an escort. It was an excellent setup. The attack angles were entered into the TDC, and as the range closed to 1,300 yards, the Wahoo fired 4 torpedoes from her stern tubes at the nearest 2 ships. All were hot, straight, normal, and 3 of 4 struck home, hitting both targets. Morton brought the ship around to align her bow tubes with a third ship, significantly larger than the 2 wounded freighters. She turned directly toward the Wahoo, apparently with the intention of ramming. "We'll shoot the SOB down the throat," Morton declared. O'Kane winced. I had hoped never to hear those words again, much less in just 3 days. The next torpedo missed badly, but the freighter yawed and presented her broadside. Watching through the periscope, O'Kane saw that she was a large troop transport. Wahoo fired 2 more torpedoes and went deep. As she was descending through 200 feet, the crew heard explosions indicating 2 hits. Returning to periscope depth 8 minutes later, a quick periscope sweep revealed that the transport was dead in the water. Another torpedo, fired at leisure, hit between her stack and her bridge. O'Kane, observing through the periscope, saw a tremendous explosion blow the structures aft of her bridge, higher than a kite. Momentarily, we saw a gigantic hole in her side, bigger than a Mack truck, until she listed toward us. Troops began leaping into the sea, and her boats were lowered as she went down. At 1:10 in the afternoon, Morton ordered Wahoo to the surface. Since there was no destroyer in the vicinity, the submarine could run on the surface with impunity. Morton took the Wahoo into the wreckage of the sunken troopship, where about 1,000 castaways had piled into boats, rafts, and small craft. Morton ordered in an even voice, "Battle stations, man both guns." This brought a quizzical glance from O'Kane, and Morton solemnly justified what he was about to do. "Dick," he said in O'Kane's version of the exchange, "the Army bombards strategic areas, and the Air Corps uses area bombing so the ground forces can advance. Both bring civilian casualties. Now, without other casualties, I will prevent these soldiers from getting ashore, for every one who does can mean an American life." O'Kane accepted this reasoning, and the Wahoo moved in to complete the ghastly business. Did Morton intend an outright massacre? The accounts vary slightly in some critical details. In O'Kane's telling, Morton ordered the gunners to chase the troops out of their boats. In other words, the boats were to be destroyed, but no swimmers were to be deliberately shot unless they fired back at the Wahoo. Grider's account was short on details and long on insinuation. He wrote of the skipper's overwhelming biological hatred of the enemy, and offered no details of the incident other than to say it took place over several nightmarish minutes. Forrest Sterling recalled seeing several hundred men. Some were swimming, some on lifeboats, and others hanging onto planks or other items of floating wreckage. They all stared without expression at Wahoo's hull. O'Kane wrote that the deck gunner's fire was methodical, small guns sweeping from a beam forward, like fire hoses cleaning a street. Morton's patrol report stated that the gunners shot at the boats until our fire was returned by small-caliber machine guns. We then opened fire with everything we had. Wahoo now set off on a course of 85 degrees in pursuit of the two remaining ships, one of which had been damaged. The Wahoo ran on the surface at flank speed, with all four engines roaring. She tracked her quarry using the standard tactic of an end-around pursuit. The surfaced submarine ran on a parallel course at high speed, distant enough that she remained hull down under the horizon and thus unseen, but able to track the enemy's topmasts or stack smoke with periodic high-elevation periscope observations. Despite some radical zigzagging by the two ships, the Wahoo gradually overtook them and attained a favorable attack angle. Morton finally took her under at 5:21 p.m. As the fourth ship's hull rose above the horizon, periscope observations revealed that she was an oil tanker, a valuable and high-priority target. At 6:29, with the range at 2,300 yards, Wahoo fired a spread of 3 bow torpedoes at her. One hit and slowed her. Another 2 hours of maneuvering set up a stern tube shot, which scored a single hit amidships. She sank in minutes. Pursuing the convoy's last surviving freighter into the night, hoping for a clean sweep, Morton bent on all ahead full. The crippled freighter shot back with her deck guns. Most of the shots were wild, but when one splashed dead ahead and ricocheted directly over the Wahoo's shears, Morton took her down again. For 15 minutes they ran at a depth of 90 feet, tracking the ship by sonar alone. When the shell fire splashes grew more distant, the submarine came back to the surface. Almost immediately, a lookout shouted, "Searchlight broad on our port bow." The beam was projecting from a ship over the horizon, just emerging. Morton correctly deduced that this was an escort ship, probably a destroyer, sent to collect the ships of this convoy. He maneuvered the Wahoo into position to torpedo the freighter as she closed on the beckoning searchlight. At 9:10 p.m., when the range was 2,900 yards by radar, the Wahoo fired her last 2 torpedoes. It was a long shot, fired without spread, a low-percentage attempt. Minutes ticked by. The torpedoes ran about 1.5 miles. Improbably, they both hit with a colossal detonation that shook the Wahoo's bridge. 15 minutes later, this 9,500-ton Arizona Maru-class freighter sank, leaving only a blank horizon for the destroyer's questing searchlight. The officers and crew were amazed at what they had achieved. O'Kane remembers that none of us had heard of any other submarine sinking her first ship before reaching her patrol area, to say nothing of a convoy of 4 more ships. These were the things submariners daydreamed about, but never expected to happen. Morton radioed Pearl Harbor to report the news, and Wahoo, her torpedoes gone, headed for the barn. The return should have been uneventful, but when the Wahoo crossed paths with another convoy on the following morning, Morton changed course to intercept. The periscope had shown a small freighter trailing behind the other ships. Morton conceived a plan. "Dick," he said to O'Kane, "we're the only ones who know we don't have any torpedoes. The enemy doesn't know that. Supposing we were to battle surface and make a run at them. Wouldn't they likely run off, leaving the small freighter behind for our deck gun?" Having not seen any guns mounted on the trailing freighter, O'Kane agreed that it was worth a try. The Wahoo surfaced and took off after the convoy. The Japanese ships rang up more speed and began a radical zigzagging pattern. These maneuvers gave O'Kane the impression of general confusion. Just beyond a tanker, the middle ship in the convoy, another set of masts began to appear. The previously unseen ship was soon identified as a destroyer, and she was bearing directly down on the Wahoo. Morton ordered a retreat on the surface at 4-engine flank speed and gradually opened the range to 14,000 yards. Morton assumed the destroyer would promptly give up the chase, not wanting to leave her convoy far behind. That supposition turned out to be wrong. On the bridge, the lookouts studied her through binoculars. Her bow wave, bone in the teeth, had a white V pattern. As that V began to fill in, to grow perceptibly deeper, the lookouts knew the enemy was gaining. Then she turned her broadside toward the Wahoo and fired. Morton expected the shells to fall wild, but about 3 seconds later, there was a mighty clap of thunder, and geysers rose on both sides of the Wahoo, just 150 feet away. Too close. The crash dive was Wahoo's fastest yet, according to O'Kane, and when the boat passed through a depth of 250 feet, Morton told the plainsmen to keep her headed down. She went below test depth and waited for the inevitable depth charges. "Now we're going to catch it," said Morton, as the destroyer's screws were heard overhead. She dropped 6 depth charges, and O'Kane remembers them as tooth crackers that cracked and whacked, dumping seeming tons of bolts into our superstructure. The destroyer did not stay for long, however. She had to get back to her flock of transports, freighters, and tankers, now 40 miles behind. Morton ordered a round of depth-charge medicine served out to the crew. Returning to the surface 2 hours later, Morton radioed Pearl Harbor. "Another running gun battle today. Wahoo runnin', destroyer gunnin'." On February 7, 1943, Wahoo entered Pearl with 8 rising sun flags on one of her signal halyards and a broom lashed to the periscope shears, bristles up, to signify a clean sweep. Hers had been, by a long margin, the most remarkable submarine cruise of the war. As she came around 1010 dock, she was hailed by a large crowd of officers, personnel, and, oddly, news reporters. The silent service had not promoted itself and received almost no press coverage at all. But someone in the Pacific Fleet had decided that it was time to publicize the submarine war, and much of the content of Wahoo's reports had been passed by the censors for public release. Admiral Charlie Lockwood had nicknamed Morton a one-man wolf pack. A cavalcade of photographers caught the Wahoo's inverted broom on film, and the picture would run in newspapers throughout the United States. Upon going ashore, the crew of the Wahoo was delighted to see an edition of that day's Hawaiian Advertiser. The headline shouted, "Wahoo runnin', Japs a gunnin'." All 5 of the sinkings claimed by Morton were credited, 5 ships totaling 32,000 tons. But the significance of Wahoo's third cruise transcended the material damage done to the enemy. Morton's tactics had turned a new page. They would be studied by all of his colleagues in the submarine service. Hereafter, their performance was to be measured against his. Skippers were to emulate his bold tactics or be pushed out of the service. Morton, O'Kane later said, had cast aside unproven pre-war concepts and bugaboos. In the future, submarines would be employed on the surface, diving only when absolutely necessary. They would be expected to fight a much more persistent and audacious war against Japanese shipping. The Wahoo's triumph, rousing as it was, could not sweep away the lingering frustration and disenchantment in the Pacific submarine force. Submarines had sunk 180 enemy ships, totaling 725,000 tons in 1942, more aggregate tonnage than Japan was able to build that year. But a pervasive feeling remained that the fleet was falling short of its potential. Too many skippers had clung to diffident pre-war tactics. Evidence was gradually accumulating that the Mark 14 torpedo was a lemon, but the Navy's Bureau of Ordnance had closed ranks against its critics and implacably refused suggestions that a comprehensive and unbiased re-evaluation was needed. In the latter half of 1942, Admiral English had sent 61 war patrols out of Pearl Harbor. 27 had returned empty-handed. Patrols off Truk, Japan's major southern naval base, had been far less productive than patrols into Japan's home waters. For all the glory of sinking a major enemy fleet unit, chasing capital ships, battleships, cruisers, and carriers was a low-percentage enterprise. The enemy's freighters and oil tankers offered a better return on investment. They were slower and less well defended, and thus easier to stalk and sink. In the Atlantic, German wolf packs were demonstrating that a relatively small number of submarines could menace a vital economic and military lifeline. Japan was at least as vulnerable to a war of commerce as was Britain, and it was evident that the most profitable use of the Pacific submarine force was in attacking the sea links to Japan's major resource areas. But the submarine leadership had not yet made the case that all other priorities should be subordinated to a policy of cutting Japan's interior supply lines. Submarine admirals, English, Fife, Withers, Lockwood, had allowed their boats to be pulled here and sent there, to provide marginally important reconnaissance services, or to support various campaigns in ill-conceived roles. Among active-duty submarine officers, resentment was building against Bob English and his staff, who were free-handed with criticism, even when it seemed undeserved. Not all skippers came back empty-handed because they had been timorous. Some were merely unlucky, some had been deployed to unpromising patrol areas, and some had watched their torpedoes explode prematurely, or fail to explode, or run under their targets, or run in a circle, or bounce innocuously off an enemy's hull. English, like Admiral Ralph Christie, Fife's predecessor in Brisbane, gave the back of his hand to reports of malfunctioning torpedoes. To one returning skipper he ludicrously claimed, "Subpac has never had a premature explosion." The Bureau of Ordnance was intolerant of criticism and sought to turn it back on the fleet by blaming reports of malfunctions on skippers, crews, and torpedo handlers. According to Clay Blair, an even-handed and even-tempered scholar who produced the most exhaustive history of the Pacific submarine campaign, the torpedo scandal of the U.S. submarine force in World War II was one of the worst in the history of any kind of warfare. Ned Beach, a submarine commander who later became a novelist and historian, remarked that the torpedoes performed so poorly that had they been the subject of deliberate sabotage, they hardly could have been worse, and added that every submariner he knew agreed that the men responsible should have faced court-martial. In the long run, it might have been better had the torpedoes failed absolutely in 1942. Complete failure would have compelled immediate and decisive action to identify and correct the various mechanical flaws. Instead, the weapons sometimes functioned properly, while in many other instances they appeared to do the job when they had actually exploded prematurely and harmlessly. Intermittent and apparent success perversely guaranteed that the deficiencies would not be discovered all at once. The torpedo problem was solved in fits and starts, over a period of 2 years, against the obdurate resistance of bureaucrats and engineers in Washington and Newport, Rhode Island. Meanwhile, the submarine crews risked and sometimes gave their lives to carry unreliable weapons into enemy waters, all the time wondering whether their suspicions were justified. On October 20th, 1942, the Trigger, while submerged at a depth of about 100 feet, fired a torpedo at an unescorted tanker. The weapon's rudder jammed, and it ran in a circle, a failure that should have destroyed the Trigger. But the boat was saved by a second defect in the boomeranging torpedo. The detonator, which should have detected the Trigger's magnetic field and activated the warhead upon reaching its strongest point, instead exploded at a distance great enough to leave the boat intact. The weapon had suffered 2 unrelated failures, the second providentially neutralizing the first. Meanwhile, the enemy tanker went on her way, probably unaware that she had been fired on. The incident would have been laughable were it not so potentially deadly. The first problem to be isolated and solved was the Mark 14's tendency to run about 10 feet deeper than set. It had required initiative on the part of Charlie Lockwood in Fremantle, Western Australia. His correspondence with the Bureau in Washington brought a high-handed dismissal, replete with technical data purporting to show that the complaints were unwarranted. In June 1942, Lockwood took matters into his own hands by designing a series of tests. These conclusively demonstrated that the weapons were running about 11 feet deeper than their settings. With additional pressure from Admiral King, the engineers in Newport finally conducted their own tests and concluded that the Mark 14 was running 10 feet deeper than set. That was easily corrected by changing the depth setting, in most cases, to 0. On the stormy morning of January 21, 1943, a flying boat named the Philippine Clipper descended to 2,500 feet over mountainous terrain in Mendocino County, California. The big aircraft was a former Pan Am airliner, pressed into service by the Navy to fly high-ranking officers between Hawaii and the mainland. The pilot had lost his way in the impenetrable white murk. Aiming for San Francisco Bay, he was more than 60 miles off course to the north. He flew directly into the side of a mountain. No one survived. Among the dead was Admiral Robert English. Nimitz tapped Charlie Lockwood as the new commander of the Pacific Submarine Force. It was a fortunate choice. Lockwood, more than any flag officer in the submarine fleet, had recognized and advocated a reconsideration of pre-war doctrines and tactics. Arriving in Pearl Harbor to take up his new command in early 1943, he discovered to his satisfaction that the submarine base had been expanded and improved. New construction was apparent everywhere. Nimitz's sink-pack staff had moved out of the submarine base and into a new headquarters building, freeing up space for Lockwood's operation. The new comm subpack moved into a large white house on Makalapa Hill. In December 1942, Admiral Christie had been relieved of command of Task Force 42 in Brisbane and sent to Newport to take command of the Naval Torpedo Station. Bitterly opposed to the assignment, Christie could do nothing to stop it. He had defended the torpedoes and obstinately dismissed the rising chorus of complaints against them. Now he would come under pressure to reform the obstruction at its source. Arriving in Newport, he had hardly unpacked his bags before receiving orders sending him back to Australia to take command of all submarines in the Southwest Pacific area. He would serve in that position, subordinate to Lockwood, until November 1944. Continued reports of premature explosions of torpedoes prompted Lockwood to wonder whether the Japanese had developed some countermeasure. Had the enemy devised some means to trick the torpedoes into exploding early? Many skippers became so distrustful of the device that they advocated disabling it in favor of the contact detonator. Lockwood, though sympathetic, was reluctant to allow such a drastic measure. The magnetic detonator was one of the Navy's most prized technological innovations in the interwar period. It had influential proponents, including Mush Morton. Though it might not be entirely reliable, it also did not fail in every instance. The unreliable detonator was not disabled in favor of the contact detonator until late 1943, except on the initiative of individual captains. In any case, the contact exploder was also unreliable. In Australia, Christie refused to entertain grievances about the torpedoes. In his view, skippers who blamed their weapons were blowing smoke to obscure their own faults. Airing complaints about the torpedoes, he said, would jeopardize the collective morale and self-confidence of the submarine force. He was not entirely unbiased. For more than 20 years, dating back to a postgraduate program at MIT in the early 1920s, Christie had been personally involved in the development of the magnetic detonator and other torpedo technologies. In the mid-1930s, he had run the torpedo section of the Bureau of Ordnance. His fingerprints were all over the Mark 14. After the war, he told Samuel Eliot Morison that torpedo failures were largely a question of upkeep on the part of repair and operating personnel. I have always contended that, given a conscientious and experienced torpedo gang, much of the poor performances in 1942 would have been eliminated. When William J. Milliken of the Thresher reported that he had fired on a Japanese submarine and clinked him with a clunk, that is, the torpedo was a dud, Christie ordered that no written mention of the incident should appear in patrol reports or endorsements. The discussion boiled over into a full-scale shouting match. Writing to Lockwood that fall, Christie avowed that torpedo performance here is steadily improving, and doubted the credibility of reported prematures and duds. Commanding officers, he added, had in some cases recounted torpedo failures under conditions where it was impossible that he could see it. The suggestion that captains were deliberately lying was too much for Lockwood. He slapped Christie down in a letter laced with sarcasm. "Thank you for your letter," he wrote. "From the amount of bellyaching it contains, I assume that the breakfast coffee was scorched, or perhaps it was a bad egg. The facts remain that we have now lost 6 valuable targets due to prematures so close that the skippers thought they were hits. Sorry to note that you believe the operating personnel is usually wrong about what they see, or think they see. Your bureau training has not been wasted." A shaken Christie lost no time in apologizing, but he would never fully acknowledge the egregious flaws of the Mark 14. On a quick trip to Washington in early 1943, Lockwood threw down the gauntlet. He spread his criticisms widely through the Navy Department, presenting his case with pungent sarcasm. To a senior member of King's staff, he said, "If the Bureau of Ordnance can't provide us with torpedoes that will hit and explode, then for God's sake, get the Bureau of Ships to design a boat hook with which we can rip the plates off the target's side." That salvo touched off a heated exchange with Admiral William H.P. Spike Blandy, chair of the Bureau of Ordnance. Blandy admitted that engineers at the Naval Torpedo Station had been slow to identify and correct the problems, but complained in turn that the fleet had resisted assigning good men to work in weapons development programs. "We sadly lack submarine officers in the Bureau," wrote Blandy, "and you won't get the best results from your torpedoes until you let me have some. As you know yourself, every time I try to get some submarine officers who also know torpedoes, I am usually offered somebody who hasn't made good in the boats themselves, and my efforts to get a good man are usually met with the objection that he is too valuable as a commanding officer." Japan's decision to launch a war in the Pacific had been motivated, above all, by the desire to possess the oil fields of Borneo and Sumatra, as well as the rubber plantations and tin mines of Malaya and other territories under Dutch or British control. Control of those prizes would avail nothing if Japan could not command the sea lanes linking them to the home islands. Impoverished in natural resources, Japan's economy and war-making potential were perilously dependent on imported iron ore, bauxite, rubber, copper, zinc, and especially oil. Japanese fighting forces throughout the region required massive and sustained logistical backing, which could be supplied only by sea. The entire system could be held hostage by a fleet of aggressive and well-equipped submarines operating against Japan's critical interior sea routes. The freighters and tankers that would ply the sea routes would need to be protected at all costs. Otherwise, Japan's entire imperialist project would collapse like a sandcastle in the surf. That is in fact what happened in 1944 and 1945. All of this was clearly foreseen prior to the war, but Japanese naval leaders never made any real study of this problem, nor did they develop more than rudimentary capabilities in anti-submarine warfare, ASW. The nation's previous naval wars had been relatively short and decisive affairs, in which commerce protection had never become a vital consideration. The samurai warrior culture esteemed offensive warfare more than defensive considerations, and no ambitious officer would waste his time specializing in the dreary and unglamorous business of protecting marus. There was no percentage in it, no hope of promotion or influence. Japan's fine destroyer fleet trained intensely for night torpedo attacks against enemy warships, but escorting convoys of merchantmen was never more than an afterthought. Anti-submarine warfare never gained a strong voice at the Navy Ministry or the Naval General Staff, and no unit was tasked with full-time convoy duties until months after the war began. As shipping losses mounted in 1944, the manifest necessity of convoys ran up against the need to keep the remaining ships circulating briskly. Even as entire convoys were slaughtered at sea, the Japanese Navy was reluctant to put talented officers to the problem. The leadership could not bring itself to admit that anti-submarine warfare was a professional subspecialty requiring staff analysis, weapons development, and training. Atsushi Oi, one of a handful of staff officers assigned responsibility for anti-submarine warfare, was often told by skeptical colleagues that escort of convoy was common sense to a Navy officer. Effective convoying required, at a minimum, a scheme of cooperation between escorts and cargo ships. But Japanese naval personnel insisted on treating merchantmen with contempt. In the Navy's hierarchy, recalled one veteran merchant mariner, he and his shipmates were lower than military horses, less important than military dogs, even lower than military carrier pigeons. On one ship with a mixed crew, all merchant mariners were confined below, while only etajima, Naval Academy graduates, were allowed to take in the sun and sea air on deck. That was their attitude. There was no sense you were all fighting together. You can't win with such an attitude. In the second half of 1943, Japan brought heavy cargo ships to truck under escort, and then dispersed cargoes into small, cheaply built wooden barges called sea trucks for distribution to island garrisons. As the toll of Japanese shipping mounted in 1944 and 1945, decades-old vessels were hauled out of mothballs. Many were in such disrepair that their crews thought them unseaworthy, even if they were not attacked. Ignobly, the Japanese employed Red Cross relief ships to carry troops and war materiel. American submarines let them pass unmolested, as required by treaty law. In late 1943, the Japanese detected a disturbing improvement in the performance of American torpedoes. Sinkings mounted rapidly, surpassing 300,000 aggregate tons in the month of November 1943. A dependable Mark 14 torpedo was the single most important factor in the mid-war surge, but there were several others. Audacious and seasoned executive officers and third officers were promoted to command their own boats. The submarine fleet was equipped with better surface search radar systems, better sonar, a better periscope, and eventually the Mark 18 electric torpedo, which left no wake. The code-breaking fruits of Pearl Harbor's Communications Intelligence Hub, Fleet Radio Unit Pacific, or FRUPAC, were employed to guide submarines by long-range radio broadcast directly into the track of oncoming convoys. FRUPAC's Merchant Marine Unit charted Japanese shipping movements daily and could provide timely and reliable intelligence of departures, destinations, noon positions, and the whereabouts of enemy minefields. In December 1943, the U.S. Navy's Intelligence Division could confidently report that the enemy's sea lanes are under constant and forceful attack. Our submarines range unhindered through the maritime vitals of Great East Asia, and for more than a year and a half, they have been exacting a much heavier toll in merchant tonnage than Japan's shipyards can possibly replace. That was true in spite of the numerous disappointments of the early submarine campaign, and sinkings were on the verge of rising dramatically. In early 1944, Japanese shipping losses consistently surpassed 200,000 gross tons per month. In the last 18 months of the war, the American submarine force was finally deployed in a thorough campaign to blockade the home islands of Japan. American skippers came to know every bay and inlet of the Japanese coast, better even than they knew their own home shores. The Marus were reduced to making desperate port-to-port dashes, with balsa logs and rafts triced down on deck to provide flotation when their ships went down. They took increasingly circuitous routes to avoid the most infested waters. Rather than cross the Yellow Sea, the Marus crept along the coast off Korea and down the coast of China, seeking refuge in shallow waters or behind coastal islands. A dark night no longer offered asylum. Equipped with steadily improving radar systems, American submarines could identify and stalk unseen enemy ships to a radius of 40 miles. Running on the surface at 4-engine speed, at a pace nearing or exceeding 20 knots, and safe from aerial observation, the submarines attacked even the most strongly escorted convoys with impunity. With new sonar detection systems, submarines penetrated minefields to enter the Sea of Japan and severed the last remaining tendons connecting the home islands to the resource-rich territories of Korea and Manchuria. The asphyxiation of Japan's sea communications was in itself sufficient to destroy the nation's capacity to wage war, a point laid bare by a few statistics on the oil situation. With negligible domestic oil production, Japan's imperialist project could not survive without a stable supply from the conquered territories of Borneo and Sumatra. Japanese naval planners had predicted self-sufficiency as soon as the captured oil fields were brought up to full production. But the vital artery was to be sustained by a handful of slow, and thus vulnerable, oil tankers. In 1942, a frustrating year for the American submarine force, as we have heard, the Japanese lost just 4 tankers. In 1943, the figure rose to 23. In 1944, it was 132. And in the first 8 months of 1945, the Allies destroyed 103 Japanese tankers. In 1942, 40% of East Indies crude oil production safely reached Japan. In 1943, that proportion declined to 15%. In 1944, it fell to 5%. And after March 1945, not a single drop arrived on Japanese shores. Crude oil reserves, having peaked at 20 million barrels in early 1941, diminished to fewer than 1 million in the fourth quarter of 1944. The Japanese met the crisis with a crash tanker-building program, and by converting ordinary merchant ships to carry oil. But shipbuilding required steel, while the reverse was equally true. The steel mills required coking coal and iron ore that must be imported by sea. From a 1943 peak of 7.8 million tons, ingot steel production plummeted to a per annum production rate of about 1.5 million tons in 1945, or about 15% of the industry's production capacity. As the aerial bombing campaign reached its zenith in 1945, devastating Japan's transport system and industrial areas, the nation's war production had already been hollowed out by the interdiction and destruction of its sea communications. By the war's end, the Pacific submarine force would sink more than 1,100 Marus, amounting to more aggregate tonnage than Japan had possessed on December 7, 1941. With fewer than 2% of all naval personnel, the submariners could claim credit for more than half of all Japanese ships sunk during the war, and 60% of the aggregate tonnage. Although their primary strategic purpose was to destroy the enemy's seaborne commerce, the submarines also sent 201 Japanese warships to the bottom, with a combined tonnage of 540,192. These triumphs were not achieved cheaply. 52 World War II submarines remain on patrol, to borrow the submariner's poignant euphemism. 41 boats are known to have been destroyed by enemy attack. The submarine force was very small when compared to the rest of the Navy. The submarine service had a wartime average personnel strength of just 14,750 officers and enlisted men. About 16,000 men altogether made at least one war patrol. Of these, 375 officers and 3,131 men gave their lives, a mortality rate of 22%, higher than that for any branch of the armed services. It is perhaps understandable, then, that the submarine force demanded and received recognition of its tremendous contribution to the defeat of Japan. Charlie Lockwood, after the war, told a former skipper who had accepted a post on the faculty of the Naval Academy, "Now don't teach those midshipmen that the submariners won the war. We know there were other forces fighting there too. But if they kept the surface forces and the flyboys out of our patrol areas, we would have won the war 6 months earlier." Chapter 10. From the deck of a ship inbound for Pearl Harbor, the first glimpse of Oahu offered a satisfying contrast to the flat tedium of the Pacific. Dramatically steep greenish-brown slopes, alternately sunlit and cast in the shadow of clouds, soared above the horizon. Diamond Head, a jagged headland with the color and texture of corrugated cardboard, rose out of the sea and gradually marched eastward to uncover the long arc of Waikiki Beach and the city of Honolulu. The quartermasters called the bearings as they passed to starboard. The pink edifice of the Royal Hawaiian Hotel, the Aloha Tower, painted in wartime camouflage, the Punch Bowl Crater, Ahua Point. Patrol planes flew low overhead, and picket boats drew in close, giving each incoming ship a wary look. The signal tower at Fort Kamehameha demanded and received recognition signals. A tugboat drew aside the anti-submarine nets at the outer entrance to the Pearl Harbor Channel, then drew them back across the arriving ship's wake. The channel was long, straight, and narrow, with surf breaking over coral reefs close aboard to port and starboard, but it was safely dredged to a depth of 40 feet and well marked by buoys. Around Hospital Point, the entire panorama opened up. The Central Basin, Ford Island, the teeming dock complexes and administrative buildings along the East Loch. First-timers who had sailed from the mainland were surprised to find that Pearl Harbor was rather small and snug. The home port of the mighty Pacific Fleet was nothing to compare with San Diego or San Francisco Bay. The visual effect was heightened by the scale and grandeur of the natural backdrop. To the north and west, scrub growth and palm groves gave way to graceful, undulating sugarcane fields and pasture lands stretching up into green foothills, and the towering ridgelines of the Wainea and Ko'olau ranges enclosed the horizon in every inland direction. Pearl Harbor had seemed somewhat more spacious earlier in the war, but by the summer of 1943, the expanding fleet threatened to fill every available berth and mooring zone, and newly arrived ships inched into an impossibly congested harbor. Destroyers and other smaller vessels were often moored 2 or 3 abeam, with gangplanks laid between them. All the seamen's arts were needed to maneuver a battleship or carrier through the overcrowded channels and roadsteads, around other ships, whether underway or moored, repair and fueling barges, floating dry docks, sunken battleships, and the ubiquitous whaleboats that crossed the channels with bells clanging insistently. Tides, fogs, shoals, wind, and wakes were confounding factors. Collisions or groundings were to be reported immediately, and they could cripple a skipper's career prospects. In mid-1943, following 18 months of phenomenal exertions, Pearl Harbor had largely recovered from the surprise air raid that had launched the war. Veterans noted that the land around the harbor was noticeably less green than it had been in 1941, because so much native foliage had been uprooted and paved over to make way for new piers, shops, foundries, warehouses, hangars, barracks, tank farms, ammunition depots, anti-aircraft batteries, administrative buildings, and windowless, bomb-proof power plants. The clang and rattle of machinery sang out from dawn to dusk, 7 days a week. 2 new dry docks were under construction at the Navy Yard, including the enormous Dry Dock No. 4, more than 1,000 feet long and serviced by a towering 50-ton gantry crane that traveled up and down the neighboring pier on a wide-gauge track. Dredging barges were constantly at work to widen and deepen the channels and anchorages around Ford Island and West Loch. Between 1941 and 1945, 13 million cubic yards of mud, silt, and sand were excavated from the harbor bottom. To the west, construction teams were erecting long warehouses, a railroad spur, and a modern waterfront terminal on the Pearl City Peninsula. Most of Pearl Harbor's fuel oil and diesel reserves had been pumped into subterranean concrete vaults north of the base, which were linked by pipelines to a huge new concrete fueling pier. Transportation around the base was provided by 58 miles of roads and a narrow-gauge marine railway. Tractors pulled passenger wagons on regular routes, much like a municipal bus system. They were usually crammed to capacity with servicemen and civilian workers. 5 of the 8 battleships damaged in the Japanese attack had been repaired and returned to service. Salvage work continued on the Arizona, Oklahoma, and Utah. The reclamation of those wrecked Leviathans had been one of the most stupendous challenges ever encountered by engineers, comparable in scale or complexity to the construction of great bridges, dams, or canals. With their hulls ripped open by Japanese aerial torpedoes, several of the great steel ships had come to rest on the harbor floor. To raise and maneuver them into dry docks, where they could be repaired and rebuilt, the salvage teams first had to patch the submerged holes in their sunken hulls, then pump enough water out to raise them to a draft of 35 feet. Thousands of tons of ordnance, weaponry, equipment, and debris had to be removed before the ships could be raised. Noxious and explosive gases built up in the enclosed compartments, posing the constant threat of fire or poisoning. Workers who descended into the interiors of the damaged ships wore rubber boots and coveralls and carried portable breathing gear. They lit their way with heavy battle lanterns and communicated with the surface by telephone lines connected to air hoses. Powerful suction blowers ventilated the ships, but as new hatches were opened, hydrogen sulfide gas often rushed out with enough force to blow the men off their feet. The ships were flooded with an unspeakable black sludge made up of seawater and fuel oil. Badly decomposed corpses were floated into canvas bags, hoisted to the surface, and transferred into boats by medics wearing face masks. In the once refrigerated storerooms, salvage teams found tons of decaying ham hocks and sides of beef that disintegrated when handled. One officer on the salvage detail recalled that removing the rancid meat was one of the meanest jobs in the entire enterprise. Eventually, they found that high-pressure water hoses shredded the rotten meat into small fragments, and these could be pumped overboard by gasoline-powered suction pumps, no doubt to the great relish of Hawaiian sea life. Returning to the surface after an expedition into the ship, the salvage workers found themselves swathed head to foot in a black slime that could not be removed except by bathing in diesel fuel. As the ships were pumped out, the interior decks and bulkheads remained coated with a greasy film. Scrubbing them clean was a Herculean challenge. High-pressure hoses, run from barges alongside, bombarded the surfaces with salt water and various hot caustic solutions. The procedure was repeated again and again, sometimes for weeks at a time, until the surfaces felt and appeared clean. Inevitably, the water in Pearl Harbor was so badly polluted by these operations that it could no longer be used in the desalination plants, and water had to be pumped in from other parts of Oahu. Salvage operations required immense manpower, and civilian reinforcements were brought in to supplement the Navy Yard's ranks. The workers were almost all young, unmarried men, drawn to Hawaii by high wages and a desire to be close to the warfront. Many were crowded into apartments hastily erected in the Navy Yard. Civilian Housing Area 3 offered all the essential trappings of a small city, including a police force, post office, newspaper, baseball diamonds, movie theaters, and retail services. With a peak wartime population of 12,000, it was Hawaii's third largest city, after Honolulu and Hilo. Professional divers, including both naval personnel and civilian contractors, did the difficult and dangerous job of inspecting, measuring, and patching the underwater damage. They mapped the flooded interiors, opened and closed watertight doors, disarmed unexploded ordnance, and removed debris and bodies. They worked in perfect darkness, feeling their way through the sludge-flooded innards of the sunken ships, where electric light was useless because it would only reflect back into the small glass ports on their heavy copper helmets. It was grisly work. Edward C. Raymer, a Navy diver who wrote a vivid memoir of his work in the sunken battleships, dreaded colliding with the dead sailors who floated through the flooded compartments. He claims to have sensed the proximity of bodies before coming into contact with them, describing the intuition as a strange feeling that I was not alone. In early 1942, while searching for an unexploded Japanese torpedo warhead in the sunken Arizona, I reached out to feel my way and touched what seemed to be a large, inflated bag floating on the overhead. As I pushed it away, my bare hand plunged through what felt like a mass of rotted sponge. I realized with horror that the bag was a body without a head. Gritting my teeth, I shoved the corpse as hard as I could. As it drifted away, its fleshless fingers raked across my rubberized suit, almost as if the dead sailor were reaching out to me in a silent cry for help. Divers took precise measurements of the underwater breaches in the hulls. Timber patches were constructed to fit those dimensions, and the divers returned to mount them over the holes. The patches were never quite watertight, but they were supplemented by sawdust, oakum, wooden plugs, and whatever other suitable materials could be found in the sunken ships, such as mattresses, pillows, and clothing. Water was then pumped out of the patched hull by gasoline-powered suction pumps. Because water always continued to leak into the ship through the makeshift patches, it was necessary to employ hundreds of pumps simultaneously just to keep the water from rising. In the case of more seriously damaged ships, such as the West Virginia and California, it was deemed necessary to construct a coffer dam, or watertight fence-like structure, all the way around the ship. A wall of 8-inch plank was reinforced with steel pilings, driven deep into concrete foundations on the harbor floor. According to Homer Wallen, an officer who oversaw the work, the effort amounted to building a makeshift dry dock on the site of the sunken battleships. It was a stupendous and hazardous job. Hundreds of tons of concrete was poured into the bottom of the harbor. The coffer dams were erected close aboard the sides of the ships, leaving a gap of about 2 to 3 feet. The hull damage was patched, the ship pumped out and raised, the coffer dam cast free of the pilings, and the entire unwieldy structure coaxed across East Lock into dry dock. Presenting an even greater problem was the Oklahoma, which had rolled 150 degrees off the vertical and planted her superstructure into the mud at the bottom of the harbor. Only a portion of her keel and starboard bilge was visible above the surface. Workers and divers entered the ship through airlocks cut into her bottom and descended into a Stygian labyrinth in which up was down and down was up, the decks overhead and the overheads underfoot. In December 1942, New York Times correspondent Robert Trumbull put on breathing gear and toured the pitch-black, fetid boiler room of the capsized battle wagon. The Oklahoma was judged a total loss, apart from her scrap value, but it was necessary to raise and relocate the 29,000-ton ship so that her valuable berthing position could be reclaimed for the fleet. Before she could be floated, she had to be rolled back to an upright position, a process that would require tremendous turning force. 21 high-geared hauling winches were anchored to huge concrete foundations on Ford Island and rigged with high leverage. Heavy steel cables were run from the winches through hauling blocks to pads welded to the bottom of the ship. Each winch supplied 20 tons of pulling power, but even that was not enough. Submarine salvage pontoons were attached to the sunken topside, and compressed air was used to dig the superstructure out of the mud. The winches began taking up strain on the cables on the morning of March 8, 1943. The Oklahoma groaned, creaked, and gradually began to turn. The winches pulled her over at the rate of 3 feet per hour. They pulled for more than 2 months, until June 16, 1943, when she was upright with a 3-degree list. Another 5 months of work was needed to patch her hull and float her. Finally, she was maneuvered into the newly completed Dry Dock No. 4 on December 28th. Rear Admiral William R. Furlong, Commandant of the Pearl Harbor Navy Yard, enjoyed telling visitors that the battleships West Virginia, California, Tennessee, and Nevada had not just been repaired, they had been rebuilt from the keel up. They were modernized and newly equipped, superior in every respect to the ships that had been blasted, torpedoed, and sunk on December 7, 1941. Of the West Virginia, Admiral Furlong proudly concluded, "We built her new from the inside out. We went right to the bottom, like a dentist drilling out a rotten tooth." By the second anniversary of Pearl Harbor, only the Arizona remained on the harbor floor. Divers had confirmed that her keel was broken, and the engineers had concluded that the great hull could not be raised intact. Bringing her up in sections was theoretically possible, but the job would be immensely difficult, and the cost would far exceed her scrap value. It was decided to leave her where she lay. She lies there still. On an average day in 1943, Honolulu's honky-tonk Hotel Street district was overrun by 30,000 servicemen and civilian defense workers. Hawaiian traditions of charity and hospitality were strained to the breaking point. After the Battle of Midway, when the little sun-drenched city began to feel itself safe from the enemy, Honoluluans grew increasingly annoyed by the blackout procedures and other military regulations. Air raid wardens stopped making their nightly rounds, coils of barbed wire rusted on the beaches, and National Guardsmen slept at their posts. Not many visiting servicemen had a good word to say about the city. The men, almost without exception, detested Honolulu, wrote the sailor and memoirist Theodore C. Mason. It was jaded, expensive, and desperately overcrowded. Samuel Hines, a Marine aviator, called it another crowded Navy town, much like Pensacola or San Diego, full of sunlight and sailors and bad liquor. One of his fellow pilots, a Texan, pronounced it nothing but Amarillo with a beach. Oahu was nicknamed the Rock, and the consensus verdict, according to Paradise of the Pacific, a popular local monthly magazine, was that there were just too damn many people of all descriptions on this damn rock, and something ought to be done. Overcrowded buses and overpriced taxis brought the crowds of white and khaki-clad men to the Army-Navy YMCA, where they poured out onto the street and went looking for any kind of amusement. The heart of the Vice District ran along Hotel Street from the Y to the river, a neighborhood of brash neon, booming jukeboxes, and peeling paint, where dirty sidewalks were lined with dismal bars, brightly lit penny arcades, and tawdry souvenir shops. An odor of stale beer and rotten fish wafted through the street. The beer was cold, but cocktails were watered down and overpriced, and insolent bartenders pestered the men to drink up and order another, or else make space for the next paying customer. Burly Hawaiian bouncers kept the peace, but at the first sign of real trouble, the shore patrol and military police were called in to knock heads and haul the malefactors away. Men stood in long lines for hot dogs, popcorn, ice cream, Coca-Cola, tattoos, massages, haircuts, pinball machines, shooting galleries, baseball batting cages, pool tables, and photos with a hula dancer. 15 cents would buy a bowl of sai min, pork and noodles, but a customer had to eat on his feet while being jostled on the crowded sidewalk, and some maintained that the pork was actually dog meat. Barefoot Asian boys aged 6 to 12 offered shoe shines for a quarter, shouting, "Hi, pal," and "Shine, Mac." On a typical afternoon, one officer remembered, Hotel Street was filled with white hats of sailors on leave as far as you could see. For Hawaii's retail and business sector, the war was a gold rush. Between 1941 and 1943, 8,000 new businesses were established in the islands, and retail trade increased by $22 million, more than 75%. Rents skyrocketed, real estate prices surged, and bank deposits increased by fivefold. The editors of Paradise of the Pacific noted in May 1944 that there were 288 restaurants here in 1939, and there are now 630, but it's still practically impossible to get a meal without standing in line. The territorial economy had long been dominated by a haole, Caucasian elite, but the war was especially kind to owners of retail businesses and restaurants, many of whom were ethnically Chinese, Japanese, Korean, or Filipino. Local civilian and military authorities had agreed to tolerate a regulated sex trade for the duration of the war. In 1943, 15 brothels employed 260 prostitutes in Honolulu's red light district. Known as cat houses or bell rooms, give the bell a ring, the establishments were scattered along Hotel, River, and North Beretania streets, with discreetly lettered signs identifying them as For example, the Bungalow, the Rex, the Ritz, the Anchor, the Bronx, or the Rainbow Hotel. On a typical afternoon when the fleet was in port, long lines of servicemen stretched down the stairways and out onto the sidewalks. The wait was often an hour or more. Each customer paid $3 and was ushered into a small cubicle with a single cot. Chop chop, one such man recalls being told by the Chinese madam. He had better undress quickly, because his $3 had bought him only 3 minutes with Missy Fuck Fuck. As the woman entered, a timer was set. When it rang 3 minutes later, the encounter had ended, whether the man had ejaculated or not, and the woman stood up and left the room. The experience was altogether cheerless and degrading. A guy might as well use a dead fish, one Marine remarked afterward. But the Honolulu brothels never lacked for customers. By one estimate, they sustained a wartime average of 250,000 customers per month. Each woman saw between 50 and 100 men per day and earned about $25,000 per year. The madams earned as much as $150,000 each year. Local officialdom took a close interest in the enterprise, for reasons both venal and hygienic. The Honolulu Police Department registered each prostitute as an entertainer and expected to collect a share of her earnings. The standard bribe was reportedly $50 per woman per month. In turn, the vice squad acted as enforcers for the madams by intimidating, beating, or deporting their disobedient girls. Army and Navy doctors examined each woman weekly, and outgoing customers were required to visit adjacent prophylactic stations for examination and treatment. The USO, with 51 clubs in the islands, provided more wholesome entertainment. A-list celebrities such as Bob Hope and Artie Shaw hosted lavish musical variety shows, with a big band fronted by guest singers, and the songs interspersed with stand-up routines or dance performances. The USO hosted huge dances in which men typically outnumbered women by a ratio of 25-1. The USO girls were respectable. Many were daughters of socially prominent Hawaiian families, and each was under the watchful eye of a chaperone. With a hearty sense of duty and patriotism, they bestowed their smiles and good cheer to all men equally, regardless of rank, looks, or dancing proficiency. They danced for 3 to 4 hours a night, with short breaks. Cutting in was permitted every 2.5 minutes, when a whistle blew through the loudspeaker. Left out of the USO events, and denied other perks available only to men in uniform, were the civilian defense workers. Young, unattached males, whose numbers swelled to 82,000 in 1944, were crowded into substandard housing complexes and stuck fast to the bottom of Oahu's social pecking order. Their wages were about 30% higher than those paid on the mainland for similar jobs, but they found that the cost of living in Hawaii was about 60% higher. Many made themselves conspicuous by wearing garish Hawaiian aloha shirts untucked over trousers, a fashion traditionally disdained by other haole. Fairly or unfairly, the war workers earned a reputation as okies, interlopers, and draft dodgers, notorious miscreants, gamblers, and drunks, unsuitable for civilized society. Servicemen generally despised them, landlords refused to rent to them, policemen harassed them, and women of all races would not give them the time of day. A territorial health department report concluded that groups of war workers in this community apparently contain a rather notable number of unstable, alcoholic, psychoneurotic, or psychopathic individuals. Many newly arrived mainland whites, particularly those from the American South, were nonplussed by the tolerant racial attitudes prevailing in Hawaii. The island's many Asian and Pacific racial and ethnic groups coexisted on harmonious terms. Off-base housing, mass transit, and most retail establishments were largely desegregated, though African American servicemen still endured segregated barracks. Japanese Hawaiians, representing the single largest ethnic group in the territory, had feared persecution or worse after the attack on Pearl Harbor. But by mid-1943, it was evident that the overwhelming majority were loyal to the American cause. The extraordinary heroism in Italy of the all-Nisei, second-generation Japanese-American, 442nd Regimental Combat Team was publicized and celebrated in the Hawaiian press. Mainland whites, who expected to be treated with deference and respect, were amazed when it was not automatically forthcoming. The defense worker received the jolt of his life, observed a columnist in Paradise of the Pacific, when he found that the other races had turned the tables on him and were eyeing him appraisingly, were calculating his probable social status, and were often looking down their noses at him when he moved into their community. Given the radical gender imbalance in wartime Hawaii, interracial dating and marriage gained a social acceptance that would not reach the mainland until 2 or 3 generations later. In 1943 and 1944, according to territorial statistics, 32% of all marriages in Hawaii were between spouses of different races. Marriages between Chinese, Koreans, Japanese, Hawaiians, Puerto Ricans, and Filipinos were common. Almost 1/2 of all white men married a woman of another race, and 9% of all white women married a man of a different race. There were 189 marriages between a white man and an ethnic Japanese woman. Then again, Hawaii's wartime divorce rate was 48%, almost 3 times higher than the rate on the mainland. For thousands of American servicemen, a long interval in wartime Hawaii left them impatient to get on with the war. Bill Davis, a Navy fighter pilot stranded on Maui for months on end, remarked that the period seemed like an extended vacation. His days were full of tennis, leisurely training flights, and lunches at an officers' club. This was all wonderful, but we were beginning to think our motto was that of John Paul Jones when he said, "I have not yet begun to fight." Even Hawaii's extraordinary natural beauty assumed a monotonous and oppressive aspect. Men who had been too long in the islands were said to be rock-happy or pineapple-crazy. The best remedy was to send them west, into battle. A reserve naval lieutenant, writing in a local paper, joked that, after 3 trips on a Honolulu bus, a 97-pound yeoman second class, armed with nothing weightier than a rolled copy of the Honolulu Advertiser, would joyously leap into a Jap pillbox. Admiral Nimitz, who ran the whole show in Hawaii, and whose monumental Allied theater command took in about 1/5 of the Earth's surface, lived in a stately white house at the top of Makalapa Hill. The hill, actually the cone of an extinct volcano, was a serene district of green lawns and recently erected homes. Japanese gardeners tended to the newly planted trees and native vegetation, which had not yet grown to maturity, and thus did not obstruct the panoramic western views of Pearl Harbor. Makalapa Hill provided quarters for the Navy and Marine brass, houses for admirals and generals, bungalows for captains and colonels. The prefabricated structures were evenly spaced and built to cookie-cutter architectural plans. Streets bore the names of historic American naval battles, including earlier battles of the war in progress. Lest the enemy attempt to decapitate the high command at one stroke, the neighborhood's existence was held in strict secrecy. The name Makalapa was never permitted to appear in any public document or press communique. SINCPAC headquarters was about a quarter mile from Nimitz's house. It was a plain 2-story office building, built heavily of steel-reinforced concrete, purposely designed to draw no attention to itself. On a typical morning, Nimitz and his chief of staff, Raymond Ames Spruance, walked to work and arrived at their adjacent offices at the southwest corner of the second deck, before 0800. At 0900, the staff section heads crowded into Nimitz's office and sat in folding chairs for a daily morning conference. They received an intelligence briefing and reviewed incoming overnight communications. Discussions of forthcoming operations or other important subjects followed. As the fleet grew in 1943, the crowd at Nimitz's daily open house for commanding officers of ships newly arrived at Pearl Harbor grew steadily larger. Nimitz seemed to enjoy these encounters, and he drew much useful information from his freewheeling interviews with the skippers. His flag lieutenant, Arthur Lamar, commented that Nimitz enjoyed visiting just as much with a young lieutenant, J.G., commanding an LST, as with a senior captain with a brand-new battleship. He loved people. In that respect, Nimitz was similar to FDR, who had come to know the Admiral well in 1940 and 1941, when he had served as the Navy's personnel chief in Washington, and who had hand-picked Nimitz for command of the Pacific Fleet. The white-haired Texan was cheered and energized in his interactions with subordinates of all ranks, and led with a distinctively warm and personal touch. After returning a salute, he customarily extended his hand and introduced himself. "My name's Nimitz." He kept a fund of slightly off-color stories, funny but never profane. He often used them as a means to dispel tension after men had aired disagreements. Others were astonished by Nimitz's capacity to remember old acquaintances and shipmates, officers and enlisted men. He rarely forgot faces, and could often produce a man's name and cite details of his subsequent service. It was not just a matter of keen memory. From early in his career, Nimitz had kept a file of index cards with names and other pertinent information. His staff was always expected to keep those files updated. In making inspections of ships and islands, recalled Lieutenant Lamar, he always liked to call officers by name. "We did this by means of cards which I made up before each visit, and I often coached the Admiral behind his back." All hands enjoyed this personal touch. The Chief's working day, recalled Ralph Parker, another member of the SINCPAC staff, was just one conference after another, in varying degree and in varying scope. It might be with one man, just returned from the theater of operations, or with a group that filled the room and occupied every chair, so that junior officers were obliged to stand with their backs against the wall. Nimitz was content to listen at length, and was tolerant of dissent. He did not emulate King's iron fist management style, or MacArthur's bad habit of surrounding himself with flatterers. Even when discussions grew heated, Nimitz remained imperturbable. He did not sign off on a decision until all objections had been aired and registered. As Ralph Parker observed, the old idea of Napoleonic command, of being so far superior to all your subordinates that none of them dares say anything but "Aye, aye, sir," that idea no longer holds. It's absolutely necessary to get the opinion of subordinates, particularly those who have to carry out an order. Nimitz and Spruance often left the office together when the sun was still high in the sky. The two shared a compulsive need for strenuous outdoor exercise, and they often hiked to the top of Makalapa Crater, easily outpacing the much younger officers who joined them. Nimitz's competitive streak came out on the tennis court, where he ran Lamar around and never let the younger man take a set, and on the horseshoe court outside his quarters, where he could beat Spruance pitching with either hand. When the fleet surgeon told him that target shooting was an effective therapy for stress, Nimitz had a shooting range constructed outside his office and invited officers to join him in firing .22 and .45 caliber target pistols, with wagers limited to a dime. He quickly became an enthusiastic marksman, said Lamar, and every day we used to fire several hundred rounds. I suppose by the time the surrender took place at Tokyo Bay, we must have fired at least 500,000 shots. On Sunday afternoons, Nimitz, Spruance, and a party of other officers might head over the mountains to a secluded beach on Oahu's north coast, a place they nicknamed Prostate Rest. Their regular routine was a 2-mile hike down the beach, followed by a long swim. One weekend in the summer of 1943, Nimitz invited a few key intelligence officers to join the expedition. Tom Dyer, one of the cryptanalysts who had broken the Japanese naval codes before the Battle of Midway, was surprised to be invited. He borrowed a swimsuit to make the trip and rode in the back seat, wedged between the two admirals. Nimitz, having sustained an injury, announced that he would sit on the beach rather than hike and swim, as was his usual custom. "I was perfectly willing to sit in the sun with him," said Dyer, who was no athlete and worked long hours in a windowless basement, but Spruance suggested we take a walk down the beach. It wasn't a walk, it was practically a marathon. He was putting one foot in front of the other at a very rapid pace. On the return swim, Dyer lasted about a quarter of a mile. He staggered back down the beach, badly sunburned and with the swimsuit chafing his thighs, and declared that he had been injured in the line of duty. Nimitz did not relish publicity, but as wartime sinkpack, he was a public figure with duties akin to those of a civilian elected official. He often appeared at public functions and receptions, in white uniform and gloves. He dined regularly at the governor's palace. Newspaper photographers caught him touring ships, pinning medals to chests, dancing with a hula girl at an enlisted men's recreation center, or inspecting carrots at a Victory Garden show in Honolulu, while wearing a lei made of tiny vegetables. He attended dinner parties given by Hawaii's civilian upper crust, where women wore evening gowns and white-clad stewards served drinks on trays. Nimitz was always accompanied by his Marine Guards, men selected for height and appearance, who dressed in rigidly starched uniforms. His car, a large gray sedan, flew a 4-star flag and was always waxed to a gleaming luster. In January 1944, he was the guest of honor at a Texas Roundup picnic in Moana Park, an event attended by 40,000 Texan servicemen. The smiling admiral was photographed pitching horseshoes with sailors and holding the corner of a Texas flag. At home in the evenings, he and Spruance relaxed over weak cocktails, an old-fashioned or a scotch and soda mixed in a tall glass, with a thimble of liquor and lots of ice. The two admirals often ended the evening sitting in armchairs at 37 Makalapa Drive, listening to a classical symphony on a phonograph. Their Filipino steward turned off the lights, opened the blackout shades, and let the night air into the house. Occasionally they discussed the war, but more often they sat in silence. By the summer of 1943, near the end of Spruance's 14-month stint as Sinkpack Chief of Staff, a period in which the two men had lived in the same house, worked in adjoining offices, and hiked for miles together most afternoons, each usually knew what was in the other's mind. They carried the weight of responsibility for hundreds of thousands of lives, and for the casualties that would inevitably escalate as the war moved closer to the enemy's homeland. As Nimitz's most trusted subordinate, Spruance would soon be rewarded with the Navy's top seagoing command, and would lead the bloody campaign westward across the heart of the Pacific. 2 decades later, following Nimitz's death, Spruance told a reporter that fear was a near-universal human trait, a condition that even the bravest men labored to keep in check. But Nimitz was out of the ordinary. He was one of the few people I knew who never knew what it meant to be afraid of anything. On June 1, 1943, the first of a new class of 27,100-ton aircraft carriers crept into Pearl Harbor and inched into a berth north of Ford Island, directly flanking the still capsized hull of the battleship Utah. The arrival of the Essex CV-9 had been keenly anticipated. A Navy band and a larger-than-usual complement of hula dancers waited on the pier. Up on Makalapa Hill, on the top deck of the SINCPAC headquarters, a crowd of officers passed around a pair of binoculars. The Essex was much easier to handle than the older fleet carriers, but Captain Donald Duncan was relieved to have a pilot aboard to con the big ship into the congested harbor. The Essex was 872 feet long, and her beam at the flight deck was 147 feet. She had been designed to squeeze through the Panama Canal, but only just. In order to accommodate her passage 2 weeks earlier, several lighting towers and pilot houses along the top of the locks had been removed or cut down to size. It was a very necessary thing, said Duncan, because I well remember in going through the locks of the canal, if you stretched a little bit, you could reach out and touch the edge of the roof from the wing of the navigation bridge, which was right along the same line as the side of the ship. Duncan had last seen Pearl Harbor in March 1942, when the devastation of the Japanese attack had been evident throughout the area. 15 months later, it appeared that some tremendous effort had been made to get it straightened out and cleaned up and rebuilt. The Navy Yard was going strong, all damages being repaired, and the appearance of the place was one of being busy and confident, and very much on the job. Many more aircraft carriers, large and small, would steam down the Pearl Harbor entrance channel in the ensuing 6 months. The new Yorktown and Lexington, named for the flat tops lost at Coral Sea and Midway the previous year, were built on identical lines to the Essex. They arrived from the mainland in July and August. The fourth in class, the new Hornet, would follow by the end of the year. The Navy planned to build and commission 24 of these huge first-line carriers by 1945. The 11,000-ton light carrier Independence, CVL-22, converted from a hull originally intended as a light cruiser, arrived in July, and was soon followed by her sisters, Princeton and Belleau Wood. Several diminutive escort or jeep carriers, CVEs, joined the fleet that fall. Though too slow to operate with the new fast carrier task forces, CVEs were valuable in transporting and resupplying aircraft and in providing air cover to amphibious operations. The new fast battleships of the Iowa class would not reach the Pacific until 1944, but the Colorado and Maryland, Colorado-class battleships armed with 16-inch guns, were in port to be outfitted with new radar systems and additional anti-aircraft mounts. Cruisers, destroyers, destroyer escorts, transports, fleet oilers, minesweepers, mine layers, mobile dry docks, hospital ships, and many other types of combatant and auxiliary ships squeezed into the harbor. A $1 billion crash building program in 1942 had produced more than 250,000 tons of amphibious landing craft, in a variety of types, ranging from small Higgins boats to 300-foot-long tank landing ships, LSTs. As the fleet grew, it became evident to anyone with a view of Pearl Harbor that a big offensive was in preparation. The Essex-class carriers had been designed with all of the shortcomings of the earlier fleet carriers in mind, and were superior in every respect to their predecessors. They carried a complement of 96 planes and tore through the sea at 33 knots. Much of the design work had been coordinated by veteran aviator Jim Russell, who would eventually achieve 4-star rank, during a tour of duty in the Bureau of Aeronautics before the war. Russell, who had served in carriers in many capacities for many years, pushed for new catapults and arresting gear, more and better firefighting equipment, and new maintenance and storage facilities. He placed the 3 aircraft elevators as far as practicable from the center line of the ship, to create more elbow room in the hangar and allow for more rapid and flexible cycling of aircraft. More controversially, Russell designed a very large flight deck that retained its width and rectangular shape all the way to the forecastle. engineers warned that the overhanging forward corners of the flight deck, weakly supported by two steel I-beams, would be vulnerable to collapse in heavy weather. Russell acknowledged the point, but maintained that it was worth risking storm damage in order to construct a proper flying field. Both were right. Some of the Essex-class flight decks did suffer in extreme weather, but the damage was easily repaired, and the trade-off deemed satisfactory. The Essex carriers were designed to be as light as possible within the necessary strength tolerances. As a result, said Captain Duncan, they were much more responsive to their helms. When you gave them the gun, those ships really jumped. It was quite different than some of the older, heavier ships. That, I think, was an indication of what can be done with very detailed care to things of that kind. Russell offered very strong representations to his superiors about the importance of the pilot ready rooms, which he thought ought to be far more comfortable than those on the older aircraft carriers. They should be air-conditioned, well-lighted, and placed as near as possible to the deck spots for each squadron's aircraft. Russell wanted large leather reclining chairs, arranged to face toward a blackboard and a teleprinter linked to AirPlot, so that each pilot could remain seated comfortably while working at his navigation board. He argued that men would be better rested and more effective if they could prepare for their flights in peace and comfort, instead of standing up and getting on each other's toes, with very poor lighting and poor ventilation, as in the ready rooms on the old carriers. The point was brilliantly vindicated when the Essex and her sisters went into service. The new carriers were matched with a new generation of carrier fighters and bombers. By June 1943, the Grumman F-6F Hellcat had replaced the obsolete F-4F Wildcat. The Hellcat was a very large aircraft, weighing 1,200 pounds unloaded, but it was powered by a monstrous 2,000 horsepower Pratt & Whitney engine and climbed at 3,500 feet per minute. Its flying range was just short of 1,000 miles. The cockpit, slickly faired into the fuselage, was heavily armored. The F-6F carried 6 electrically charged 50 caliber guns and about twice the ammunition of the F-4F. The Wildcat had lagged behind the Japanese Zero fighter in climbing speed and maneuverability. The Hellcat would match the Zero's climbing speed below 14,000 feet and outpace it in a climb at higher altitudes. Its speed on the level or in a dive was superior to that of the Zero at any altitude. On first impression, many assumed that the massive blue aircraft must be a bomber. Indeed, the new Grumman could be configured to carry 4,000 pounds of bombs or rockets, and it was sometimes used in the role of a fighter-bomber. The plane was a monster, wrote Bill Davis, who first encountered it in August 1943. His squadron, VF-19, checked out in the F-6F at Los Alamitos Naval Air Station in California. From the moment the engine fired, Davis was thrilled and amazed. There was a thunderous backfire as flames shot out of the exhaust pipe. A sailor with a fire extinguisher moved toward the plane, but the engine quickly caught and the flames disappeared as the engine started to purr with a mighty roar. I could feel the power through the throttle, as well as my ears and every quaking fiber of my body. Davis taxied to the end of the runway, checked the magnetos, and paused for a moment. He was a bit apprehensive and had to summon his nerve before opening up the throttle. His description of that first checkout flight is worth quoting in its entirety. The noise was fantastic. The response was instantaneous. Correcting for the torque of the giant engine, I started straight down the runway. I glanced at the instruments and couldn't believe that I had only applied half the engine's power. I pushed the throttle against the stop. The surge of power and speed was incredible. The tail came up immediately as I eased the stick forward. A slight pull back, and I was in the air. Instantly I hit the switch and pulled the wheels up, so that anyone watching would know I was a hot pilot. Crossing the end of the field, I was already at 500 feet. This thing really sang the song of the birds. I was really flying, and I had 650 caliber machine guns, unloaded at the moment, but I knew I was ready for those Japs. Revenge would be mine. I put the plane through every maneuver I knew, and a few more. It was amazingly responsive for a plane its size. It flew like a small fighter. Approaching the field, I made a tight turn into final approach. I knew everyone would be watching. Rolling out of the turn, I stalled it at the beginning of the runway. Pulling the flaps up as I taxied to the flight line, I knew I was home. This is what I'd been training for. I was ready. In order to retire the Wildcat and supply the rapidly expanding carrier fleet with new fighters, the Bureau of Aeronautics had pressed Grumman for a terrific ramp-up in production. In the month of July 1943, the Grumman plant in Bethpage, Long Island, turned out 250 Hellcats, and it was on pace to turn out 500 per month by 1944. But Grumman fell behind in its production of spare parts, and when the shortages grew critical in the fall of 1943, the Bureau took the drastic step of refusing to accept delivery of new planes until the backlog was filled. The venerable Douglas SBD Dauntless dive bomber, which had destroyed 4 enemy carriers at the Battle of Midway and served as a vital workhorse in the air battle for Guadalcanal, was overdue for retirement. With a top speed of 260 miles per hour, the much-loved Dauntless could not keep pace with the TBF Avenger and the new Hellcat, and its bomb load capacity, 1,200 pounds in most configurations, was insufficient. But its heir, the Curtiss SB-2C Helldiver, an acronym for Scout Bomber Design No. 2 Curtiss, had been plagued with problems from the start of its career, and its introduction into the fleet was delayed by more than a year. Early prototype SB-2Cs suffered from longitudinal instability and structural weaknesses, especially in the tail and main wing beam, and several early test flights ended in crashes. Design modifications addressed some of these problems, while creating others. In carrier trials, the SB-2C's landing gear often collapsed, and its tailhook often missed the arresting cables, or worse, snagged the cable and was wrenched out of the fuselage. The plane was prone to stalls, leaks, hydraulic failures, electrical shorts, and flat tires. It was a demanding airplane to fly, with high stick forces and a weak aileron response. Pilots did not trust it in a dive and tended to release their bombs high, at the expense of accuracy. The Helldiver was especially balky at low airspeeds, as on a carrier landing approach. The aviators saddled the new plane with various unflattering nicknames: the Bladder, the Big-Tailed Beast, the Ensign Exterminator, the Son of a Bitch Second Class. The dauntless pilot Samuel Hines hated everything about the SB-2C, even its name, which he supposed had been chosen by some public relations man. The Helldiver, wrote Hines, was as showy and as phony as the name, like a beach athlete, all muscle and no guts. It was a long, slab-sided, ugly machine with a big round tail fin. We were all afraid of the SB-2Cs, and we flew them as though they were booby-trapped. Harold Buell, a veteran dive bomber pilot who had recently taken command of VB-2, checked the Helldiver out in early 1944. He liked the large bomb load and faster airspeed, and was not concerned about his own ability to handle the plane. But Buell worried about his squadron's less experienced pilots. My first reaction was that the Beast, as this Curtiss monster was called, would be trouble for the squadron. Compared to the steady, forgiving SBD, this aircraft required much more pilot ability to fly both operationally and as a dive-bombing weapon. But in late 1943, after long delays, the Bureau of Aeronautics was determined to force the SB-2C into service, despite the risks, and began pressuring carrier and squadron commanders to cooperate. The plane was justly unloved and no fun to fly, but it did offer essential benefits over the Dauntless, notably its 295-mile-per-hour maximum airspeed, which would allow it to fly coordinated strikes with the other carrier planes, and its much higher bomb load. An internal bomb bay held 2,000 pounds of bombs, and a 500-pound bomb could be carried under each wing. The Helldiver, unlike the SBD, had folding wings, a feature considered indispensable in the new generation carriers. For all its early problems, the SB-2C could be produced rapidly and in the needed quantities. It was a very complex plane, a very difficult plane to maintain, but there was the capability of cranking them out, said Lieutenant Commander Herbert D. Riley, a planner with the Bureau of Aeronautics. That's what we had to have, building capacity. It was never a question of money. We could always get the money in those days. It was a question of the capacity of American industry to produce airplanes. By early 1944, the Curtiss plant in Columbus, Ohio, was turning out more than 300 Helldivers per month, and a Goodyear plant in Akron began producing them from Curtiss blueprints later in 1944. Eventually, 7,140 Helldivers were built. As dive-bombing squadrons became more accustomed to the aircraft, they grew to tolerate its idiosyncrasies and even began to resent criticism directed against their aircraft. Despite its shortcomings, the SB-2C would inflict plenty of punishment on the enemy in 1944 and 1945. For nearly 4 decades, since the presidential administration of Theodore Roosevelt, analysts at the Naval War College in Newport had studied and planned for a prospective war against Japan. In successive iterations of the Orange and Rainbow war plans, the Navy had contemplated a westward naval amphibious offensive through the heart of the Pacific. The American fleet would sortie from Pearl Harbor and hop from island to island through the Marshall, Caroline, and Mariana groups. When it penetrated Japan's outer defense ring, it would meet and destroy Japan's main battle line. That decisive naval victory would trigger the war's endgame. Japan would be cut off from its territories on the Asian mainland and in the South Pacific. Starved of imported raw materials, the Japanese economy would collapse. An invasion of Japan might or might not be necessary, but in either case, victory would follow as a matter of course. Several related versions of this blueprint sat on the shelves at Navy headquarters in Washington. It had been evident, following the Japanese strike on Pearl Harbor, that the Navy and its sister services lacked the necessary sea, air, or ground forces to undertake such a massive operation in 1942, and would not be able to assemble them until 1943 or 1944, if even then. But it always remained the Navy's view, that is to say, the view of Ernest J. King, that the Pacific War would eventually be won by executing the strategy outlined in War Plan Orange. There would be a direct westward assault from Hawaii on Japanese-held islands in the Central Pacific. It would be carried out by the Pacific Fleet and the Marine Corps, with the U.S. Army and U.S. Army Air Forces in subsidiary roles. Nimitz and his admirals would be in charge. MacArthur would have no part of it. The only issue to be decided was when such a campaign should begin. Characteristically, King wanted to get the show on the road as early as possible, and he had exerted all his influence to send the needed forces to Nimitz. As usual, his efforts were doggedly opposed by the British, who wanted a concentration of all available Allied forces for the defeat of Germany, and by MacArthur, whose preferred road to Tokyo ran through the Philippines, and who wanted no competing offensive to the north. But King eventually succeeded in bringing his colleagues on the Joint Chiefs around to his way of thinking, and gradually won their undivided backing. William Leahy, who had taken a direct hand in developing the Orange and Rainbow plans during his long naval career, was an instinctive ally. George Marshall was anxious about the state of the South Pacific and determined to keep Japan on the defensive. Throughout late 1942, King worked behind the scenes to persuade Marshall of the strategic importance of the Marianas, which lay directly astride sea routes linking Japan's home islands to the resource-rich East Indies. The Marianas would provide suitable airfields for the Army's B-29 super fortresses, which would enter service in 1944 and could carry 10,000 pounds of bombs to a radius of 1,600 miles. From Guam and Tinian in the Marianas, the heavy bombers could strike major Japanese population centers and industrial areas. "I finally got General Marshall to understand," King wrote after the war. In the Allied conferences of early and mid-1942, the British military chiefs had hoped to win Marshall and the U.S. Army leadership over to their concept of a minimalist and purely defensive war in the Pacific, pending the final defeat of Germany. But when the High Command met in Casablanca, French Morocco, in January 1943, it was immediately clear that Marshall and King had reached an understanding, and were in agreement that the Pacific required more reinforcements. In the first meeting of the Combined Chiefs of Staff, CCOS, at An Pha Camp on the morning of January 14th, Marshall proposed to allocate Allied troops, shipping, and munitions by a formula of 70% in the Atlantic Theater and 30% in the Pacific Theater. King spoke immediately after Marshall, leaving little doubt that the two Americans were reading from the same playbook. According to his estimates, said King, the Allies were engaging only 15% of our total resources against the Japanese in the Pacific Theater, a proportion that was not sufficient to prevent Japan consolidating herself and thereby presenting ultimately too difficult a problem. General Sir Alan Brooke, Chief of the British Imperial General Staff, was knocked back on his heels. He had long since marked King as an irredeemable Anglophobe and a Pacific firster, and now the ruthless admiral had apparently cast a spell over George Marshall. Brooke asked, upon what basis had the Americans computed the 30% formula? King replied, somewhat lamely, that it was a concept rather than an arithmetical computation. But in any case, 15% was insufficient to do more than hold the lines in the Pacific. Brooke held his tongue, but later told his diary that the proposed figure was hardly a scientific way of fixing allocation between theaters. The official minutes of the Combined Chiefs meetings, recorded in strictly anodyne terms, tended to disguise the heated subtext of the debate. The British had lost much of their Asia-Pacific empire and wanted it back. In Malaya especially, they had been disgraced. In order to retrieve their prestige in the region, they must have a role in the defeat of Japan. But until Germany was knocked out of the war, Britain could offer no meaningful contribution to the Pacific theater. If the Americans closed in on Japan too early, British military power might be rendered strategically irrelevant in the Pacific, with portentous consequences for the future of the empire. But Ernest King was not at all interested in the future of the British Empire, and he even appeared to take an unseemly relish in the humbling of British sea power. In his diary, General Brooke confided a sour loathing for the shrewd and somewhat swollen-headed admiral, whose objective seemed to be an all-out war against Japan instead of holding operations. At dinner that night, Brooke watched in amusement as King drained one glass too many and became nicely lit up. With a thick voice and many gesticulations, the admiral remonstrated stridently with Churchill, to the Prime Minister's evident embarrassment. 2 days later, after another round of punishing negotiations, Brooke concluded wearily, "It is a slow and tiring business which requires a lot of patience. They can't be pushed and hurried, and must be made gradually to assimilate our proposed policy." The scale of the Pacific effort was only one dimension of their quarrel. Marshall's view, shared by Secretary of War Henry Stimson, and to varying degrees by the other American service chiefs, was that Germany could be defeated only by a direct invasion across the English Channel, the operation codenamed Roundup. The British feared a debacle in northern France and preferred new operations in the Mediterranean. In 1942, Churchill and his generals had persuaded FDR to back their proposed invasion of North Africa, Torch, over the sharp objections of Marshall and Stimson. Marshall, still smarting from that reversal, now wanted a firm commitment to execute Roundup in the summer of 1943. The British refused to commit to a date for Roundup, and were dubious that such an operation was feasible before 1944. But still, they asked for an immediate buildup of forces in England so that Roundup could be launched if and when opportunity offered. That is, if and when the Red Army gained the upper hand on the Eastern Front, and a German collapse appeared imminent. Meanwhile, they favored further efforts in the Mediterranean, perhaps an invasion of Italy. Marshall did not much like this proposed southern line of attack, regarding it as a diversion from the main plot and a suction pump that would draw strength away from Roundup. Selected excerpts of minutes from the combined chiefs' meeting at Casablanca put across the substance of the opposing arguments, and show the degree to which King and Marshall now spoke with one voice on the importance of the Pacific. Admiral King stated that the Japanese are now replenishing Japan with raw materials, and also fortifying an inner defense ring along the line of the Netherlands, East Indies, and the Philippines. Sir Alan Brooke inquired how far forward the U.S. Chiefs of Staff envisaged it would be necessary to go in order to prevent the Japanese from digging themselves in. He feared that if operations were too extended, it would inevitably lead to an all-out war against Japan, and it was certain that we had not sufficient resources to undertake this at the same time as a major effort against Germany. General Marshall explained that it had been essential to act offensively in order to stop the Japanese advancing. For example, in New Guinea it had been necessary to push the Japanese back to prevent them capturing Port Moresby. In order to do this, every device for reinforcing the troops on the island had to be employed. The same considerations applied in Guadalcanal. It had been essential to take offensive action to seize the island. Short of offensive action of this nature, the only way of stopping the Japanese was by complete exhaustion through attrition. It was very difficult to pause. The process of whittling away Japan had to be continuous. Sir Charles Portal, RAF chief, asked whether it was not possible to stand on a line and inflict heavy losses on the Japanese when they tried to break through it. From the very fact that the Japanese continued to attack, it was clear that they had already been pushed back further than they cared to go. General Marshall spoke of our commitments in the Pacific, of our responsibilities, with particular reference to the number of garrisons we have on small islands, and the impossibility of letting any of them down. He insisted that the United States could not stand for another Bataan. Sir Alan Brooke stated that we have reached a stage in the war where we must review the correctness of our basic strategic concept, which calls for the defeat of Germany first. He was convinced that we cannot defeat Germany and Japan simultaneously. The British Chiefs of Staff have arrived at the conclusion that it will be better to concentrate on Germany. Because of the distances involved, the British Chiefs of Staff believe that the defeat of Japan first is impossible, and that if we attempt to do so, we shall lose the war. General Marshall stated that, in his opinion, the British Chiefs of Staff wish to be certain that we keep the enemy engaged in the Mediterranean, and that at the same time maintain a sufficient force in the United Kingdom to take advantage of a crack in the German strength, either from the withdrawal of their forces in France or because of lowered morale. He inferred that the British Chiefs of Staff would prefer to maintain such a force in the United Kingdom, dormant and awaiting an opportunity, rather than have it utilized in a sustained attack elsewhere. The United States Chiefs of Staff know that they can use these forces offensively in the Pacific theater. Sir Alan Brooke said that the British Chiefs of Staff certainly did not want to keep forces tied up in Europe doing nothing. During the build-up period, however, the first forces to arrive from America could not be used actively against the enemy. A certain minimum concentration had to be effected before they could be employed. His point was that we should direct our resources to the defeat of Germany first. This conception was focused in paragraph 2C of the British Joint Planning Staff's paper, CCS 153-1, in which it was stated that we agreed in principle with the U.S. strategy in the Pacific, provided always that its application does not prejudice the earliest possible defeat of Germany. Admiral King pointed out that this expression might be read as meaning that anything which was done in the Pacific interfered with the earliest possible defeat of Germany, and that the Pacific theater should therefore remain totally inactive. Sir Charles Portal said that this was certainly not the understanding of the British Chiefs of Staff, who had always accepted that pressure should be maintained on Japan. They had, perhaps, misunderstood the U.S. Chiefs of Staff and thought that the point at issue was whether the main effort should be in the Pacific or in the United Kingdom. The British view was that, for getting at Germany in the immediate future, the Mediterranean offered better prospects than northern France. General Marshall said that he was most anxious not to become committed to interminable operations in the Mediterranean. He wished northern France to be the scene of the main effort against Germany. That had always been his conception. Admiral King said that we had on many occasions been close to a disaster in the Pacific. The real point at issue was to determine the balance between the effort to be put against Germany and against Japan, but we must have enough in the Pacific to maintain the initiative against the Japanese. He felt very strongly that the details of such operations must be left to the U.S. Chiefs of Staff, who were strategically responsible for the Pacific theater. He did not feel this was a question for a decision of the combined Chiefs of Staff. Brooke wanted to check the westward momentum of the Pacific offensive, for fear that it would divert shipping and other resources away from the Mediterranean. He asked that any decision to push past Rabaul to Truk be deferred. In the event that Rabaul fell into Allied hands, Brooke wanted surplus forces in the South Pacific transferred to the Mediterranean. King replied that whatever forces became available in MacArthur's theater would be needed by Nimitz for the conquest of the Marshalls. Moreover, he added, on logistic grounds alone, it would be impossible to bring forces from the Pacific theater to the European theater. The committee's final recommendations to Churchill and FDR represented a compromise skewed toward the American view. The Allies would aim to seize Burma and Rabaul by the end of 1943, with the proviso that these operations must be kept within such limits as will not jeopardize the capacity of the United Nations to take advantage of any favorable opportunity that may present itself for the decisive defeat of Germany in 1943. The Americans could launch further operations against the Marshalls and Carolines only after the capture of Rabaul, using forces already allocated to the Pacific theater. At the Trident Conference in Washington the following May, the Allies remained largely divided over the same issues and along the same lines. While en route to Washington, Brooke confided to his diary that he dreaded the renewal of old arguments. Casablanca has taught me too much. Agreement after agreement may be secured on paper, but if their hearts are not in it, they soon drift away again. In fact, the Joint Chiefs did not intend to offer any concessions at all concerning the scale of the Pacific campaign. When the combined chiefs of staff convened in the ornate marble Board of Governors room at the Federal Reserve Building on May 13th, the Americans took a brusque tone from the outset. Admiral Leahy, now serving as de facto chairman of the Joint Chiefs, flatly informed the British that any provision limiting freedom of action in the Pacific would not be acceptable to the United States Chiefs of Staff. He added that if the Americans suffered an unexpected reversal in the war against Japan, they would shift forces to the Pacific, even at the expense of the early defeat of Germany. On the morning of Friday, May 21st, King provided a long briefing on the progress of the Pacific War, ending with an analysis of possibilities for the latter half of 1943 and 1944. Regardless of which route might be taken, he concluded, the Marianas are the key to the situation because of their location on the Japanese lines of communication. Brooke, in restrained exasperation, reiterated his familiar arguments. He later complained to his diary that King had tried to find every loophole he possibly can to divert troops to the Pacific. But with few forces actively engaged against the Japanese, the British lacked standing to shape strategy in the theater. Without quite saying it, Leahy, King, and Marshall intimated that the Pacific was now an American responsibility, and left no doubt that they would fight it on their own terms and according to their own schedule. In Trident's final conference documents, the American strategic proposals were enacted wholesale, including seizure of the Marshall and Caroline Islands, without reference to the timing of MacArthur's assault on Rabaul. Two parallel Pacific campaigns, north and south of the equator, now had the imprimatur of the Allied High Command. But Nimitz did not yet possess the sea or carrier air forces needed to wage a Central Pacific offensive, and the troops in his theater required months of additional amphibious training. From his South Pacific headquarters, Halsey was calling for reinforcements to carry his fight into the Central Solomons. Nonetheless, King wanted hard deadlines for the Central Pacific campaign. In order that effective momentum of offensive operations can be attained and maintained, he told his fellow chiefs on June 10th, firm timing must be set up for all areas. 4 days later, the Joint Chiefs of Staff instructed Nimitz to prepare to invade the Marshall Islands with a tentative sailing date of November 15, 1943. MacArthur was to release the 1st Marine Division in time to participate in the operation, and most of Halsey's naval and amphibious forces would be shifted to Pearl Harbor as well. With unusual candor, the chiefs acknowledged that the date was somewhat arbitrary, but in the absence of deadlines, it is not, repeat, not practicable to provide able structure for our operations throughout the Pacific and Far East. Predictably outraged, MacArthur objected that the demands of his cartwheel campaign precluded any transfers of troops or ships from his theater to Nimitz's. Indeed, MacArthur wanted and would receive covering support from the Pacific Fleet's new fast carrier task forces in raids against Rabaul, Truk, and other Japanese bases on the southern route. Likewise, Halsey was anxious about the withdrawal of aircraft from the SOPAC region for support of operations north of the equator. Diverting air power from the drive on Rabaul, he warned Nimitz on June 25th, would seriously jeopardize our chances of success at what appears to be the most critical stage of the campaign. Without borrowing forces from the South Pacific, Nimitz could not realistically tackle the Marshalls until early 1944, and some on the SINCPAC planning staff counseled patience. They argued, not unreasonably, that the new offensive should await the arrival of a large fleet of Essex carriers, which could spearhead long leaps across ocean wastes and beat back enemy land-based air attacks. By February or March 1944, a much-expanded Fifth Fleet could simply steam into the Marshalls and seize the 4 or 5 largest Japanese bases in the group simultaneously. If the Japanese fleet came out to fight, the fast carrier task forces would willingly and confidently give battle. But King wanted action in 1943. He insisted that the northern line of attack be opened before the final assault on Rabaul, so that the enemy could not concentrate his defenses against either prong of the westward advance. Enemy territory had to be taken, somewhere in the Central Pacific, before the end of the year. Two competing suggestions were debated at CINCPAC headquarters. Captain Forrest P. Sherman, the influential Chief of Staff to Vice Admiral John Henry Towers, Commander Air Forces Pacific, or COM-AIRPAC, circulated a plan to recapture Wake Island and employ it as a springboard for a later assault on the Marshalls, which lay about 500 miles south. Spruance favored opening the new campaign much farther south and east, where the fleet could count on greater land-based air support from rear bases in the South Pacific. He wanted to launch the new offensive in the Gilbert Islands, some 600 miles southeast of the Marshalls. Nimitz was swayed by his Chief of Staff's reasoning, and persuaded King in turn. Comminch arranged the necessary Joint Chiefs of Staff directive on July 20th, 1943. The operation, codenamed Galvanic, called for the simultaneous capture of objectives in the Ellis Islands, the Gilbert Islands, and Nauru by November 15th of that year. Since his victorious return from Midway a year earlier, Raymond Spruance had privately hoped for another major command at sea. But it was not the taciturn admiral's way to lobby for a job, and he was neither surprised nor disconcerted when Nimitz told him, as the two men walked to CINCPAC headquarters one morning in May 1943, "There are going to be some changes in the high command of the fleet. I would like to let you go, but unfortunately for you, I need you here." In his version of the conversation, recalled years later, Spruance replied, "Well, the war is an important thing. I personally would like to have another crack at the Japs, but if you need me here, this is where I should be." The next morning, as the two went again on foot from house to office, Nimitz brought the subject up again. "I have been thinking this over during the night," he said. "Spruance, you are lucky. I've decided that I am going to let you go after all." Nimitz sold King on the assignment during their meeting in San Francisco later that month. On May 30th, a dispatch from Navy headquarters in Washington lifted Spruance to the rank of Vice Admiral. Shortly afterward, he was detached from the CINCPAC staff and placed in command of the Central Pacific Force, later designated the Fifth Fleet. It was the largest seagoing command in the history of the U.S. Navy. Time was short. Spruance had little more than 4 months to plan the largest and most complex amphibious operation yet attempted. Naval forces and landing troops had to be collected from far-flung parts of the South Pacific and the mainland. His key commanders had not yet been named to their posts, nor had they even been identified. Writing the plan would be an immensely complicated and demanding job. Spruance moved quickly to recruit a chief of staff with the requisite experience and initiative. He chose an old friend and shipmate, Captain Charles J. Carl Moore, who was then serving in Washington as a member of Admiral King's war planning staff. Spruance asked Moore to select the other key staff officers, poaching them from Navy headquarters if he wished, but asked him to keep the head count to a manageable minimum. Moore arrived in Pearl Harbor on August 5th and moved into a spare bedroom in Nimitz and Spruance's house atop Makalapa Hill. Spruance's command philosophy was to delegate any task that he did not absolutely have to do himself. He later observed with worthy candor, "Looking at myself objectively, I think I am a good judge of men, and I know that I tend to be lazy about many things, so I do not try to do anything that I can pass down the line to someone more competent than I am to do it." Carl Moore would have agreed with the entirety of that judgment. Spruance did not micromanage. He picked good men, gave them authority, and held them accountable. He never failed to grasp the data he needed to render major decisions, but once those decisions were made, he dismissed from his mind the details of their execution. By refusing to absorb himself in such particulars, he kept his mind clear to consider the broadest problems of strategy and organization. Plausibly, Spruance did not need to work as hard as others, because he possessed the sort of mind that took in and processed information more rapidly. Ernest King, who was no simpleton, attested that Spruance was in intellectual ability unsurpassed among the flag officers of the United States Navy. His distinction as a seagoing commander at the Battle of Midway in 1942 and with the Fifth Fleet later in the war would seem to vindicate his hands-off approach. It was also true, at least in a limited sense, that Spruance was lazy. He seemed to bore easily, and often resisted talking about the war. He was a compulsive walker, and tended to walk out of the office at all hours of the day, whether or not work remained to be done. He often took members of his staff along with him. Moore wrote about one such instance in a letter to his wife, composed 3 days after his arrival in Hawaii. Raymond is up to his tricks already, and yesterday took me on an 8-mile hike in the foothills. It was hot and a hard pull at times, and particularly so as we carried on a lively conversation all the way, which kept me completely winded. Moore tried to engage the boss about the coming operation, but Spruance steered the conversation toward unrelated subjects and held forth on the virtues of physical fitness. A few days later, Moore wrote his wife again. Yesterday, Raymond stepped up the pace and the distance, and we covered over 10 miles in 3 hours. My right leg caught up with my left, and both were wrecked by the time I got back. If he can get me burned to a crisp or crippled from walking, he will be completely happy. Spruance wanted Kelly Turner to command the amphibious fleet. It was not necessary to give the issue much thought. With a year of hard-earned experience in the South Pacific, Turner was the Navy's preeminent amphibious specialist. Spruance knew him well, having served with him at sea and at the Naval War College. I would like to get Admiral Kelly Turner from Admiral Halsey, if I can steal him, he told Nimitz in June. With the Northern Solomons island-hopping campaign in high gear, Halsey was not keen to release Turner, so Nimitz made it simple. In a personal Dear Bill dated June 26th, the SINCPAC explained that he had been ordered to wage a new offensive in the Central Pacific. This means I must have Turner report to me as soon as possible. When Turner came north, he brought several of his best staff officers with him, causing Halsey further heartburn. Marine Major General Holland M. Smith would command the invasion troops, designated the 5th Amphibious Corps, or VAC. Smith was one of the pioneers of amphibious warfare. He had persuaded the Navy to adopt Andrew Higgins's shallow draft boats as landing craft, and had successfully trained several divisions in amphibious operations at Camps Elliott and Pendleton in Southern California. He had lobbied for a combat command in the Pacific, and was backed for the job by Secretary Knox and Admiral King. Nimitz did not know him well, but Spruance had worked with him in the mid-1930s, when both officers were stationed in the Caribbean. Nimitz offered him the job during an inspection tour of the South Pacific, and Smith readily accepted it. Turner and Smith made a combustible pair. Both men were aggressive, ambitious, and overbearing. Both were respected authorities in the field of amphibious warfare, but had become accustomed to running things without competition or interference. Both were prone to fits of rage, and had earned nicknames as a result: Terrible Turner and Howlin' Mad Smith. Smith was exceptionally touchy about command relations between the Navy and the Marine Corps. At Guadalcanal, Turner had offended General Vandegrift by infringing upon the latter's command prerogatives. During the planning of Galvanic, Spruance sometimes wondered whether we could get the operation planned out before there was an explosion between them. Arriving in Pearl Harbor the first week of September, Holland Smith was assigned quarters in a bungalow at the base of Makalapa Hill. The little house was beneath his rank, and he knew it. Always sensitive to any trace of an insult to the Marine Corps, he coldly reminded the responsible naval officer that he was a major general, senior to most admirals at Pearl, and demanded more suitable quarters. The assignment was explained as an oversight, though Smith did not believe it had been. Apologies were offered, and the general was lodged in a grander house higher on the hill. Smith had previously met Kelly Turner in Washington, when the latter was the Navy's war plans chief. He found the admiral precise and courteous, like an exacting schoolmaster, and affable in an academic manner. But he had also encountered Turner's famous temper. He could be plain ornery. He wasn't called Terrible Turner without reason. For Operation Galvanic, Turner expected to stand above Smith in the chain of command. That would be consistent with the model employed in Operation Watchtower. But Smith wanted direct command of all amphibious troops throughout the operation, prior to, during, and after the landing, and wished to report directly to Spruance. To Turner, the issue was simple. A precedent had been set in the South Pacific. The existing model was proven. By what right did Smith, a newcomer to the Pacific, propose to change it? To Smith, the issue was one of principle, and concerned the status and honor of the Marine Corps. Smith suspected that the Navy would take care of its own, and that he would not get a fair hearing in Pearl Harbor. The issue reverberated in Washington, and was even appealed to the Secretary of the Navy, who would not rule on the question directly, but expected it to be resolved in such a way as to secure effective cooperation between the Navy and the Marine Corps. Spruance wanted no part of the dispute, and simply ignored it. "Oh, Carl, don't worry about it," he told Moore. "They know what I want to do, and they're not going to make any trouble." That was not so. When no compromise emerged after prolonged argument, Moore put the question to Spruance again, and was told, "Fix it up to suit yourself." The fleet commander's laissez-faire attitude placed Moore, a Navy captain, in the unenviable role of refereeing a stand-up fight between an admiral and a general. "They both complained to me about the other," he recalled. Holland Smith particularly complained about Kelly Turner. He was a whining, complaining type. He loved to complain. He loved to talk and loved to complain, and he would come and sit on my desk and growl about Turner. "All I want to do is kill some Japs. Just give me a rifle. I don't want to be a commanding general. Just give me a rifle, I'll go out there and shoot some Japs. I'm not worried about anything else around here." See, that kind of a line. I was trying to soothe him down, and Turner would come and complain about that blankety-blank Smith, couldn't get any cooperation out of him, and so forth. At last, a compromise emerged. Moore crafted an operational order that left Turner in command of the landing forces until the shore commander went ashore and assumed command of the troops. When Turner was so informed, all troops ashore would fall under command of the 5th Amphibious Corps, and thus report to Holland Smith. The model was accepted, and would remain in force throughout the remainder of the war. Turner and Smith readily agreed on one point. Neither man wanted to capture the isolated phosphate rock island of Nauru, which had been included among the objectives assigned in the Joint Chiefs of Staff directive. Nauru's mountainous terrain presented difficulties, and it lay 380 miles south of Tarawa, the atoll that was Galvanic's main objective. Nauru was of little value either to the enemy or to the Allies, and its small airfield could be kept pounded down by regular air raids. On September 24th, Admiral King flew into Pearl Harbor for his regular bi-monthly conference with Nimitz. At SINCPAC headquarters the next morning, Spruance circulated a letter written by Holland Smith that laid out the case to scratch Nauru from Galvanic. King asked, What do you propose to take instead of Nauru? Spruance proposed Makin, an atoll north of Tarawa, on the grounds that it was more strategically located and could be more easily stormed. Admiral King gave me the fisheye, Spruance recalled, but agreed to recommend the change of objectives to the JCS. The Gilbert Islands were 16 palm-crowned atolls, straddling the equator about 400 miles west of the international dateline. Each atoll was formed by an oblong ring of long, narrow, sandy islands, enclosing a brilliant sapphire lagoon. Peak elevation was about 10 feet above sea level. Though they were near the equator, the islands were swept by a steady ocean breeze, and the air was pleasingly dry and fresh. Robert Louis Stevenson, who had visited the Gilberts in the 1880s, found a superb ocean climate, days of blinding sun and bracing wind, nights of a heavenly brightness. Makin Atoll was three-sided, with a lagoon measuring 8 by 16 miles. Butari Tari, a ribbon of sand 13 miles long, was the only island in the atoll that could accommodate an airfield. Makin had been employed by the Japanese as a seaplane base, but little else. It was not strongly defended. Aerial photos had detected no large-caliber shore guns and few coastal fortifications, and the garrison was thought to number 500 to 800, of whom a proportion would be laborers rather than trained fighters. Tarawa, 83 miles south of Makin and about 2,500 miles southwest of Hawaii, looked to be a considerably tougher nut to crack. The largest and southernmost island in the atoll was Betio, slightly more than 2 miles long and about half a mile wide, with an axis favorably oriented toward the prevailing winds. Betio, the Americans knew, was one of the most heavily fortified islands in the Pacific. A 4,000-foot airstrip lay behind a network of trenches, bunkers, and pillboxes, constructed of concrete and overlaid with sand and palm logs. Shore guns ranging in size from 5 to 8 inches faced north, west, and south. On its lagoon shore, Betio was protected by coral reefs to a distance of about 1,200 yards. Based on aerial reconnaissance, the garrison appeared to number between 2,500 and 3,100 men. The assault on Tarawa was assigned to the 2nd Marine Division, which had fought in the later stages of the Guadalcanal campaign and then had withdrawn to New Zealand for rest, recuperation, and additional training. The division was under the command of Major General Julian C. Smith, who first caught wind of the coming operation in mid-August, when he learned that Admiral Spruance was flying into Wellington and wanted to see him. Spruance, with Captain Moore in tow, walked into Smith's office and dropped a pile of documents on the desk. Did the general think his division could take Tarawa? Smith had not heard of Tarawa. Never knew there was such an island. He would review the documents, he said. When did Spruance need an answer? I'm leaving tomorrow morning, said Spruance. Smith said his division would do the job. Admiral King had envisioned Galvanic as a Navy and Marine show, but George Marshall was keen to get the Army into action in the Central Pacific and offered the 27th Infantry Division, then located in Hawaii. Nimitz assigned the assault on Makin to one of the division's regimental combat teams, the 165th Infantry. Major General Ralph C. Smith was to command these troops, completing a triumvirate of 3 unrelated Smiths in charge of the Galvanic invasion forces. The command arrangement placing the Marine Holland Smith above the soldier Ralph Smith was a source of predictable unpleasantness. The Army's top man in the Pacific, General Robert C. Richardson, questioned the need for the Army troops to be folded into the 5th Amphibious Corps, and proposed that Ralph Smith report directly to Admiral Turner. Nimitz declined the suggestion. Operation Galvanic required cooperation between the services on an unprecedented scale, and the sink pack was intolerant of infighting. But the inter-service sensitivities inherent in this mixed command hierarchy would erupt into a public imbroglio the following year, in the Marianas. The Army Assault Regiment required intensive amphibious training, and Holland Smith oversaw landing exercises at several remote bays in the lesser Hawaiian Islands. Poor weather conditions forced the cancellation of several exercises, and beach conditions did not perfectly match those of the actual objective. Holland Smith was concerned about the regiment's readiness and even its morale. But he took some consolation in the mounting evidence, based on air and submarine reconnaissance, that Makin would be a walkover, at least when compared to Tarawa. As in the Solomons, the Americans were short of accurate charts or hydrographic tables covering the Gilberts. They relied, in part, on information dating back to the 19th and even the 18th centuries. Summing up the state of the charts, Turner told Nimitz, "The land contours are inaccurate, soundings are few and unreliable, the orientation of land areas is frequently in error, and even the location of the island is often questionable." Putting reconnaissance teams ashore in advance of the operation was considered, but then ruled out, as it might alert the Japanese to the coming invasion. The submarine Nautilus, fitted with special equipment for periscope photography, brought valuable data back to Pearl Harbor in August. Aerial photographic reconnaissance, conducted in September and October by carrier planes and B-24s, provided more information on the state of Betio's coastal fortifications. The photos plainly revealed the locations of the big guns, which were mounted in strong concrete emplacements. The photos also revealed that the entire island was ringed with obstacles: coconut log seawalls, barbed wire aprons, anti-tank ditches, and concrete tetrahedrons in the surf. Analysts estimated the size of the enemy garrison by counting the latrines and reckoning how many troops each latrine would serve. They were constructed on pilings over the beach, so that the surf would carry away excrement, and therefore were readily identifiable in aerial photographs. Low-altitude oblique shots of the beach defenses would have proved valuable in determining the precise locations of covered pillboxes and bunkers, but the rushed pre-invasion schedule did not permit for such flights. Several dozen British residents of the Gilberts had fled to New Zealand and Australia at the outset of the war. 16 of these dislocated British colonialists, whom the Americans collectively nicknamed the Foreign Legion, were questioned closely about conditions in Tarawa Lagoon. A vital concern was the depth of water over the reefs that lay between the entrance to the lagoon and the north side of Betio. Some were confident that the reefs would be at least 5 feet deep at high water. If that was so, the American landing craft could pass over them with no danger of grounding. But the intended date of the invasion coincided with a neap tide, when the tidal range would be reduced to a minimum. Major F.L.G. Holland of New Zealand, who seemed to know Tarawa better than anyone else, warned that the depth over the reefs could be less than 3 feet. Moreover, the neap tide would cause irregular, dodging currents that might carry the landing craft off their courses. After interrogating Major Holland at length, Julian Smith concluded that the man knew what he was talking about, and warned Admiral Turner and Holland Smith that the Marines might have to disembark and wade ashore from the fringing reef, perhaps half a mile from Betio's North Beach. For 20 years, the Marine Corps had planned and trained for a direct assault on a heavily defended beach. The Corps had developed and acquired the specialized landing craft required to mount such an operation, and had refined the specialized tactics of coordinating naval fire support, air support, and logistics. But the Marines had not yet proved to themselves, or to the enemy, that a small fortress island could be taken by frontal amphibious assault. Tarawa posed formidable problems. There would be no immediate means of achieving depth of deployment. The landing forces would initially be pinned down on a long, narrow beach. The flat little island would offer scant room for maneuvering onto the enemy's flanks. The battlefield was so contracted, it seemed doubtful that direct naval gunfire or air support could be provided without posing danger to the Marines ashore. All understood in advance that the assault on Tarawa was unprecedented and might prove appallingly costly. Since the 1920s, naval aviators had been authorized to wear brown leather shoes with khaki uniforms, while surface naval officers were obliged to wear black. This negligible uniform distinction acquired symbolic importance when the flyers began calling themselves brown shoes, and their more tradition-bound colleagues black shoes. The flyers made a point of bending the uniform code by scuffing their shoes and refusing to polish them, by growing their hair just a little longer than regulations allowed, and by wearing weather-beaten caps, including the distinctive duck-billed cap made famous by Mark Mitscher. The brown shoes liked to test the limits of naval discipline and decorum. "When you're in a battleship, you're in the Annapolis Navy," wrote Joseph Bryan III, who served as an intelligence officer on the Yorktown. "But when you're in a carrier, you're in the fighting Navy. Your ship is being run by and for a bunch of barnstorming youngsters who don't tie their shoes at all if they don't feel like it, and who would just as soon address Admiral King as Ernie, unless it meant he'd ground them and keep them out of the next scrap." Vice Admiral Towers, who had headed the Aeronautics Bureau in Washington before taking up his billet as Comm Air Pac in October 1942, was the Navy's senior aviator in active service and the acknowledged leader of the Brown Shoe Navy. He had graduated from the Naval Academy in 1906, the same year as Raymond Spruance and 1 year after Nimitz. His remarkable career had advanced in close step with the evolution of naval aviation. He had learned to fly in 1911, in a primitive biplane with a wooden frame, fabric-covered wings, wire struts, and a top airspeed of 60 knots. Towers was a protege of the pilot and aircraft designer Glenn Curtiss. He achieved various distance and endurance records. He set up the first flight training program in Pensacola. He completed the first air crossing, in stages, of the Atlantic. He commanded the Navy's first aircraft carrier, the Langley CV-1. He had survived several plane crashes. Many of his contemporaries had not been so fortunate. For more than 20 years, he had battled King and Nimitz over such questions as funding for the carrier Navy and promotions for career aviators. He had earned a somewhat begrudging respect from both colleagues, and reached reasonable compromises concerning the training, selection, and promotion of officers involved in naval aviation and aircraft carriers. But he was never personally close to any of the officers he regarded as battleship-oriented, and he argued that the attack on Pearl Harbor and the sinking of the British battleships Prince of Wales and Repulse by Japanese air attack off Malaya in December 1941 had transformed naval warfare into something fundamentally new. The Brown Shoes were simultaneously elites and insurgents. They disdained old naval dogmas and were resolved to subvert them. They wanted more of everything: more commands, promotions, decorations, publicity, and resources, and a more dominant voice in strategic planning. It was not enough, they argued, to rely on the leadership of traditional line officers who were air-minded. The new fast carrier task forces were the vanguard of the fleet that would carry the war into the Western Pacific. Therefore, the fleet ought to be led by men who had come up through the Brown Shoe ranks. Not even Ernest King or Bill Halsey, who had passed through flight training as captains on the wrong side of 40, were bona fide members of the flying fraternity. They were latecomers who had earned their wings in order to qualify for carrier command. Most of the real Brown Shoes were younger men, including a group of ambitious and talented Young Turks who had earned their wings in the 1920s, led air squadrons, skippered carriers, participated in the development of new aircraft, and were approaching the threshold for flag rank. The emerging generation of aviators was uncomfortably mindful that their rivals in the Army Air Forces had climbed the promotion ladder more rapidly. The Army flyers had also enjoyed the benefits of a more open-handed policy in awarding medals and other honors. Naval leaders correctly suspected that Hap Arnold's USAF aspired to consolidate the functions of military aviation under its own aegis. With a political brawl over service unification looming in the post-war future, the danger to the Navy's institutional interests was evident. Towers told a colleague in Washington that there had been a failure of the high commands to give senior aviation officers of long experience and proven professional ability a real voice in strategic plans. As plans for Galvanic took shape, Towers advised Nimitz to send the new carrier task forces on far-ranging missions to attack Japanese airfields and, if opportunity offered, the Japanese fleet. He warned against limiting their freedom of movement by keeping them corralled in defensive sectors. Spruance and Turner wanted the carriers to provide air cover to the fleet while troops were landed at Tarawa and Makin. Towers preferred to send them 600 miles northwest into the Marshalls, where they could rain bombs down on the enemy's airfields and cut off his air response at the source. Towers, echoing his chief of staff, Forrest Sherman, thought the Gilberts a waste of time and balked at the scale of Galvanic. The outspoken Com Air Pack complained that Spruance wants a sledgehammer to drive attack. Towers went around Nimitz to make his case to King and others in Washington. On August 18th, he wrote James Forrestal, Undersecretary of the Navy. I must confess that those of us out here who are in a position to have a reasonably good idea of not only what is going on, but also what is planned, have a feeling approaching utter hopelessness. And when I say this, I'm referring to major plans and major policies. Towers privately criticized the elevation of the Black Shoe Spruance to command of the Fifth Fleet, and when certain remarks reached Spruance's ears, a rift opened between them. Spruance later told Admiral Charles M. Savvy Cook, Jr., that, if you were not an admirer of Towers, your path was not made smooth if he could help it. Towers was a very ambitious man. That was perhaps the most damning indictment Spruance ever aimed at a fellow officer. From their high perch, Nimitz and Spruance believed they saw the big picture more clearly than did the brown shoe insurrectionists. The carriers could strike the enemy hard and across great distances, but they could not win the Trans-Pacific campaign outright. Whatever their capabilities or aspirations, the aviators and their machines must fit coherently into the grand scheme of amphibious invasions supported by finely choreographed logistics. The force that would take the Gilberts included 191 ships, 35,000 troops, and 117,000 tons of cargo. Coordination and protection of such an enormous force was an overriding concern, and no single component of the fleet should be let off the leash without considering the consequences to the whole. Nimitz, patient and forbearing as he was, eventually grew weary of the protests and grievances, and instructed Towers to lower his tone. In a heated meeting that fall, Towers recalled, Nimitz's reaction was to the effect that I did not know what I was talking about. Prominent among the Young Turks was Captain Joseph J. Clark, known to friends and shipmates as Jock or Jocko. At the war's outset, he had been executive officer of the old Yorktown, CV-5. Promoted captain in February 1942, he had returned to Washington to await reassignment. There, he made a name for himself by proposing a plan, seemingly absurd on its face, to build 150 new aircraft carriers. By his own account, there was nothing scientific in the figure. He thought it obvious, after Pearl Harbor, that the Navy would need a vast fleet of carriers to crush Japan, and he had simply plucked a big round number out of the air. Kelly Turner, still head of the Navy's War Plans Unit, brushed the idea off, saying, You can't get that many. But Admiral Towers thought Clark was absolutely right and arranged to send the young captain on a multi-city speaking tour to promote the idea. The U.S. Navy had 119 aircraft carriers in commission at war's end. Had the conflict lasted until 1947 or 1948, a reasonable prognosis in the early days, Clark's figure might have been surpassed. Born and raised on a farm in northeast Oklahoma, Clark was of mixed Scotch-Irish and Cherokee Indian descent. He was a registered member of the Cherokee Nation, and the first Native American to graduate from the Naval Academy, class of 1917. By his own lights, Clark was a typical Oklahoma cowboy, but he was proud of his partial Cherokee lineage and even played it up. He had been registered by his parents as 1/8 Cherokee. Later genealogical research revealed that Clark's Cherokee ancestry was considerably more diluted. He had a single Cherokee great-great-great-grandmother, making him 1/32nd Cherokee. Clark willingly tolerated, or perhaps encouraged, physical descriptions referring to the deep tan and high cheekbones of an Indian, Honolulu Star Bulletin, 1944, or his hump-bridged nose and short-clipped, sparse hair, which resembles a scalp lock and waves like prairie grass, Life magazine, 1945. He grinned broadly for photographers while wearing a majestic feathered headdress. Cartoons published in his ship's newspapers and cruise books depicted him wielding a tomahawk to scalp the Japanese Prime Minister Hideki Tojo or the Emperor Hirohito. Clark invited the chief of the Cherokee Nation to attend the commissioning of the new Yorktown, CV-10. Clark was a leader in the mold of Bill Halsey, a colorful and exuberant character who wore his heart on his sleeve and did not mind making himself slightly ridiculous in the eyes of his men. He battled his weight and carried an impressive paunch. The shirt flaps of his khaki uniform did not stay tucked. In otherwise glowing fitness reports, superiors drew attention to his lack of personal tidiness and to his physical bearing. Clark allowed himself to be made an object of fun, or deliberately seemed to undercut his own authority. When a navigator grounded his ship in an impossibly crowded Bermuda anchorage, the captain took the con and barked, "God damn you! Now it's my turn to run it aground." A chief petty officer who served under him on the Hornet, CV-12, left this fond description. Jocko Clark was part American Indian. His lower lip stuck way out and was always sunburned. Finally, the doctor on the Hornet gave him no choice but to wear a gauze 4x4 with a string over his ears, so the pad protected his lip. Jocko did it, but it made him madder than hell. I've seen him snatch 3 or 4 of those things off in the course of a couple of hours. He'd tear it off and throw it down. And here would come the doctor and make him a new one. Whenever he came on the bridge, GQ or any other time, he often wore sickbay pajamas that he slept in. Sometimes his hairy stomach would be sticking out, but he was oblivious to his appearance. He was just universally loved, respected, and admired on the Hornet. He had a great feeling for the pilots. More than once, when a pilot landed aboard, shot up or whatever, the doctor, the emergency crew, and Jocko would get to him all about the same time. Jocko would bend over the Stokes litter and pin a medal on the guy right there on the stretcher. You know pilots appreciated that. He was really and truly a great man. Earning his gold wings in 1925, Clark had ascended rapidly through the ranks. He had flown several types of aircraft, eventually specializing in the Boeing F-3B biplane fighter. He had skippered a carrier fighter squadron on the Lexington in 1933-34, when Ernest J. King was her captain. Clark had got on well with King, a history that stood him in good stead when the latter rose to Comanche CNO. Clark's first carrier command was the Suwannee, an 18,000-ton escort or jeep carrier converted from the hull of an oil tanker. While overseeing the commissioning of the ship in Newport News, Virginia, Clark drove the civilian yard workers and ship's crew to meet a seemingly impossible deadline, and managed to get the ship commissioned in time to take part in Operation Torch, the invasion of North Africa, in November 1942. He circulated a motto during this period of breakneck effort: "Get things done yesterday. Tomorrow may be too late." The Suwannee distinguished herself during Torch, and Clark received high praise in his fitness reports. In January 1943, he received orders sending him back to Newport News as a prospective captain of the new Yorktown, CV-10, second in class of the Essex carriers. Clark subsequently learned that Admiral King had personally selected him for the prestigious new command. The Yorktown had been launched on January 21, 1943, 3 weeks before Clark's arrival, with Eleanor Roosevelt acting as sponsor. Several minutes before the scheduled launch, while speeches were still underway, the great carrier had shifted, groaned, and begun creeping down the launchways. The First Lady, a seasoned veteran of ship christening ceremonies, seized the waiting bottle with both hands and bashed it against the moving hull, shattering the bottle and splattering herself with champagne. All present agreed that the event was auspicious. The Yorktown was evidently in a hurry to get into the war. The crew gave her the first of several nicknames: Ship in a Hurry. The unfinished Yorktown was moored at a Newport News shipbuilding and dry dock company pier, where she would spend the next several months being outfitted and commissioned. When Clark arrived on February 15th, he walked down the dock to have a look. Her wide flight deck towered over him. He had come a long way from Allouez, Oklahoma. This was a proud moment in my lifetime, and I knew it as I stood there. The race to get the Yorktown into service drove the new crew to the edge of exhaustion. Clark was a slave driver, and he did not mind admitting it. 3 other Essex carriers were in advanced construction, and Clark liked the idea of getting the Yorktown out to Pearl Harbor ahead of them all. That was a long shot, however, because the first-in-class Essex had been commissioned on the last day of 1942 and would soon depart on her shakedown cruise. Clark also had his eye on the Lexington, CV-16, another sister, which was being commissioned in Boston at the Fall River Company under the supervision of Captain Felix B. Stump. The fourth, Bunker Hill, CV-17, Captain John J. Ballantyne, was at the Bethlehem Steel Shipyard in Quincy, Massachusetts. Clark frankly avowed that he wanted to beat the Essex to the Pacific, and "Beat the Essex" was adopted as the ship's motto. Captain Donald Duncan of the Essex was a friend and Academy classmate, and the two captains conferred closely and learned from one another's experiences. By mutual agreement, they made copies of all outgoing correspondence concerning the outfitting of the ships, and shared it among themselves and with Stump and Ballantyne. Clark was glad to share information, but his natural competitive instincts were never far from the surface. He expected the Yorktown to be superior to her sisters in every measurable respect. The yard set a commission date of April 15th, but warned that the schedule was likely to slip. Clark declared that he intended to meet it. 4,000 of the 31,000 workers at the yard were put on the job, and Clark lobbied to have needed building materials diverted from other ships under construction. He avowed that he would not cut corners, at least insofar as care and quality of equipment were concerned. But he was more than willing to finagle materials by underhanded means and to fudge safety regulations. An air officer on the rival Essex suspected that a lot of dishonest things were done to get things provided for the Yorktown, which should have come to the Essex just so we wouldn't get finished in time, but we were never able to prove anything. Clark had ammunition loaded directly from flat cars, a prohibited procedure. When the yard could not meet his schedule for painting the hull, he put the crew on the job. He even assigned junior officers to join in the chipping and painting, upending an ancient naval taboo and prompting at least one young lieutenant to put in for a transfer. Jocko had tremendous drive, recalled George W. Anderson, the new ship's navigator and a future chief of naval operations. He always wanted to be first. He was very competitive. It was drive, drive, drive all the time. Much of Clark's time was apportioned to recruiting officers, and for this purpose, he traveled frequently to Washington to look in on BUPERS, the Bureau of Naval Personnel. He wanted certain men in certain jobs, notably Raoul Waller as his executive officer. But he was also cognizant of the danger of bringing too many of his friends along, and he liked to use reservists in important roles, an attitude less common among many of his contemporary Annapolites. The commissioning period also involved intensive training. Clark purposely cut short the abandoned ship drill, telling the crew that he preferred to use the time for the "don't give up the ship" drill. He instead stressed damage control and firefighting procedures. Before she could be commissioned, the Yorktown was required to pass a stem-to-stern inspection by the Board of Inspection and Survey, whose members arrived the second week of April. They tested all of the ship's machinery, her major propulsion systems, auxiliary machinery, arresting gear, launching gear, catapult, magazines, and ammunition hoists. The ship's charts and other required documents and publications were turned out and catalogued. The board found that all was in order and released the ship for commissioning on April 15th, as scheduled. At 0700 on the appointed morning, the ship inched out of her berth and got underway. It was a short voyage across Hampton Roads and into a new berth at the Norfolk Navy Yard, where the Yorktown was formally entered into the service of the U.S. Navy. April and May comprised a period of strenuous training, fitting out, and shaking down. The ship performed sea trials, cruising up and down the Chesapeake Bay. Her gunners shot at target sleeves towed by planes. On May 5th, the Yorktown landed her first plane, a new F-6F flown by the legendary fighter pilot Jimmy Flatley, who reported aboard as commander of the new Air Group 5. Among the newcomers were 36 of the troublesome SB-2C Helldivers, with freshly trained air crews and a group of engineers and mechanics from the Curtiss plant in Columbus, Ohio. The Yorktown was the first carrier to take the unpopular Beasts aboard. On May 21st, the Yorktown put to sea with an escort of 3 destroyers and turned south. Her destination was the Gulf of Paria, a shallow inland sea enclosed by Trinidad and the coast of Venezuela. A major naval supply depot and air station had been established on Trinidad. The Gulf was more than 70 miles long, offering ample space for high-speed exercises and air operations. A single deep-water entrance channel was blocked by anti-submarine nets. The Gulf was thus protected against German U-boats, and for that reason, it was prized by the Navy as a shakedown cruising area. Air Group 5 landed at the air station on Trinidad and flew out to the carrier each day. Clark was particularly irascible during this stressful period, often bellowing at the crew through a handheld bullhorn. He was quick to place men in hack, confine them to quarters, but he did not hesitate to make spot promotions when a man showed exceptional ability or initiative. Clark was especially concerned with the speed and efficiency of plane handling procedures during flight operations. He was relentless in timing the Airedales, who brought the planes up from the hangars and spotted them, positioned them for launch on the flight deck. Clark demanded that planes be spotted as tightly as possible to leave a maximum amount of deck run available on the forward flight deck. Getting armed and fueled up planes aloft quickly was the prime objective of any aircraft carrier. The interval between recovering, landing planes and respotting the next group for launch was the period when the ship was most vulnerable to attack. Contacts with the enemy, he told the crew, were likely to be rare and ephemeral. Not only must we seek them out, but we must be ready to make the most of contacts when they do come, and to hit both night and day on those occasions when suitable targets are found. The arrival of larger and heavier planes taxed the strength and endurance of the deck crews, but Lieutenant Joe Tucker of the Air Department had a solution in hand. At the Navy Yard in Norfolk, he had spotted 2 jeeps and 2 small tractors parked near the pier, and decided to commandeer them. He had them lifted onto the Yorktown by a crane and stowed in the hangar. Marine guards had been bribed with bottles of spirits to look the other way. Tucker's mechanics devised a makeshift tow bar that hooked around the forward wheels of the aircraft. Constant repetition and practice using the vehicles to move the airplanes led to much more rapid cycling and respotting. The jeeps and tractors, which Tucker called mules, proved to be an effective innovation and were adopted on all carriers of the class. Clark had previously been billeted as a plane inspector at the Curtiss plant in Columbus, Ohio, so he was well acquainted with the new SB-2C Helldiver and its tribulations. During operations in the Gulf of Paria, the Curtiss machines suffered chronic mechanical failures. One abruptly lost power after launch, and its pilot was forced to execute a water landing ahead of the ship. Another made a hard landing, and its tailwheel collapsed. Tailhooks were yanked out of more than a dozen planes. Yorktown's mechanics and the visiting Curtiss engineers attempted to repair the accumulating damage, but spare parts were not always available, and there was only so much that could be done on the hangar deck of a ship at sea. By mid-June, more than half had to be grounded, and Lieutenant Tucker estimated that the Helldiver needed about 200 modifications before it would be ready for service. He recommended returning the entire squadron to Curtiss and asking to draw a squadron of SBDs for the Yorktown's first cruise to the Pacific. After lengthy discussion, Captain Clark agreed and ordered the damaged SB-2Cs put ashore at Trinidad. He wrote a 7-page memorandum detailing their defects. When the Yorktown returned to Norfolk a week later, Clark drove up to Washington and explained the problem to Admiral King. King agreed to let the ship take aboard a squadron of 36 new SBD-5s. The war was won largely by Grumman and Douglas, Clark wrote. That was the Navy's war, Grumman and Douglas. By 1943, the SBDs were too slow to fly in a coordinated strike with the TBFs and F-6Fs, so they were actually a handicap in wartime. But we had to live with them, because they were the only dive bombers that we could rely on in the Navy, the only ones that were in stock with enough of them on hand to do the job. So for a long time, before the bugs were worked out of this SB-2C, that was the Navy's dive bomber. On July 6th, Yorktown sailed for the Pacific with a destroyer screen in company. After a quick run to Panama, zigzagging at 30 knots through the Windward Passage to thwart U-boats, she dropped anchor in Colon on the morning of the 10th. On the following morning, with the captain and much of the crew recovering from a riotous liberty, the Yorktown inched into Gatun locks with less than a foot of clearance on either side. There was not even space enough for bumpers. The concrete sides of the lock scraped sickeningly against the hull. Clark screamed constantly at the helmsman. The executive officer, Raoul Waller, dashed starboard and port across the flight deck like a fussy old maid about her cat. The Yorktown raised Oahu at dawn on July 24th and eased down the entrance channel at midday. A welcome message from Admiral Nimitz was sent by blinker light. The Yorktown carries a name already famous in the Pacific, and in welcoming you, we anticipate that you will maintain the high reputation of your predecessor. Clark replied, "Many thanks for your message. That's what we came here to do." As the Pacific War moved west and drew closer to the enemy's main bases of support, the Americans would inherit the same disadvantages of distance that had undone the Japanese in the Lower Solomons. Forces assigned to Galvanic included 116 combatant ships and 75 auxiliary vessels. They would sortie directly from ports throughout the Pacific, including New Zealand, Samoa, Efate, the Solomons, Fiji, Hawaii, and the American West Coast. A supreme logistics effort was required to push such a fleet across the Pacific. A supply train of auxiliaries, including 15 fleet oilers, would provide underway refueling and replenishment from bases at Funafuti, Espiritu Santo, the Fijis, and Pearl Harbor. Looking beyond the Gilberts, into the Marshalls and Marianas, the service and supply forces would be obliged to move quickly into newly conquered territories and convert them into advanced rear bases to support the next westward leap. Timing must be meticulous and exact. Admiral Spruance, when interviewed by historians after the war, often remarked that strategy and tactics never approached the importance of logistics in the Trans-Pacific Campaign. Logistics was the realm of the Service Forces Pacific Fleet, SERVPAC, commanded by Vice Admiral William L. Calhoun. In September 1943, SERVPAC listed 324 vessels, but the Central Pacific Offensive required a tripling of that figure in 6 months to 990 vessels in March 1944. Since early 1942, Calhoun's command had been run out of SINCPAC headquarters on Makalapa Hill, but inexorable expansion soon forced the commander of SERVPAC, COMSERVPAC, into a new, dedicated headquarters next door. In October 1943, Calhoun commissioned a new Service Squadron 4 to provide logistical support for Galvanic. The squadron operated from Funafuti Atoll in the Ellis Islands, south of the Gilberts, the nearest Allied-held territory to the atolls that were to be conquered. Funafuti was well matched to its role as a forward mobile supply and repair base. Its large lagoon could comfortably accommodate several hundred ships, but its single narrow entrance could easily be shielded against incursion by enemy submarines. Funafuti was also the headquarters of land-based air forces assigned to Galvanic, under the command of Rear Admiral John H. Hoover, commander of Aircraft Central Pacific, whose flagship was the seaplane tender Curtiss. The planning of Galvanic was not quite so truncated as that of Watchtower the previous year, but the schedule seemed oppressive to leading participants and commanders, many of whom were not assigned to their roles until August or September. Admiral Harry W. Hill would command the Southern Amphibious Group, the force assigned to take Tarawa. Admiral Turner, who stood above him as commander of the 5th Amphibious Force, would sail with the Northern Amphibious Group against Makin. Hill was not briefed on his duties until September 18th, when he met with Turner in Efate. With the target date 5 weeks away, Turner could not yet say which transports would be assigned to Tarawa, or even what Hill's flagship would be. The circumstances, Hill recalled, were hectic, if not confused. He never had the opportunity to meet his air support commander, and did not meet most of his primary commanders until the live rehearsals on the eve of sailing for the operation. The communications plan was late arriving in Efate. He moved aboard his flagship, the battleship Maryland, less than a week before the fleet sortied. General Julian C. Smith intended to land 3 battalions on Betio's northern beaches, 1 each on the beaches designated Red 1, Red 2, and Red 3. He held no illusions about the strength of the enemy's defensive fortifications. The log seawall revealed by reconnaissance photos stood about 20 feet above the high tide mark and varied from about 3 to 6 feet tall. Directly behind it was a complex of rifle pits and covered pillboxes, connected by trenches and positioned to provide interlocking fields of fire on the beach and lagoon. Coral sand and rocks were piled between the seawall and the pillboxes to obscure visibility from the beach. Concrete obstacles and iron spikes were positioned to stop armored vehicles, and tank traps had been dug to a depth of about 6 feet. Admiral Turner chose to hold 1 regiment, the 6th, of the 2nd Marines in reserve, a decision hotly opposed by Julian Smith. Turner alone would decide whether to commit the reserve force, though he was expected to consult with Holland Smith, who would be present on his flagship. As in the Guadalcanal campaign the previous year, Turner's decision to hold ground forces in reserve forced the Marine commanders to alter their plan of attack. After being curtly overruled, General Julian Smith insisted that the orders be spelled out in writing, as I did not feel that the plan should be my responsibility. The most worrisome aspect of the assault on Tarawa Atoll remained the coral reef in the lagoon. Thanks to a titanic construction ramp-up spurred by Admiral King, new landing craft and amphibious vehicles were available in much greater numbers. There was a confounding array of different types, all designated by acronyms beginning with L, landing, LCVPs, LCVs, LCMs, LCIs, LSTs, LVTs, LCTs, and so on. Not all were equally suited to the task at hand. Training exercises often resulted in significant damage and mechanical failures, and a chronic dearth of spare parts kept damaged craft on the beach. Well-trained crews were needed to operate the landing craft, but training programs on the mainland were strained to the breaking point. Prior to Galvanic, one amphibious officer recalled, several LCTs and LCIs had no officers or men who had ever been to sea prior to their trans-Pacific voyage. The answer to Tarawa's reefs was the LVT, Landing Vehicle Tracked, an amphibious tractor often called the Amtrac or Alligator. These clever little vehicles could clamber up and over shallow coral heads and drive up a beach. In tests overseen by General Holland Smith, an Amtrac charged up a Hawaiian beach, crushed a log barricade under its treads, and walked clean through 7 lines of barbed wire. They could be transported in LSTs and launched directly into the sea about 2 to 3 miles offshore. The 2nd Marine Division, in September 1943, could muster 100 Amtracs, but many had been hard run in the Guadalcanal operation and were in a sad state of disrepair. General Julian Smith estimated that he could make 75 of the craft seaworthy by cannibalizing parts from the remaining 25, which would then be junked. 50 new LVTs were found in Samoa, and they were fetched by LSTs after the division had already sailed from Wellington. Each Amtrac could carry about 1 platoon, and would be required to make several return trips back to the transport group. Some would inevitably be disabled or destroyed. The trouble would arise with the 2nd and 3rd waves, as the supply of available Amtracs diminished. Most of the Marines in those later waves would likely be obliged to land in ordinary Higgins boats, LCVPs, which might not manage to cross the reefs. If they could not, the men would have to wade into the island under heavy enemy fire. Each of the 3 red beaches would be seized initially by 1 battalion. Estimates of Japanese troop strength ranged as high as 4,000, so the attackers would be at approximate parity with the defenders. Early planning for Tarawa had contemplated the possibility of seizing an island adjacent to Betio and converting it into an artillery platform. The option was discarded, as it could lead to a lengthy stalemate in the shallows separating the 2 islands. If the Marines on the 3 red beaches were unable to penetrate directly inland, Julian Smith would move forces down to the west end of the island, secure that, and then attack from the flank. Without overwhelming superiority in numbers, at least initially, the Marines would trust in air power and heavy naval fire support to gain the upper hand. For about 2.5 hours before the initial landings, the island would be worked over by carrier planes and raked by battleships, cruisers, and destroyers offshore. The fire support group would draw in as close as 1,000 yards from the beach. In the first phase, they would concentrate their fire on the 8-inch artillery emplacements and knock them out. In the second phase, they would simply blanket the entire 300-acre island with high explosive shells. General Julian Smith and his fellow Marines were not nearly as sanguine as were the admirals concerning the potential of the pre-invasion bombardment. Having suffered under repeated naval barrages on Guadalcanal, the Marines understood that troops could hunker down in well-covered bunkers or trenches and withstand such punishment. After the Marines had taken the beaches, naval fire support would become a considerably thornier subject. The island was very small, so friendly and enemy forces would necessarily be engaged at eyeball-to-eyeball range. But the Marines must have the ability to call in naval shelling and air attacks, even on targets very near their own positions. Phase 3 of the fire support plan was triggered when the assault forces had an initial foothold on the beach. At that point, targeting and firing decisions would shift into the hands of shore parties. Marines ashore, the Galvanic Plan took pains to emphasize, are not merely spotting agencies, but also control firing. They would select the targets, call fire down on those targets, and order firing to end. The same was true of air support. The Marines were to set up reflective panels or smoke pots marking their forward positions. The pilots were warned that these markers must be scrupulously observed and direct support attacks executed without endangering our ground forces. Carl Moore worked 15-hour days to complete the operational plans for Galvanic in time to meet the sailing date. The basic plan could fit into 3 pages, but no fewer than 17 planning annexes were appended. There was a communication plan, an intelligence plan, a meteorological plan, an air search plan, a logistics plan, and contingency plans for major action. Plans directed the movement and rendezvous of various fleet elements. Minor changes in any one annex often compelled a run of corresponding changes to others. On October 13th, 3 weeks before the sailing date, Moore warned Spruance that the planning process was in chaos, and that many important decisions remained to be rendered. He gently implied that the boss ought to spend more time in the office and involve himself more closely in the vital work. But Spruance remained as serene and aloof as always, often disappearing for hours into the hills above headquarters. Raymond is so funny, Moore wrote his wife. When he feels the urge for exercise, nothing can stop him. He won't stop for anything, but goes tearing off, usually with me grabbing at his coattails, trying to get him to sign something, or give me some decision that will let me proceed until he gets back. Invariably, he begs me to come along, knowing darn well that I won't, and if I did, the work would stop. When he gets back, it's hard to make him pay attention long enough to read and sign before he flops into bed. What a life I have. On October 29th, Moore and the 5th Fleet staff worked late into the night to complete the final product. The Galvanic operations plan ran to 324 pages and weighed 3 pounds. A platoon of Marines was rounded up to perform the careful work of mimeographing, collating, and binding 300 copies. At 5:00 a.m. they were finished. Couriers began distributing copies to commands and ships throughout the Navy Yard. Copies were boarded on planes to be flown to New Zealand, Noumea, Efate, Funafuti, and Samoa. Moore, dog-tired and mentally shattered, wrote his wife on the morning of the 30th. The heartbreaking struggle is over. But the real heartbreak, as he was to reflect many years later, awaited in Tarawa Lagoon. Chapter 11. For the sake of secrecy, as was customary, the rank and file were left in ignorance of their destination until the ships were well underway. As the 2nd Division Transport Fleet left Wellington Harbor on the morning of November 7th, most Marines assumed they were headed to Hawke's Bay, on the east coast of North Island, for more landing exercises. It was even supposed that they might march back down the gangways to the Wellington wharves later the same day, in time for a dance previously scheduled for that evening. That rumor was toppled in mid-morning when an announcement cleared by General Julian Smith told them that they were en route to a major operation. The destination was not yet disclosed. Speculation favored Wake Island, or perhaps even the Japanese bastion at Truk. Several days later, after training maneuvers with Admiral Harry Hill's Southern Attack Group off the New Hebrides, the Marines and the ship's crews were told that they were headed to Tarawa, a name that very few had ever heard. They learned more about the objective while underway. Aerial photographs and contour maps were laid out on wardroom tables. On the transport Sheridan, a plaster model of Betio Island was placed on deck, and the men were briefed on the planned landing. Lieutenant Frank W.J. Plant recalled listening to a Radio Tokyo broadcast in the Sheridan's boardroom. "Salute to the men of the 2nd Marine Division," said Tokyo Rose. "Say goodbye to land. You'll never see it again. We know where you are going. To the Gilberts." The transports were hot and overcrowded. Men slept whenever and wherever they could. They read dog-eared magazines, played cards, smoked cigarettes, cleaned their rifles, and sharpened their bayonets. Even for young Marines in peak physical condition, the voyage was exhausting. Lieutenant G.D. Lillibridge shared a cabin with 8 or 9 other officers. Each had a cot, but the cots took up every square foot of floor space, so men had to walk over them to enter and exit. Each time someone went out to use the head, everyone in the cabin was inevitably roused. In any case, it was usually too hot to sleep in the ship's interior. Lillibridge bedded down on deck, where the air was much cooler, but he was stirred awake by men creeping around him and by the frequent rain showers that swept over the ship. Sleep deprivation and cumulative exhaustion settled in as the fleet approached the equator. The greater part of the Fifth Fleet sortied from Pearl Harbor on the morning of November 10th. A parade of ships filed down the channel all morning. Destroyers and cruisers first, at 5-minute intervals. Then carriers and battleships, at 15-minute intervals. Finally, the transports and auxiliaries. It was a stirring sight. Gray ships dotted the horizon in every direction, too many to count. Ray Guard of the Yorktown recalled the marvelous sight and wondered, "Are there any other ships anywhere?" Admiral Spruance, who had hoisted his flag on the cruiser Indianapolis, took his daily exercise by pacing the deck for hours each day. With no immediate decisions to make, the Admiral slept in his cabin, read paperbacks, and listened to music. Carl Moore began to gather his thoughts about the next step on the road to Tokyo. The conquest of the Marshall Island Group, which lay northwest of the Gilberts. From recent experience, he knew that it would fall to him to write the plan of operations. His friend and boss would take a bare minimum of interest in the details. Operational control of the fleet was in the hands of Kelly Turner, whose flagship was the battleship Pennsylvania. His erstwhile nemesis, Holland Smith, was quartered on the same ship, and the two men spent most of their waking hours together. They had evidently decided to put their previous acrimony behind them, and surprised everyone by becoming fast friends. An early draft plan for Galvanic had specified that Smith would remain at Pearl Harbor, shorebound at his 5th Amphibious Corps headquarters. Smith, fuming, prepared to appeal the decision to Washington, but Turner intervened to have the decision reversed and invited Smith and his staff to share his flagship. "They were just the best buddies you've ever seen in your life," Moore recalled, "and they clicked perfectly in everything they did. They just got along perfectly fine. They messed together. They just loved each other. And as long as the operation was underway, there couldn't have been a closer-knit group." The approach to the Gilberts was largely uneventful. Radar screens occasionally picked up enemy planes, but none appeared in visual range. American carrier planes patrolled overhead and occasionally made simulated dive and torpedo bombing runs on the friendly warships and transports below. strict radio silence enjoined any use of short-range TBS, talk between ships, except in case of emergency, so ships communicated by blinker light. On the 17th, recalled a journalist on one of the transports, we wrapped ourselves around the international dateline so that no one was ever quite certain what day it was. Often it was Monday and Tuesday within the same 24-hour period. The fleet grew steadily as new units appeared at predetermined coordinates, and the overwhelming display of naval power was a thrill to all who witnessed it. Roger Bond, a quartermaster on the Saratoga, counted 13 aircraft carriers in a single day. Less than a year earlier, the Saratoga and Enterprise had been the sole remaining American carriers left in the Pacific. To lay eyes on 13 friendly flat tops between sunrise and sunset, said Bond, made it an awesome, awesome day. The American carrier task forces were awesome indeed. 17 carriers of various types participated in Galvanic. Frank Plant recalled being stunned by the sight of so many ships, especially the giant battleships and carriers. I was amazed that the fleet was there to protect one little Marine division. That gave me a very proud feeling. Intelligence had indicated that the Japanese might launch an air attack against the Fifth Fleet from bases in the Marshalls. On November 15th, Nimitz's headquarters diary noted, extensive movement of aircraft in the Marshall-Gilbert Islands. An air officer on the Yorktown estimated that the Japanese had 250 land-based aircraft within reach of the Gilberts, and he predicted that the ship would suffer at least one bomb or torpedo hit during the operation. The American carriers were spread far and wide in the week before D-Day. Halsey had requested support in the Upper Solomons, where the Japanese Navy was threatening to interfere with his amphibious landings at Empress Augusta Bay on Bougainville. Nimitz had detached 2 of 4 carrier task groups to detour south and raid Rabaul, with the stipulation that they hurry back north and fall in with the Galvanic forces by November 12th. Task Force 50, comprising 6 large and 5 light carriers, divided into 4 task groups, was commanded by Rear Admiral Charles A. Pownall. The bald-headed Pownall, affectionately called Baldy, flew his flag in the Yorktown. He had come under criticism for a perceived tentativeness in carrier raids against Marcus and Wake Islands earlier in the fall. One of his most strident critics was his own flag captain, Jocko Clark. I had felt that our admiral was not up to snuff, Clark later said, framing his criticism more tactfully than he did at the time. He was a very fine gentleman and a good leader in peacetime, but I think the war was too much for him. Pownall was unsettled by Clark's aggressive, seaman's eye handling of the ship in tight task force formations. During the raid against Marcus Island, little more than 1,000 miles from Tokyo, Clark had recommended flying several follow-on strikes against the Japanese airfield to be sure it was entirely smashed. Pownall had demurred, preferring to get out of the hot zone in a hurry. He had refused Clark's emotional appeal to risk extensive search and rescue efforts to recover the aircrew of a downed TBF Avenger. The men were subsequently captured by the Japanese. On all of these counts, Clark thought Pownall too timid, and many of his fellow captains apparently shared that opinion. The carriers were new, many of their screening ships were new, and most of their airplanes were new. An entirely new set of doctrines was taking shape. The manuals were being rewritten. Captain Truman J. Heading, Pownall's very able chief of staff, had headed a committee of air officers responsible for developing new tactical instructions for the carrier task forces. Heading liked a circular formation, with 1 or 2 carriers in the center, surrounded by 2 inner rings of alternating battleships and cruisers, and an outer ring of destroyers. The battleships and cruisers were primarily responsible for anti-aircraft defense, and the destroyers for anti-submarine defense. When it was time to launch or recover aircraft, all vessels turned into the wind simultaneously. The concept of a circular formation was not new, but the execution became considerably more difficult at the higher speeds possible with the new carriers and battleships, and as the task forces grew larger. Spruance later wrote that the problems were many, but they were solved as we went along. He could have said the same of the entire war. The aviators were not reconciled to Spruance's decision to keep the carriers penned in defensive positions off the Gilberts. The controversy had remained very much alive right up to the eve of the Galvanic operation, with Admiral Towers arguing that the carrier raids against Wake and Marcus in August and September had provided fresh evidence in favor of mobility and aggressive tactics. In an October 9th meeting in SINCPAC headquarters, Towers distributed color photos of the results of those carrier strikes. If the carriers were permitted to go west, he argued, they could unload even greater devastation on Japanese bases in the Marshalls, cutting off the Japanese air threat at its source. Spruance met these arguments by citing the orders of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, which required the capture of atolls in the Gilbert Islands. He had not been ordered to knock out enemy air bases in the Marshalls or to seek out and destroy elements of the Japanese fleet. Those objectives, as important as they were secondary. The role of carrier air power in the coming operation was to protect the fleet, the transports, and the invasion beaches. That would change in an instant, however, if the Japanese fleet rushed east to offer battle. If a major portion of the Jap fleet was to attempt to interfere with Galvanic, Spruance wrote his subordinate commanders, it is obvious that the defeat of the enemy fleet would at once become paramount. In preparation for Galvanic, Japanese bases throughout the region had come under a regular schedule of heavy aerial bombardment. American carrier bombers had visited Tarawa and Makin since mid-September, as well as the secondary airfields at Apamama and Nauru. In preparation for the invasion, American forces had developed new airfields at several islands south of the Gilberts. In the Ellis Group, Funafuti, Nanomea, Nuku Fetau, and at Baker Island. All were within air-striking range of the Gilberts. B-24 Liberators of the 7th Air Force flew a daily milk run between fields at Canton Island and Funafuti and enemy airfields throughout the Central Pacific. Pownall's carriers would eventually fly more than 2,200 sorties, including bombing raids, fighter sweeps, photographic reconnaissance flights, and close support of the amphibious landings. Given the great size of the fleet advancing on the Gilberts, it seemed likely that Japanese air patrols or submarines would discover it and raise an alarm. But on the night of November 19th, as the American fleet crept over the eastern horizon, and lookouts first glimpsed Tarawa's moonlit palm groves, they detected no sign of life. Could the enemy be entirely ignorant of their presence? At 10:45 p.m., a searchlight cut across the sky, apparently attempting to signal friendly aircraft. The beam did not sweep across the sea horizon. If it had, it probably would have revealed the invasion fleet. To their surprise and gratification, the Americans had evidently achieved tactical surprise. All remained serene as the warships and transports maneuvered into their assigned stations south and west of the atoll. The Marines awakened shortly after 3 o'clock a.m. and bolted down their traditional Dog Day breakfast of steak and eggs. On one of the troop transports, a corpsman callously remarked that the hearty meal would make a ghastly mess of the abdominal wounds he expected to treat later in the day. The men gathered up their gear and prepared to descend into landing boats. Having been assured that the big guns of the battleships and cruisers would lay waste to Betio prior to the invasion, they awaited the spectacle with keen interest. The island remained quiet until 4:41 a.m., when a star shell burst above the airfield, backlighting palm trees in searing red light. Several minutes later, an 8-inch battery on the southwest point of the island opened fire on the battleship Maryland. The Maryland's 16-inch guns replied immediately, and with 5 salvos, silenced the opposing gun. But the Japanese had 3 more 8-inch Vickers guns emplaced on different parts of Betio, and towers of white water soon erupted near and around the transport group. The crowded troop ships lost no time in getting underway and heading west, out of range. The artillery duel continued for an hour. The Maryland and Colorado, about 2 miles offshore, raked the entire length of the island with their massive 16-inch high-fragmentation shells. Admiral Hill took the Maryland close inshore in hopes of drawing fire that would unmask the location of the larger batteries. The Indianapolis, Spruance's flagship, ran down the eastern and southern coasts of the atoll, firing on lookout towers, gun emplacements, and barges moored in the lagoon. The big shore guns repeatedly fell silent for short periods, only to begin firing anew some minutes later. Julian Smith speculated that these pauses occurred when gun crews were killed or wounded in the naval barrage, and were subsequently replaced by new personnel. It was relatively easy to disable the big guns, he said, because the 16-inch shells could be aimed right into the open emplacements. Keeping them out of action proved more difficult, and some were still firing on the American fleet on the morning of D-Day +1. 2 minesweepers led the way into Tarawa Lagoon. They swept the entrance channel of mines, finding none, and laid down markers for the destroyers and transports. 2 destroyers, Ringgold and Dashiell, followed close behind and engaged the smaller shore batteries. Ringgold was struck, probably by a 5-inch shell. The damage was contained. From the decks of the American ships, the bombardment of Betio presented a dazzling spectacle. Orange-red muzzle flashes lit up the sea in a quarter circle to the south and west of the island. The shells whistled like freight trains and drew incandescent arcs across the night sky. The entire length of Betio blazed like a funeral pyre. Sheets of flame ascended hundreds of feet into the air. Robert Sherrod, a Time magazine correspondent, watched from the deck of one of the transports. The sky, at times, was brighter than noontime on the equator, he wrote. The arching, glowing cinders that were high-explosive shells sailed through the air as though buckshot were being fired out of many shotguns from all sides of the island. The Marines cheered wildly at each successive blast. Even William Rogal, a hard-boiled Guadalcanal veteran who knew from personal experience that sheltered troops could withstand such punishment, regarded the display as awesome. A few minutes after 6, with dawn breaking in the east, the naval barrage lifted abruptly, and the first wave of carrier planes droned in from the south. For the next 20 minutes, more than 100 TBFs, SBDs, and SB-2C bombers pounded the island with high-explosive and incendiary bombs. The Japanese anti-aircraft batteries remained largely silent, suggesting that their crews had been killed or driven into bomb shelters. A long procession of Hellcats flew low over the lagoon side of the island and strafed the beach defenses. Tremendous columns of smoke coiled up from the fires and carried away to the east. The rising light revealed that the bombing and bombardment had torn the tops off most of the island's coconut palms, leaving a landscape of naked, blackened, blasted stumps. Sherrod was encouraged. Surely, we all thought, no mortal men could live through such destroying power. Surely, I thought, if there were actually any Japs left on the island, which I doubted strongly, they would all be dead by now. Watching the island through field glasses from the bridge of the Indianapolis, Carl Moore thought that it seemed that no living soul could be on the island. It looked like the whole affair would be a walkover. Appearances were deceiving. The island's redoubtable defenses were manned by 2,600 highly trained veterans of the Imperial Navy's Special Naval Landing Force, Kaigun Tokubetsu Rikusentai, sometimes called Japanese Marines. These elite troops had been drawn from 2 units ranked among the Navy's best: the 3rd Special Base Defense Force, formerly the 6th Yokosuka Special Naval Landing Force, and the 7th Sasebo Special Naval Landing Force. Man for man, they were among the finest in the Japanese armed forces. They were picked men, physically larger than the average Japanese. Many were taller than 6 feet. There were, in addition, another 2,200 labor troops, mostly Koreans. The commanding officer, Rear Admiral Keiji Shibasaki, had overseen construction of fortifications on an unprecedented scale. He had reportedly told his troops that 1,000,000 men cannot take Tarawa in 100 years. During the worst of the morning's naval and air bombardment, the defenders remained concealed in subterranean bunkers and bomb shelters. Constructed of coconut logs and reinforced concrete, buried under tons of sand, these structures were impervious even to direct hits overhead by large naval shells, and provided sufficient capacity to protect nearly the entire garrison at once. These large underground shelters were linked by an elaborate network of trenches and tunnels, allowing the Japanese to move rapidly and under cover into firing positions. When Japanese lookouts spotted the minesweepers and destroyers entering Tarawa Lagoon, Shibasaki began transferring men from the southern, ocean-facing shore to the northern, lagoon-facing positions. He had resolved to meet any attack on the beaches, whether north or south. He had little choice in the matter, as the airfield occupied almost all of the territory in the middle of the island. Strong redoubts stood at fixed intervals along the beach, with enfilading fields of fire on either side. Between them were infantry trenches, machine gun nests, barbed wire, minefields, and gun emplacements. Some 40 artillery pieces of varying calibers defended the island. Should the Americans gain a foothold, they would be limited initially to a narrow strip of beach between the surf and the log seawall. In that case, Shibasaki would rally his forces to a punishing counterattack. He had 14 light tanks in reserve for that purpose. The Imperial General Headquarters had earlier promulgated a Plan Z that envisioned sending most of the combined fleet east to intercept any Allied attack on the Gilbert Marshalls area. Relentless pressure in the Solomons and New Guinea had forced Admiral Koga to abandon those preparations. There would be no pitched naval battle in the Central Pacific. The Japanese response to Galvanic would be limited to submarine patrols and airstrikes launched from bases in the Marshalls. Betio had been strongly armed and generously supplied with ammunition and other necessities, but there would be no rescue. Shibasaki and his garrison were cut off and alone, and they knew it. H hour. The landing of the first wave had been scheduled for 8 o'clock a.m., but a combination of relatively minor problems prompted Admiral Hill to order a 1-hour postponement. The transports, forced to retreat from the enemy's artillery fire, required time to maneuver back into their designated positions off the lagoon's entrance channel. Once there, they labored to maintain their stations against a stronger-than-expected southerly current. To aggravate matters, Hill's radio communications were in a sorry state. The blast force of the Maryland's big guns had played havoc with his communications center, which was located on an exposed wing of the flag bridge. With the flagship's first pre-dawn salvo, the electrical circuits had shorted out and radio communications were lost. Throughout most of the ensuing morning, Hill's signalmen were forced to send orders by blinker light. Delays and disorder inevitably followed. Most of the Marines scheduled to land in the first wave had been boated, transferred into the Higgins boats and LVTs before dawn, and had passed several tense and uncomfortable hours in the small, cramped, sea-tossed craft. Sea spray leapt over the bows and soaked the men and their weapons. Miserably seasick men vomited into buckets. Japanese 8-inch shells occasionally landed nearby and sent cascades of seawater down on their heads. The boats were first ordered to pull back, then summoned to return. Hours passed. Uncertainty reigned. "We floated all night going up and down those darn waves," Lieutenant Plant recalled. "I tried to snatch a little sleep, using the chaplain's shoulder for a pillow." When the first wave of boats left the line of departure at 9 a.m., they were promptly taken under fire by well-hidden guns emplaced on Batillo's lagoon shore. At about half a mile from the beach, the boats began running hard aground on shallow coral heads. Most of the Amtraks, having been designed to cope with exactly this contingency, managed to cross the reefs without trouble. Their treads dug into the coral, their engines raced, their bows tilted up toward the sky, and they trundled stolidly over the obstruction. The Marines were bounced from their benches and had to seize the handholds and one another to avoid sprawling to the deck. Where there was enough depth on the inshore side of the reef, the Amtraks slid back into the sea and began behaving like boats again. The volume and intensity of fire grew as the boats motored in toward the landing beaches. Shibasaki's defenses included 75mm field artillery pieces and 37mm anti-tank guns, both positioned to fire on the most likely lanes of approach. Neither the Amtraks nor the Higgins boats carried enough armor to stop the shells. A man in William Rogal's boat peered over the bow to look ahead, but his timing was very bad. A 37mm shell struck the bow, Rogal recalled, and the force of the explosion threw his body to the rear of the Amtrak, showering everyone on the port side with blood and brains. Lieutenant Lillibridge's boat came under heavy fire, and shells pierced the starboard and port sides simultaneously. The men threw themselves down flat on the bottom. Light mortars burst around and over the craft, including one that exploded directly overhead and inflicted shrapnel wounds on several Marines. Most of the first wave boats headed toward Beach Red 1, in a cove tucked between the pier and the northwestern point of the island. Because of the indented shoreline, the approach lanes to Beach Red 1 came under a concentrated crossfire by weapons of many different types and calibers. Within about 150 yards range of the beach, machine gunners and riflemen in pits and pillboxes opened up and peppered the sides of the Amtraks. The captains of the leading boats instinctively veered away from the lethal hailstorm, either right toward Beach Green on the western end of the island, or left toward Beach Red 2 and the long pier. Many boats put ashore near the point separating Beach Red 1 from Beach Green, which had been designated only as a contingency landing zone, but would prove important on the second day of the battle. As Rogal's Amtrak headed toward Beach Red 2, mortars burst overhead and showered his platoon with shrapnel. When the boat grounded on the sand, Rogal shouted, "Let's go," and went over the side, the surviving men close behind him. Above the seawall to the left, he saw a machine gun emplacement, one of the major strong points on the lagoon beach, that would kill about 300 Marines that day. The Amtraks drove directly onto the beaches and lowered their ramps. Most first-wave units made it to the seawall, which shielded them against a direct line of fire, but found that they could go no farther without attracting heavy fire from enemy positions immediately inland. In those early stages, the few brave souls who went over the top were either shot dead or wounded and forced back to the beach. Small, isolated units crouched against the wall, kept their heads down, and waited for tanks, air support, and reinforcements. The volume of Japanese mortar, artillery, and automatic weapons fire seemed to swell as the morning progressed. The first assault wave had come in Amtraks, but a greater proportion of the following waves came in Higgins boats, which could not traverse the reefs. A boat carrying Frank Plant grounded hard on the reef and flung the men forward against the bow. The platoon leader shouted, "Men debark." The ramp went down with a clatter, and the Marines lined up to step into the sea. Several men were shot immediately, and the crew pulled them back into the boat to be evacuated. Plant had been near the stern, and was one of the last in his boat to reach the ramp. By the time we reached the front of the boat, the water all around was colored purple with blood. Their boots could touch bottom, but the water came up to their shoulders. Machine gun and rifle fire mottled the sea around them. Mortars sent up towers of spray. Hellcats flew strafing runs less than 100 feet overhead, and for a terrible moment, Plant thought there must have been some mistake, because the planes seemed to be aiming directly at him. Then he realized that they were strafing Japanese positions just inland of the beach. The first combat correspondents had been scheduled to go in with the fifth wave, but by 10 that morning, it was no longer accurate to describe the action as a sequence of organized waves. There was one continuous wave, constant movements of Higgins' boats headed in both directions between the line of departure and beaches Red 1 and 2. As grounded boats piled up on the reefs, a diminishing number of functional Amtraks attempted to ferry troops to the beaches. Most Marines in those later waves were forced to wade into the face of concentrated enemy fire. Bob Sherrod, accompanying a platoon, was dropped into neck-deep water about 700 yards from the beach. Heavy fire continued while the men in his group approached the shore. As they waded into the shallows, they were forced to expose more of their bodies to the murderous fire. In the space of 5 minutes, he saw 6 Marines cut down. The remarkable thing, observed Sherrod, was that no man turned back, though each became a larger target as he trudged slowly through the shallow water. It was a ghastly, yet splendid picture, and no man who ever saw it will ever forget. The journalist was surprised to reach the base of the pier without being hit. Rounds had seemed to strike immediately to his left and right, and I could have sworn that I could have reached out and touched 100 bullets. Gradually, enough Marines managed to get ashore and consolidate a fragile toehold between the seawall and the surf. At 11 o'clock a.m., Colonel David M. Shoup staggered ashore at the same spot. He had been hit by shrapnel in both legs, and a bullet had grazed his neck, but the wounds seemed manageable, and he resolved to carry on. Shoup, a former 2nd Division operations and training officer who had taken an important part in planning Galvanic, had no prior experience with combat. He had been given command of the 2nd Marines after the transports had sailed from Wellington, when the regiment's previous commander had succumbed to nervous exhaustion. As the senior American officer on Batillo, Shoup now took command of all troops ashore. He set up his first command post directly under the pier, with the sea awash around his knees. A radio strapped to a sergeant's back provided a tenuous communications link to other units on the beach. The news was not good. Nowhere had the Marines penetrated beyond the seawall. Shoup rallied his men to clean out the pier, and then moved his command post up the beach to a protected spot snug up against the seaward side of a Japanese blockhouse. Enemy soldiers were directly on the other side of a double-tiered coconut log wall. There were still Japanese inside, the colonel later said, but to get them out, my men would have to blow me up along with them. So we posted sentries at all the openings to keep them inside. One of Shoup's leg wounds was bleeding freely and was bandaged by a corpsman. His communications were terrible. Combat radio man-packs, soaked in seawater during the long wade, were disabled or unreliable. He had to shout to be heard over the roar of rifle and artillery fire. Message runners carried dispatches up and down the beach, but many were cut down while dashing across exposed positions. When Shoup got through by radio to the 3rd Battalion commander, still in a transport in the lagoon, he urged that additional reinforcements be landed east of the pier, where the volume of enemy fire was more moderate. From there, they could work their way west along the beach or attack directly inland. When Lieutenant Plant stumbled up the beach, Shoup ordered him to stay at the command post and act as air coordinator. Plant, with the help of a skilled radioman, got through to the Maryland and asked for everything you can bring. The air officer on the Maryland was concerned about the risk of friendly fire. "Those targets are only a few hundred yards from the beach," he said. "Where are your front lines?" Plant reported, "Front line is on the beach." There was a pause as the meaning sank in, and the voice replied, "Wilco." By training and instinct, the Marines were predisposed toward aggressive infantry tactics. Enemy positions should be taken quickly by frontal or flanking attacks. Forward momentum was imperative, and it must be sustained even at the cost of heavy early casualties, because a stalled advance might deteriorate into a dangerous stalemate. But on Batillo, in those early hours of the battle, the Marines could not gain an initial foothold above the seawall. The coral no-man's land between the wall and the Japanese firing positions was strewn with dead Marines. Corpsmen exposed themselves to deadly fire to pull the wounded to safety. Armored vehicles were urgently needed to spearhead the drive inland. A few LVTs roared up the beach, ramps up, and tried to climb the seawall. They succeeded only in exposing themselves to point-blank anti-tank fire. By mid-morning, dozens of wrecked and burning Amtraks lay on the beach or in the shallows. By the end of the day, half the Amtraks that had been hurled against Batillo were out of action. When tank lighters put 7 medium Sherman tanks ashore on Beach Red 3 at about noon, they led the first effective direct assault on heavily fortified enemy positions. Many of the machines were disabled by enemy fire, or fell into tank traps, or drove over mines. But even an immobilized Sherman provided cover for the flamethrower teams and riflemen who followed close behind, and the disabled tanks themselves could be employed as makeshift pillboxes. In the early afternoon, above Red 3, the Marines finally began the slow, murderous process of pushing into the island's interior. They flanked and wiped out the pillboxes, though it was often necessary to revisit the same positions more than once, as enemy soldiers entered them through covered trenches. A lieutenant reported after the battle, "The combination of tanks, flamethrowers, and riflemen proved effective in destroying the enemy with minimum losses." Sherrod, following close on the heels of the advancing infantry and jotting down notes whenever he could take cover, recorded what he saw. A Jap ran out of a coconut log blockhouse into which Marines were tossing dynamite. As he emerged, a Marine flamethrower engulfed him. The Jap flared like a piece of celluloid. He died before the bullets in his cartridge belt finished exploding 60 seconds later. Lieutenant Lillibridge and his platoon joined a group of Marines huddled against the seawall on Beach Red 2. The scene was utterly weird, out of some very bad John Wayne movie, he wrote. I ducked up to the captain with my men bunched up behind me, and I blurted out, "Do you know where A Company is?" He pointed out over the wall and said, "I think they're out there somewhere." Without thinking, I jumped up and said, "Let's go." And without even looking back, I went over the seawall and just ran straight ahead. Everybody followed me. It was absolutely insane, not asking if this was impossible, but I wasn't thinking clearly. On the Maryland, cruising about a mile offshore, General Smith and Admiral Hill were frustrated by unreliable radio links with Shoup and other unit commanders. The reports from the beachhead were fragmentary and perplexing. The Marines were asking for more of everything: reinforcements, ammunition, air support, half-tracks and tanks, drinking water, medical corpsmen, and supplies. The commanders and their staffs struggled to form an accurate picture of the situation ashore. Their most reliable source of information was provided by one of the Maryland's Kingfisher spotter planes, which circled above the island for much of the day. Lieutenant Commander Robert McPherson, the pilot, made detailed observations of the Japanese positions and even strafed or dropped grenades when opportunity offered. General Julian Smith sent a staff officer along on one of the float plane's several flights on the afternoon of D-Day. Smith had committed his reserve troops, the 1st and 3rd Battalions of the 8th Marines, but by mid-afternoon, the beachheads remained precarious. He radioed Holland Smith. Successful landings on beaches Red 2 and 3. Toehold on Red 1. Am committing 1 LT, landing team, from Division Reserve. Still encountering strong resistance. The Marines had suffered heavy casualties, he added. The situation is in doubt. The assault on Makin, 83 miles north of Tarawa, was well in hand, but Holland Smith was irked by the slow advance of the Army troops on that island. He now realized that the fight on Betio, in the Tarawa Atoll, was shaping up to be a bloodbath. After conferring briefly with Admiral Turner, he agreed to release the Corps Reserve Regiment, the 6th Marines, to be landed on Betio. The Marines now had a tenuous hold on the western part of Betio and on a small salient directly inland of Shoup's command headquarters. The close coordination of naval gunfire and air support was critical to maintaining these positions. 2 destroyers drew in close to the island and dropped 5-inch shells on targets as directed by radio. Hours of unremitting bombardment made a mess of Shibasaki's telephone communications. The wiring had been buried in shallow trenches or even left out on the sand, and much of it was shredded and useless. Frustrated at his inability to make contact with various units via field telephone, the Admiral decided to move his command post to the south side of the island. He would yield up the large concrete blockhouse that had been his headquarters to be employed as a field hospital for the wounded. But as Shibasaki and a group of staff officers left the blockhouse on foot, one of the destroyers managed a lucky shot. A 5-inch shell detonated directly among them, killing the Admiral and several other senior officers. That sudden beheading of the Japanese command threw the defenders into confusion and may have accounted for their failure to coordinate an early banzai charge. It was a momentous development that probably saved many American lives. Without sufficient depth of deployment, a massed counterattack against any one point of the Marine lines would have been difficult to beat back. As darkness fell, the firing quieted down and the Marines prepared for the night. Rogal recalls that first night on Betio as being strangely subdued, almost uneventful. Neither side wanted to divulge their positions by firing their weapons. A Japanese plane circled overhead, unseen. Guadalcanal veterans promptly designated it Washing Machine Charlie, and joked that the same persistent nocturnal visitor they had come to know so well at Henderson Field had trailed them north. The specter of a bayonet charge kept them on edge. For every 1 man who slept, 2 were ordered to remain awake and alert. The Marines had landed more than 5,000 men on the island, but they were corralled into 3 narrow beaches and 2 salients, neither of which penetrated more than 70 yards inshore. Their ammunition dumps were exposed and vulnerable to a single, well-aimed grenade. Frank Plant could not sleep at all. Our vulnerability and the value of darkness to the Japanese method of fighting, especially a massive banzai attack using, in effect, suicide tactics, became so real and so terrorizing. D-Day +1 dawned at low tide, and the retreating sea revealed a macabre scene. Dead Marines were strewn along the beach or floating on the water. The blackened, gnarled shapes of more than 50 wrecked Amtraks and Higgins boats were half awash in the shallows or grounded on the coral flats. A sweet stench of decaying flesh wafted over the island. It would worsen steadily as the sun rose. Marines foraged through the packs and pockets of their dead friends for ammunition, canteens, cigarettes, and rations. The 3 assault battalions, pinned down on their 3 narrow beachheads, shared a sense of relief and even surprise at having survived the night. The dreaded enemy bayonet charge had never materialized, but their circumstances remained perilous. They were scattered in small, largely isolated units. Unless they took more territory, they were likely to be driven back into the sea. It was impossible to obtain an accurate tally of their casualties, but it seemed likely that more than a third of the troops who landed on D-Day had been killed or wounded. Losses were proportionally higher among officers and non-commissioned officers. "We're in a mighty tight spot," said Colonel Shoup. "We've got to have more men." The Marines needed more of everything, in fact. More men, more ammunition, more armored vehicles, more artillery. To fight in the heat, they would need more fresh water and salt tablets. The doctors and corpsmen had worked all night to treat the wounded and evacuate them to the fleet, but first aid supplies of every category were running low. Marshal Ralph Doak, a chief pharmacist's mate, worked to evacuate wounded Marines to an LST that had been converted into a temporary hospital ship. Near the beach, he recalled, the surf was tinted visibly red. General Julian Smith, from his headquarters on the Maryland, had notified Shoup that he intended to land the Diversion Reserve, the 1st and 3rd Battalions of the 8th Marines, at 6:00 a.m. The reserves had loaded into Higgins' boats well before dawn, and many had been circling in the lagoon for half the night. As the first waves churned in toward Beach Red 2, Japanese machine guns and light artillery opened up, and it was soon evident that the landing would be no less bloody than those of the previous day. The Japanese had apparently set up additional weapons in their strong pocket at the junction of Red 1 and 2. The LCVPs hung up on the reef, and Marines waded into enemy fire in waist-deep water. Men took refuge behind the concrete obstacles placed offshore by the Japanese, or behind disabled landing craft. From there, however, it was a long dash across open beach. "The carnage was terrible," Rogal wrote. "The water to my front was soon dotted with the floating bodies of the dead and wounded. Most of that battalion had been eliminated. More than 300 casualties." Japanese soldiers had apparently swum out to a small wrecked freighter on the reef. From that position, their rifles and machine guns could reach Marines disembarking from grounded landing craft 400 yards offshore. Carrier dive bombers attempted to destroy the vessel, but missed repeatedly. From the beachhead, it was a sickening sight, Bob Sherrod recorded. Even before they climbed out of their Higgins boats, the reserves were under machine gun fire. Many were cut down as they waded in, others drowned. Men screamed and moaned. Of 24 in one boat, only 3 reached shore. The awful scene on the beach helped to spur the Marines already on the island to attack with renewed energy. The morning's plan was simple. Shoup intended to cut the island in two by driving directly south, across the airfield, to the ocean shore. Major Henry P. Crow's forces at Red 3 were to overrun the network of formidable defenses that stood between him and the airfield. Major Michael P. Ryan, who held a small salient at the northwestern point of the island, was to attack south along Beach Green and attempt to secure it as a bridgehead for further troop landings. Marines brought their 75mm pack howitzers up the beach and began pummeling enemy firing positions farther inland. Naval fire support was called down on the enemy's strongpoints. Hellcats flew low overhead and strafed. Dive bombers hit assigned targets based on radioed coordinates. Cumulatively, this onslaught began to break down the enemy's defenses, but the Japanese were resilient. The enemy's pillboxes could be cleaned out only by direct infantry assault. It was the proudest and the most terrible day in the history of the Marine Corps. Men fought with extraordinary courage, returning to the line of fire even after having been wounded several times. They'd fight with broken arms, gunshot wounds, shrapnel wounds, recalled Vern Garrett, a Yorktown pharmacist's mate. I'd patch them up and tell them to go back to the ship, and they'd say, "I'm all right," and they would just keep on fighting. Lieutenant William D. Hawkins, a Texan, was one of those rare men who seemed entirely indifferent to danger. He dashed across exposed firing fields with wild-eyed, manic courage. He personally attacked one enemy pillbox or machine gun nest after another, throwing grenades into firing ports. He refused to be evacuated, even after suffering serious shrapnel wounds. Hawkins commandeered an Amtrak, loaded the remains of his platoon into it, and charged into concentrated machine gun fire. A witness told Sherrod, "I'll never forget the picture of him standing on that Amtrak, riding around with 1,000,000 bullets a minute whistling by his ears, just shooting Japs. I've never seen such a man in my life." Shortly after noon, a bullet caught him in the shoulder and severed an artery. He died in minutes. Later, Batillo's captured airfield would be named Hawkins Field, and the lieutenant's mother would accept a posthumous Medal of Honor from President Roosevelt. Not all men were equally courageous. Some quailed and stuck fast in their foxholes and had to be prodded into action. Finding a corporal hiding under a pile of rubble, Shoup smacked the man's legs until he came out. He asked the corporal to tell him his mother's first name. "Well," said Shoup, "do you think she'd be proud of you, curled up in a hole like that? No damn use to anybody." The corporal admitted that she would not be proud, but said that the rest of his squad was dead and he had no orders. Shoup pointed to several Marines crouched below the seawall and said, "Pick out a man, then another and another. Just say, 'Follow me.' When you've got a squad, report to me." The corporal did it, and took his new squad into battle. Shoup never learned what became of him. Fear was instinctive and omnipresent. Even Shoup, who earned a Medal of Honor for his performance at Tarawa, struggled to keep his nerves under control. He was not the Hollywood archetype of a battlefield commander, said Frank Plant, who was by his side throughout the battle. Not the typical hero type, or even the typical Marine officer. He was rotund and physically rather clumsy. I remember thinking at times when he had to get somewhere by crawling that was pretty tough on an old fellow. Actually, he was only in his late 30s. The colonel occasionally revealed signs of fear which approached despair. Sherrod observed that Shoup's hands shook as he held a field telephone. His voice grew hoarse from shouting over the din of battle. "God," he exclaimed to a group of officers at the command post, "how can a man think with all this noise going on?" When a young major complained that his men would not follow him to the airstrip, Shoup reduced the problem to a simple formula. You've got to say, "Who'll follow me?" And if only 10 follow you, that's the best you can do. But it's better than nothing. American carrier planes operated above the island from dawn to dusk, and Plant continued to call down airstrikes on enemy targets. Battalion commanders radioed their requests to Shoup, using keyed block numbers on a map, and Shoup relayed them to Plant. "Air liaison officer," the colonel might say, "tell them to drop some bombs on the southwest edge of 229 and the southeast edge of 231. There's some Japs in there giving us hell." Plant would radio the request, and about 10 minutes later, the dive bombers would hurtle down from overhead and drop 1,000-pounders on or near the targets. All agreed that there was room for improvement in ground-air coordination. At times, it seemed that there were too many planes over Batillo. When a long file of Hellcats strafed enemy positions, their propellers kicked up sand and dust and obscured visibility. Plant asked that the attacks be spaced more apart to allow the air to clear in between attacking planes. There were no mid-air collisions, but several near misses. "We thought we were pretty doggone good with our bombs and bullets," said Alex Vraciu, veteran of the Guadalcanal campaign. "But it didn't turn out that way." Bombs that struck near fortified positions did little or no damage. Only a direct hit had any real chance of killing the men inside. In most cases, said another pilot, you couldn't really see what you were shooting at or bombing. Naval gunfire, or call fire, proved especially valuable against Japanese firing positions and pillboxes above Beach Green, on the western side of the island. A gunfire spotter made radio contact with the fleet and called 5-inch fire down on the enemy's strongpoints. The shelling came as close as 50 yards to the forward American lines. Immediately after the ships ceased fire, tanks and infantrymen attacked. In many cases, the naval shell fire provided the margin of victory. In others, it was credited with reducing Marine casualties. By noon, Major Ryan's forces had taken control of the entire western end of the island, to a depth of 200 yards above Green. Reinforcements could now be landed without opposition. General Smith, receiving the news by semaphore signal, ordered the 1st Battalion of the 6th Marines ashore. They would land before dark, take cover in foxholes for the night, then move through Ryan's forces and roll up the southern shore at daybreak. Additional reserves were put ashore on Bairiki, the adjoining island to the east, in order to prevent Japanese troops from fleeing up the atoll. From Red 2, Lieutenant Wayne Sanford led F Company across heavily congested ground to the southern side of the airstrip. Machine gunners and riflemen covered one another in turn. The men tumbled into an anti-tank ditch some yards back from the southern beach. The advance completed Shoup's goal of cutting the island in half, but there were many enemy soldiers remaining in the now enlarged interior of the American lines, and much more hard fighting was needed to finish them off. Snipers fired constantly, from pillboxes, from trenches, and from the tops of the few palm trees that still had fronds to conceal a man. Ammunition resupply was a constant worry, and ammunition carriers dashed back through heavy fire to carry the belts from the north to the south side of the island. A strong pocket remained in the area just inland of the juncture of Red 1 and 2. Here, the Japanese had set up additional machine guns on the first night of the battle, and commanded a sweeping field of fire over both landing beaches. The pocket would not be fully reduced until the 3rd day of the fight. Robert McPherson, circling over the island in his floatplane as he had all day on November 20th, provided invaluable information about the progress of the battle. Lieutenant Plant communicated directly with him by radio and relayed updates to Shoup, who was plainly relieved to have those first-hand accounts from a bird's-eye perspective. As on the previous day, McPherson occasionally found occasion to strafe Japanese positions or drop grenades from the cockpit. Fortifications behind Red 3 were among the most stubborn on the island. Again and again, pillboxes that had been cleaned out with grenades or flamethrowers became a renewed threat. They were divided into compartments by strong interior walls, so a grenade thrown into a firing port might kill just 1 or 2 men, leaving others unharmed. Reinforcements entered through tunnels or covered trenches. Major Crow wondered aloud, "Do they have a tunnel to Tokyo or something?" Marines entered some of these subterranean spaces and fought their enemies with bayonets and knives. Tanks advanced and fired into slots at point-blank range. Bulldozers pushed coral and sand up against the firing ports, covering them and smothering the occupants. By early afternoon on the 2nd day, November 21st, it was evident that the Americans would prevail. It was not yet clear how long it would take to secure the island, or how many more lives would be lost in the effort. High tide was at 12:18 p.m., and for several midday hours, the navigability of the lagoon was much improved. Higgins boats and tank lighters brought a steady flood of supplies, ammunition, tanks, half-tracks, and heavy construction equipment to the pier. Wounded men on stretchers were carried back to the fleet, where they would be transferred to hospital ships. The sight of a jeep hauling a 37mm gun up the pier seemed significant to Bob Sherrod, who noted, "If a sign of certain victory were needed, this is it. The jeeps have arrived." Japanese snipers remained active everywhere on the island. The sound of bullets whizzing past their ears became so familiar that many Marines ignored it. Men made a point of walking upright in studied nonchalance. Walking along the shore with bullets all around should have been terrifying, one lieutenant later remarked. But after a while, you figured there was nothing you could do about it, and you just quit worrying. Refusing to acknowledge the Japanese snipers, whose fire was usually inaccurate at longer ranges, offered a way to broadcast one's disdain for the enemy. "Shoot me down, you son of a bitch," barked a private as he ambled down Beach Red 2, and a bullet cut through the air nearby. Another Marine was shot in the hand and lost part of his thumb. He just laughed and kept going. A lieutenant was nicked in the rear as he stood talking at Shoop's headquarters. "I'll be damned," he remarked. "I stay out front 4 hours, then I come back to the command post and get shot." Colonel Shoop, who wore a mask of dust and dirt like every other Marine on the island, summed up the situation that afternoon. "Well, I think we're winning, but the bastards have got a lot of bullets left. I think we'll clean up tomorrow." He was plainly exhausted, having slept not at all the previous night. He was still bleeding through his bandage. His report to General Julian Smith would enter Marine Corps lore. Casualties many. Percentage of dead not known. Combat efficiency. We are winning. At 8:30 p.m., Colonel Merritt Edson, the 2nd Division Chief of Staff, and a veteran of many hard battles on Guadalcanal, stepped on the beach and relieved Shoop of command. On the 3rd day of the battle, Japanese resistance buckled and collapsed. The 6th Marines rolled up the southern shore and joined with other units to overrun the airfield. The last axis of organized resistance in central Batillo was in a 2-story steel-reinforced concrete blockhouse that had withstood all direct hits by shells or bombs. The hard-run bulldozers were called into service to finish the job. They approached with blades raised as armor against fire, and shoved a small mountain of sand and coral up to cover the entrance and firing slots. A few Marines climbed to the top of the structure and poured gasoline down the air vents. A single hand grenade was enough to convert the blockhouse into a kiln. The remains of 300 Japanese were later excavated from the interior. Except for a few isolated snipers and stragglers, all remaining Japanese forces were now corralled into the long, narrow eastern tail of the island. Marines cautiously entered the pillboxes and dugouts and discovered that many Japanese had taken their own lives. The war correspondent Jim Lucas found a bunker filled with Japanese soldiers who had removed their shoes, put their rifles in their mouths, and pulled the triggers with their toes. The forces penned in the eastern end of the island, about 300 men, staged a banzai attack at dusk. The Marines held their positions and mowed them down. Mopping up actions continued in the next 3 days, but 76 hours after the initial landing, Batillo was declared secured. General Julian Smith went ashore with his staff and took command at noon on November 23rd. Even before the fighting was concluded, the Marines had begun the sad and grisly work of burying their dead. There was no time to lose. Bodies decayed rapidly in the tropical sun, and a fetid stench had settled over the island. The living worked instinctively, without being ordered to do it. They waded into the shallows and retrieved their floating comrades, dragged the bodies up the beach and lined them up in rows, collected their dog tags. Bulldozers dug long trenches. Chaplains presided over